Hello, YouTube. We are going live with our watch party for CitizenCon 2952, which is the year that Star Citizen will be launching. Hilarious, I know. We are 10 minutes out from it launching. If you are not watching live, if you're watching this later, you can of course just fast forward to whenever this starts. I will try and get the audio mixed so that I'm not blowing out the devs. And as the stream is going, I will try and make sure that my cam and voice is not blowing out what people are saying so that we can listen and react appropriately. I hope you are all having a good weekend and are excited to listen and hear all the information from the devs this time around. Hey Jason, how's it going? Hope you're doing well, man. I hope everybody is doing well. Real quick. Just messing with some settings real quick. Getting a few stream options set up. Hello chat, hope you guys are doing well. Battlefield later. According to some people, it sounds like this could be a 5-hour long presentation, which is crazy. And if I have energy afterwards, I'm going to hop over to a kind of recap session with Captain Burke's Morphologist and Salty Mike. So I got a day ahead of me, guys. I got a full day. I hope everybody's having a good weekend. Any predictions for what we're gonna see? We already have a little bit of a roadmap on what we're gonna see today. I think the combat speeds is one of the main things I'm excited about. Also, the underground facilities are one of the main things. We don't really know what we're going to see from the ships. I would imagine Hull C. We're probably going to see quite a bit from the Hull C because that's allegedly done. But maybe they'll show us a whole bunch of brand new stuff as well. Checking some settings real quick.
Hello, everybody. This is an audio test.
You're Jared.
How many people are watching right now?
Can we bump the audio a little?
What? Why are there so many people watching a countdown timer? 5:30, 5:29, 5:28, 5:27. Why? You know this is just the smaller show, right? There's nothing to see here. Oh my gosh, the chat's going so fast I can't possibly read it. Hey, all you moderator type people, should we investigate in slow mode? I'm not recommending it. I'm saying have
Barry, you want to see Gen 12 class?
Consider it and then do it if you think it's right. I don't know. Who's ready for CitizenCon? If you're ready for CitizenCon, type John Crew in chat. Anybody who's ready for CitizenCon, type John Crew in chat. Oh, anybody that's spelling it wrong, you're not ready for CitizenCon. There's an E at the end of crew.
Squadron 42 is lost and forgotten. Have you seen the latest leaked trailer, Made? It looked pretty cool, man.
That person wasn't even close.
4 minutes.
John in any language.
24 seconds. I got my popcorn, guys. You guys have your
Was
popcorn?
that a Y? Where did you get a Y?
Will this game come to PlayStation 5? You know, anything's possible, right?
What was that weird soft drink called? Innabrew? Dandelion
You want
burdock?
Big Worm? Big Worm
Dandelion
2.0?
burdock.
Watch, they're going to be like,
Iron brew
so the worm
and
is coming,
dandelion
but
and
it was too resource intensive, so we've
got
shrunk
weird
them down.
drinks.
They're now the size of earthworms. So you get the sandworms. They're
All right,
just very, very
that's it.
small now.
Audio test good. Show starts in about 3 minutes and 40 seconds, everybody. Get ready, because you're not.
All right, Jared's hyping us up. Let me drop that music a little. I really like to pump the music here. You guys will have to inform me about the audio levels. I want to make sure I'm not drowning out the stream when it goes live. Oh, there's butter on the popcorn, James. This is a watch party, sir. There will be no healthy snacks to be had here. I do have an apple, actually. That's not true. I have an apple, and I've got my water, and not my soda. I kicked soda, guys. I kicked it. Here we go. All right, let's see. Predictions and hopes. Okay, so with the flight model stuff, I'm hoping that like they really give us some details on what they're planning for the combat meta and stuff. I hope they have it nailed down for Squadron 42, because once I understood how much they were changing up the flight models based on the new flight speeds and stuff, it sort of turned me off a little bit to like spending so much time getting into dogfighting, because I was like, well, half of this stuff is going to be different once they revamp the whole system, so why am I spending all this time learning the nuances of it now if it's all just going to change? It sort of felt like a gut punch. So I really want to learn more about that, and I hope that they have like a more solidified final vision where they're not like, this is tier 0 of what we want. It's like, no, this is like, we like it, it's great, this is the final vision. I hope we get to learn a lot more about that from the combat speeds that they're going to talk about, because that'll be really important for like solidifying the overall view of the universe. Because it's not just combat speeds, it'll be traversal speeds. It'll kind of dictate how everything's built out. 1 minute. The underground bunker stuff looks cool too. If they can really expand those underground facilities in a massive way, so that like, I don't know, think of it as like a Doom level where you're like getting key cards, having to open doors, breach like security checkpoints and stuff like that for like a basic mission. That could be way more interesting as opposed to like go down into this bunker and kill 10 guys, you know, and then exit the basic bunker. Like you could do so much more. So I'm very curious to see what their big underground facilities are like, because those will probably be a big portion of most missions, or at least most combat missions in many systems, right? Because you can propagate the underground bunker systems in any system, whereas the outside of a bunker is going to be determined by the style planet.
What my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound cliche, but
They believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us.
It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
They're right there with us throughout the whole process.
It's unlike anything that I've ever worked on.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and I find that
they're always happy to show people the ropes.
I found it very wholesome.
When I first did the CitizenCon, where I got to fly the Carrack, everyone was so supportive, and the cheers I got when we were flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
Their effort they put into, like, their creativity.
Such as building a simulator inside of an entire RV or...
The cinemas. I love watching them on my lunch break.
I enjoy watching the videos on the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looks really grand.
I love all the memes.
Some of the incredible fan art and passionate drive that you see come out of them is fantastic.
How they come up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
I can't cuss, can I?
The new and exciting ways they find to
break shit.
Just the random stuff that you do, it's not like the gameplay we intend.
People doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm from the character team, and so I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community around events.
Going to Bar Citizen.
It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to meet in person. Even if they're like really frustrated, you can tell it's just, they have so much love for it.
I really like it when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
How much inspiration we get from them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
The quick turnaround on feedback. I love that.
And how they're always interested in what's coming up.
I especially appreciate the people who are able to keep track of dates.
They, call us out.
It really impacts our decision-making process for, what did we do right? What did we do wrong?
It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone. We're making it with the community.
Still keep faith in us.
They really do make all this possible. I'm living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one. And if somebody said you had to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
Okay. A little bit of fanfare there. Got an
Hi,
intro
I'm
with
Chris
that.
Roberts. Ever since I
Old
saw
school.
Star Wars as a wide-eyed 8-year-old, I dreamt of being a hotshot pilot saving the galaxy, or a lovable rogue making my way across the cosmos. It inspired me to make Wing Commander and has influenced everything I've done since then.
This is the Kickstarter.
10 years ago, after 20
Boys and
years
Girls.
of making games, I was burned out, so I took a break. But I never stopped playing games nor loving them. And now, I'm ready to come back, and I'd like to show you something I've been working on. But I don't want to build any old game. I want to build a universe. I want to build a game I always wanted to build, but I didn't have the tools to do until now. One that you can fly off a carrier fighting a heroic war on the front lines, but also one that you can muster out and find your own fortune in the stars wherever your spaceship
It is funny to
I wanna
see
be able
the
to share
old
this
school
experience with my friends,
visuals
fight
compared
against
to what
real
it
opponents
looks
in
like
space,
now.
not just
It does
AI.
look
And I want
way
this to be
better.
as good or better
Granted,
than any other game out there. And I
10
want to
years later.
actively push the boundaries of what you can do in a game. None of this would have been even possible 2 years ago. But with Moore's Law driving PC performance and cost, and the gaming community embracing talented developers via crowdfunding, I believe it is possible today. I've never been accused of having a small vision, and so I thought it was best if I share my ambition with you visually. I'm pretty excited by how it's joined out, so why don't you come join me for a sneak peek? 10 years ago, I stepped out onto a stage at GDC Online in Austin, Texas, and revealed Star Citizen to the world. We broke all records in crowdfunding, helped kickstart a revival in space games, and embarked on a journey with all of you to build the most immersive virtual universe ever conceived. I did say that I'd never been accused of having a small vision all those years ago. Every year since then, we have celebrated our anniversary with what we dubbed CitizenCon, a celebration of all of you, our community, without which we would not be here. When I made the original pitch for Star Citizen, there were no employees, no studios, and just a proof of concept demo cobbled together in CryEngine by myself, the help of a few people in their spare time. You couldn't play Star Citizen as it was an idea, not a game. The first few years was more talk,
sorry
not
guys.
as much show, but we managed to release the Hangar module in 2013, Arena Commander in 2014, and the first steps into the persistent universe with Star Citizen Alpha 2.0 at the end of 2015. The real game changer was Star Citizen Alpha 3.0, which we released at the end of 2017, which allowed players to first step foot on fully realized and detailed moons instead of just traversing space. 2018 brought the first planet in Hurston, and from there we filled out the rest of the Stanton system from ArcCorp to Microtech and finally Crusader with its floating cloud city of Horizon last year. Today, there are just over 4 million registered accounts, with 1.7 million of them having purchased the game. And while we still have lots of features and content to build before I'm ready to consider Star Citizen done, people are playing more than ever. This year, our average daily unique players is around 50,000, and we have peaked at 130,000 several times this year. This compares with just under 10,000 back in 2017 and 32,000 last year. But the most amazing stat is the average playtime of someone that logs in 2022 is 3 hours a day. Back in 2017, this was 48 minutes, 64 minutes in 2018, and then jumping to 2 hours in 2019. From there, we've been steadily increasing. In 2022 alone,
that is pretty
people
cool.
have spent 36 million hours in the verse so far. So this is a testimony to the hard work, the development, and our unlimited.
That's actually probably one of the most important
to make
metrics.
Star Citizen, even in its alpha
People are
state, more
playing the
performant
game.
and stable than it's ever been.
That means
and the
more
increasing
than
amount
anything.
of features and content that are available, making for viable daily gameplay, even in Star Citizen's alpha state. Cloud Imperium Games has grown just as much. Today we're at 835 staff worldwide, all dedicated to building the most immersive virtual science fiction universe ever. In the next few weeks, we'll be welcoming 500 staff to their brand new studio at Manchester Goods Yard in Enterprise City, where we are filming this show from. All of this is down to your patience and support. Building a game of the scale, detail, and scope of Star Citizen, as it is conceived today, that allows us to seamlessly go anywhere from inside to outside, from space to planet, with no loading screens, all with millimeter detail, with everything being explorable, persistent, interactable, with thousands of players online together, at the visual quality of the biggest AAA games, is perhaps the most ambitious goal that has ever been set off towards in gaming. I am both humbled and thankful of being in the position of chasing my dream to build a truly immersive universe. And it has only been possible by building it outside the traditional publisher system, with a direct relationship to our secret source, you, our community. The strength of the Star Citizen community is the real unwritten headline to our longevity and future. The connections and friends people have made along the way, the events organized inside the game and outside by the various orgs. This year, we've had 140 Bar Citizen events put on around the world, with some of the most recent being in China, South Korea, Singapore, Paris, and Florida. The Chinese Bar Citizen had over 300 attendees and a 5-meter-long 3D printed model of the Retribution super battleship from Squadron 42 built by the local community. Hopefully, next year we can return to an in-person CitizenCon, and I and the rest of the team at CIG will have the chance to spend some time with you in person. But for now, let's get the show on the road. 10 years ago, the ship I arrived on was a single-seater. Where we're going in the future, we're going to need a bigger ship. I present to you the only constant. You may have thought it was green screen, but we need something a little bigger for where we're going to entertain you and tell you about the game in the future. Here's a dedication plaque.
Is this Chris's bedroom?
The only constant in game development is change. Constellation Phoenix, my favorite ship. Prototyped by Roberts Space Industries, commissioned from London Shipyards, Earth, Sol 3. Launched October 2952, Manchester Starport. Captain Jared Huckabee. Jared, that wasn't the deal. You weren't going to be the captain of the ship.
I sent an email.
Oh, that must have gone in my junk folder.
Take a seat. Welcome
Okay,
aboard.
well, it's not bad. It's quite a nice little setup here, isn't it?
We've been talking about this on and off since 2015.
I know. I had to do something to get you over to the UK.
Hey, you know, he knows what I like. So what do you have?
Well, let's do a science fiction drink.
Right.
Can you do a Pangalactic Gargle Blaster?
Pangalactic Gargle Blaster. No, I can do this really dry martini that we had pre-prepared before shooting.
Wow.
Hey, it's our first show. We gotta start small.
Look at that.
Hey, we'll get better. So what do we toast to?
Well, the past 10 years and the future, the next 10 years and beyond, and the community.
Oh, we did that as an area. Cheers.
And cheers.
We didn't even plan that. Oh, right.
Wow.
All right, so.
That is strong. Ooh, vodka.
That's why we didn't cover anything. So what do you think? Look at my tag. Stegman Cordamon.
What is this? Nice. This is so goofy.
It's a bit blingy. I mean, you do look like you're a Knight of the Roxbury.
Yeah. Knight of the Roxbury. Yeah.
No,
Twinsies.
I'm not going to be a twinsy with you.
Twinsies?
No. Let me check the rest of the set out.
But it's tailored.
It looks good on you. I'm not saying it'd be the same for me. Oh, wow. Look at all these cool artifacts. You got this Hadician artifact. There's a bunch of stuff here. That's really cool. The CitizenCon trophy. Wow. That's brilliant.
Yeah, well, Dave had to hook me up.
This is like Chris doing his room tour. He's like,
chair.
"This is my
I
cool."
am. It's a very nice chair.
Star
desk,
Citizen
bobblehead.
trophies.
This is a great place to interview people from. What's it like sitting over there?
I'm getting a newfound appreciation for how awkward it is on this side. So what do you think? We should start the show?
I think we should start the show.
All right, let's start the show. Our first presentation of the day is Planetary Pyro with our good friend Maximilian Kailish from our Frankfurt studio. He's going to take you on a tour of 6 of the neat locations coming in the upcoming Pyro system, the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations of the day. So take it away, Max.
All right, the show begins.
It's a very nice chair. We'll talk about it.
No, that was a little cringy, but it's fine. It is Star Citizen.
My name's Max. I'm here on behalf of the Planet content team today. I'm a senior environment artist, and I want to show you some of the cool stuff that we worked on in the last 2 years. So I have Pyro 1 open already. It's live in engine. This is like the current version of Pyro, so we're still gonna do like a polish pass on it. So not everything is done, but we still wanted to show you what we have so far.
Is Pyro
so
1 just gonna be called Pyro 1?
Is that it gets hit by solar flares like repeatedly. We got some concept art from the concept art team, and the way that they visualized these solar flare hits was like glowing marks and streaks all over the planet. Unfortunately, the tech for the glowing part of it is still being worked on, so we had to make do with what we could use. So it's not glowing, but you can still see a lot of the blue coming in. Yeah, as you can see, Pyro 1 already has some volumetric clouds. Not all of the Pyro planets have their volumetric clouds yet. So let's jump to one of the blue spots on the planet. I just tweaked like the sun position a little bit to make it look a bit nicer. And then you can see why it's blue.
Yeah, I want to see the wildlife too, man.
Like tons of these crystals to Pyro 1.
Those crystals look cool.
We've used crystals before on Wala, but I think we were a bit too... we played it a bit too safe on Wala. I think we only put like crystals as ground cover assets. But for Pyro 1, we really wanted to push the shapes. So you can find like these really large crystals here. Heisenberg would be really happy here. Okay,
the crystals on
then
Wala
another
look like
interesting
garbage.
thing to highlight here, plants over there. So what's interesting about those is we made them like 3 or 4 years ago. They were supposed to be part of like a mission on a space station. The mission was scrapped, unfortunately, and ever since then this asset set has just been sitting in our like vault. It's a really cool plant set, and I'm happy that we finally found a spot to use them. So this is another spot I want to highlight. It's also important for us that we do add something memorable to each planet. In the case of Pyro 1, it's this spiky rock set that looks really intimidating. We tried to push the scale of the assets for the Pyro system. We felt like by now we got like the
crystal
basic rocks and
almost.
the scattering of the basic rocks to like a very good quality. So now we can explore more crazy shapes, I guess. And this is one of the sets that we made. It's not done yet. It still needs a polish pass. But I wanted to show you guys what it feels like when you're in-game walking around here. Now I want to show you my personal favorite biome of Pyro 1. It's this biome here, which has these really cool looking rock formations. They are massive in scale. Like if I jump in-game here, you get a good feeling for the scale of them. Yeah, it's possible to land your spaceship on them. It's probably really fun to race through here. We can imagine that this is going to be like a nice combat space as well, because they do provide nice
look
cover.
pretty cool,
Let's
actually.
just jump to a couple different areas on Pyro 1 before we move to Pyro 2.
I like the atmosphere. Kind of bluish. But yeah, no, you're right. The
now we're on
animals, the
Pyro
creatures,
2.
we need them.
In comparison to Pyro 1, you can immediately see the planet is like way more colorful. There's more variation in the use and values of the colors. We have like browns and like bone white spots, some red, and it's all contrasted by like a blue clear ocean. So Pyro 2 doesn't have volumetric clouds yet, but they will be there at release. So now I jump to one of the biomes of Pyro 2. What I want to highlight here is the improvements that we made to how acids spawn on the side of mountains. That was something that was always quite challenging for us to do, to have some natural transition from the terrain to the geometry, and then also have like the rocks form in a natural way.
Those look really good, actually.
Now we can make nicer rock formations. It's not quite there
Pyro
yet.
end of year? No.
There are still improvements planned for it.
Pyro probably first half of next year is my best guess.
This is a big step forward. Also, what you might see is the drawing distance of acids has been greatly improved. So everything you see here in the distance is actual geometry. So if we were to fly all the way over there, you will see that this is like cliff formations. And I think it looks really cool, like the silhouette.
That looks awesome.
Terrain. Yeah,
those horizon lines look awesome. That's going to be cool for flying through.
But I'm horrible at flying, so I'm just going to use the camera in editor. So now I jumped ahead to a really cool biome on Pyro 2.
They're going to have to redesign Stanton with that kind of tech
too. In this case, what sets this biome apart from the rest of the planet is that we added these calcified trees, and they spawn in very dense clusters.
What a beautiful planet.
So you almost get like little forests of them. So it's supposed to look very dry and kind of dead, but still in a pretty way. Okay, if we look at it from this angle, what I really like about this biome is the contrast that you have here on the terrain. It's pale, it's dry, but then in the background you have like the nice clear blue ocean. So this is one of the red areas on Pyro 2. It's kind of like a sandy desert, but we try to add like a lot of different geology assets, different mixes of bushes and grasses. So it's not like a dead desert, but it feels kind of lively. And you find like lots of foliage here. We have like these cliffs in the background, which are pretty dark. And it's another nice contrast of this planet, where you have like the saturated red terrain.
Looks really pretty.
And the dark bedrock. So jumping to this point
like
here,
a red desert.
What I want to highlight is the improvements that we made to our ground textures. So previously, like 2-3 years
like
ago,
the American
we had
Southwest.
to rely a lot on ground cover acids to add geometry and detail that the ground textures alone couldn't give us. But ever since we got terrain displacement, we get like really nice shapes just from the textures alone.
That looks way better than what we currently have.
If you combine it with ground cover acids, the result is really successful, how things blend together and the amount of detail that you see on the ground.
It looks super good. God, they're going to have to redo like the whole Stanton system with this tech.
Some of it during last year's keynote demo. But I want to use the opportunity to give you like an in-depth look at some of the biomes. So last year you saw that like yellow is kind of the accent color of Pyro 3. So from this distance, you can see through the volumetric clouds, like a lot of the yellow coming through.
This is what we saw most last year.
What's making it look yellow, which is the moss. And I want to like jump down to the planet surface and show you the amount of detail that you will see when going up close to the moss. So we're down at the surface now. I'm just going to jump in game. A lot of time and effort was spent on making the moss look just right. So like the right level of fluffiness and density. So it looks really nice when it like covers these rocks. And then we also have like lots of smaller moss on the ground. We combine it with like yellow grass. and it makes for like a really interesting biome. So it was really important for us to make this biome look really dense. So we pushed the amount of acids that we're using. So it's basically completely covered in foliage.
That looks incredible. That looks on par with
Hurston and Microtech, which
any
are probably our
single-player game I've seen.
When it comes to
it
foliage.
Looks fantastic.
This is way denser. The good thing is that we don't have any trees here, so all the budget we can use on ground cover, on grass. Now we jump to a pyro coast biome. The improvements we got to the coast biomes is that we can now use a OPR override for every single biome. Previously, we could only use one global override per planet, which, as you can imagine, is not enough when you have something like Stanton 4, where you have snowy regions and the spruce tree regions, and one object preset just can't cover every coast. We added these coral, coral geology set to have some of the yellow also along the coast. So you see here, we always have like a little bit of yellow coming through, and eventually it transitions into the nice mossy areas. Previously, when we made coast object presets, we played it a bit safe and only used 1 or 2 acid sets. But due to the fact that we can now push the density along the coast as well, you can find different kinds of coral, seaweed, different pebbles and rocks, and other stuff. Now I jump to one of the volcanic regions on Pyro 3. You might not expect to find vegetation
really cool.
here.
Just the amount of detail that goes into one
planet. Of
planet.
Vegetation to this region to make it a bit more interesting. What I want to highlight here is the quality bar that we set for ourselves when it comes to improving the look of our vegetation. So this is one of my favorite new vegetation sets that we created. You can see the amount of detail on display. Here we have like nice little flowers and these like knots or whatever, like pots. And it's just like a really cool asset set. So when flying over the volcanic regions, you will find pockets of these scattered all around just to make the area like a little bit more lively. Before we move on, let's jump around to a couple more places.
This is still Pyro 3, I think. It's a really cool planet. I see why they showed it off the most last time. It was probably also their most finished planet.
Now we're on Pyro 4, which is my personal favorite of the Pyro system. Yeah, just full disclosure, you can probably tell that the clouds here are not done yet. They do look a bit busted, but yeah, they will look amazing once the planet comes out. So let's focus on the terrain shapes. We created some of these terrain shapes special for Pyro 4 because it's loosely inspired by like Scottish Highlands. So there's not a lot of like verticality, not a lot of trees. So everything is kind of coming from the terrain and from the smaller assets that we scatter on the terrain geometry. So jumping in game, and then you can see the amount of ground cover assets on display, the variation in color, but it's all grounded by like the color of the soil. And it just looks like we have multiple new vegetation sets on display here. So first of all, we have this bush set here, which is called, I think it's called a fire stalk. Which, yeah, it's kind of like a modified version of the real world thing. They add like a little bit of color to the area and make things pop. Then we have these ones here. I forgot the name of the asset set. Yeah, they also look quite saturated and interesting. We also try to improve the quality of our tree sets. If you compare like the trees that we have on Hurston to these ones, the geometry count is way higher, the texture resolution is a bit higher, and they just look more polished and nicer.
Those ones do look a little unfinished,
though. Hurston to Microtech and give the trees there like a little makeover. So what was really important for us was to improve the blending between different biomes. So you see here, these are two fairly simple biomes. There's a clear distinction between them. but the transition
Those
still
rocks
feels
look neat,
very
though.
natural. So if we go down here, you have like the red grass and it kind of feathers out. Yeah, it feels very organic and natural. Let's jump to the most
There's a lot of
experimental
good
biome that
natural
we've
cover
made so
there for
far.
like a firefight.
So for this biome here, the concept art team gave us
This is cool.
some really interesting concept art, because this is easily some of the biggest rock formations that we have in the game.
This is very
so
Pandora.
far. Actually, let me try to fly a ship so you can see the scale of them. So they're massive in scale. And what was the hardest part about getting these to look right is that they're supposed to look really good from a distance, because you would expect something this big to be visible almost from space. But then the tricky thing is also to make them look good when you're standing up close to them.
Those
Let
do
me
look
jump
really
in-game
cool.
So you see how big these rocks actually are. So
That's
they
the kind
are
of stuff I'm excited about.
massive in
Wow.
scale.
It's
You
huge.
can probably land your spaceship on them and walk on them, and they make you feel like really small.
This is
But
where
I
it
think
starts to
it's
feel
a
like
really
an
good visual
alien
that we have
planet,
these,
you
like,
know, where you start seeing all
dark
these crazy,
gray
fantastical
rocks
stuff.
against the crimson of the soil and the grass. So here's a little happy accident where we have the volumetric clouds covering the terrain. And because the height map, the difference in height is so large, we actually get like shapes of the terrain poking out of the volumetric clouds. Yeah, you can probably spot some of the tiling issues that we have here, which is something that we still need to look at. But like I said before, this is still work in progress. So it's gonna change.
I can see why he likes this
because
planet.
I mentioned
Those rock
biome
formations are
diversity
very
along
cool.
the coasts before. I just wanted to highlight what one of the coast biomes on Pyro 4 looks like. So this one is kind of this wet sand. We scattered some of the seaweed, some of these lava plates, and some of these pebbles. And then we also get like nice seaweed moving with the waves of the ocean. One interesting thing on Pyro 4 is that we have a massive crater region. On other planets we have individual craters which
That's
are a whole height map,
huge.
or like 3-4 smaller craters on one height map. But this is actually multiple height maps forming one large crater. And you can see it all the way out in space. Like this whole region is one big crater. So it's a mix of like the global
That was a
displacement,
cataclysmic event.
texture, and then the height maps of the ecosystems spawning on top, plus the volumetric clouds.
How tall are those mountains? My
view.
God.
Now we've flown down to the surface of the crater. We wanted this to feel very, spooky and grim.
That's
and
actually
kind of
really
dark.
cool,
So we have
having
these,
such a
dark fantasy forest-looking trees.
massive area of a
which
planet
look
like that.
kind of creepy.
Such a big
Then we bring
landmark.
some of the red grass back from the previous biome. If we go down to the surface of the crater, you can see that we added this dark forest-looking tree set, some creepy shapes, some moist-looking ground cover acids, and this whole area is supposed to make you feel a bit uneasy. It's supposed to be hostile. And
It's a little
not
Mordor-y.
safe without your suit on. So far we looked at 4 of the Pyro planets, so let's switch it up and look at one of the moons.
Yeah. All right, let's check out some moons, man.
This one is Pyro 5C. Similar to Pyro 4, you can see that it has a landmark that you can see from space. In this case, it's not a crater, but it's like a long streak of slick obsidian. So let's fly down to the surface of the streak and have a look what it looks like from up close. Again, we start with like the global height map where there's like a little bit of a bump up, and then it goes down to
What the hell
form
happened to this moon?
the crack, and then we scatter the ecosystem height maps on top to get the look that we want. So if we go down here, you can see we start with like flatland shapes, some smaller craters, and then it transitions into like these quite spiky looking mountain formations. And then down here,
grazed by the Death Star,
feather into like these longer ridges of bedrock before it becomes smooth down here.
That looks super cool.
If we jump to this point,
how cool would it be to run
missions
missions in there?
Spot because like the sun just hits the obsidian in
Oh,
the right way,
come
and
on,
everything
man.
looks like nice and shiny. You can see here that the ground looks quite different from other planets. So instead of soil, it's almost
like
looks
obsidian.
Artificial in a way. Acid-wise, we're using
Everyone's coming
one
here
of
for their
our
Instagram
obsidian
selfies.
sets that you can also find on Stanton 4. This one got a bit of an update, a bit of polish.
Elijah, what game is
so
this?
we improved the shapes, different textures, just to make it look extra cool, like the way the sunlight hits these surfaces. To make this area a bit more interesting, we decided to add some of these white, light gray shrubs, just so the area doesn't feel too samey. And it's always nice to have like the occasional pocket of vegetation.
This is super cool. I love the planets and moons having these massive landmarks on them.
We went with the opposite route for these biomes here. So instead of being shiny and slick, they are more dry, covered in dry sand. The vegetation is dry. We added some of these spiky shapes to add some verticality to the scattering. But yeah, outside the obsidian crack, this is what you will find on the planet most of the time. So this go-to point I picked to show some of the subtle color that we added to Pyro 5C. So the obsidian crack is like kind of just dark gray, black. The desert I just showed
Very
is also
cool.
light
Kinda
gray.
looks like turtles.
So we felt this needed a bit of a color breakup. So we added.
I like the sky. You
some
can
of
sort of
these
see
red
like these nebulous
hues
formations.
to, the
I
occasional
don't think that's the
biome.
cloud cover.
It's very rocky. You also find the red sand on the rocks from the biome accumulation, and it looks really nice how the red creeps up into the crevices of the height maps in the background.
Pyro 6. Is that a planet?
We're going to end our showcase today on Pyro 6. Pyro 6 has a very interesting color palette. Like I really like the yellows and the
Looks
pale,
like a moon.
beige tones of the terrain. And then you have another blue ocean. As you can see, the terrain is kind of ridden by craters. And we get these really cool shapes where the ocean fills
This planet
in
got
those
blasted,
craters.
dude.
If we jump all the way down to the edge of one of those craters. So now we're at the edge of one of those craters. I'm jumping in game right now just to show you what it feels like walking along here. You can see that we added some dramatic looking coral shapes, and then eventually you walk down here towards one of those craters that's filled with water. We have a couple of floating meshes here on the left. This is still work in progress. So one of us, probably me, has to go in and adjust
Probably
the settings
me.
of the spawning here. And then we're right at the edge. And I really like the color
that's
of the
cool.
water and how it looks against
Seaweed
the
in these
backdrop
like
of the white
lake
chalky
crater lakes,
terrain.
basically.
Then over here, I want to introduce you to our human scale ref mesh. His name is Rüdiger. And he's super helpful when we set up object presets, because you can immediately see how the scale of assets feel when you have him in situation. Like he adds context to the scene. He spawns every time that object preset spawns, and he helps us find the right values when it comes to the scale of our assets. In general, this biome here is another good example of how our ground textures work
God, that ground texture looks so much better than
that we put
the current
on top.
Stanton system
So
stuff.
the transition is really nice from this
At least
ground
most of
texture
it.
to this one. And then we have like the same rock set on both of them. And it makes for
This
like a nice amount of detail
/
on the
moon
ground.
looks really good.
Then occasionally we spawn some of these spider-looking ground cover meshes. So this spot here is really nice because you get like the particles, the monochromatic terrain, the acids, and
like
it's all against
this,
the
like,
backdrop of the skybox of the pyro system.
Yeah, what
which
is this, like
red.
snowy ash coming down or
Then
something?
we get like some really cool looking sunbeams coming through the volumetric clouds here. And then if I turn the sun and we make this dark and I jump in game, you can see how drastically the skybox impacts the lighting when you're on the dark side of the planet. And the skybox is just, yeah, it looks really good.
Oh, interesting.
So
that's the pyro
skybox for the entire
system.
pyro system. So you will see it.
So pyro is going to light up the dark
planet.
side of planets.
It's just that Pyro 6 has like a very thin atmosphere, so you see it well here.
Very interesting. That's pretty cool, actually. That's very different than Stanton, where it's like pitch black.
I had this opportunity to show you guys the work that we did in the last 2 years. I'm super excited to see you guys explore the Pyro system for the first time, to hear your feedback. There's still work that we have to do, but I hope that you are even more excited than before after seeing what I showed you today.
It does look really cool. Pyro 3, Pyro 4, still kind of like top contenders there, but just want to get out there and explore it, man. I mean, Stanton in itself is a beautiful system, and this is basically just being built with like their latest tools, so it's all just going to be that much more updated than Stanton. Cooler, more advanced tech being used to make it. Yeah, Pyro 4 with those crazy arch rocks. Really cool. It kind of looks like the rocks were built around kind of like the magnetic fields coming out of the core or something like that. How much is the size of this game? Lol. I mean, the game's kind of infinite in scale, really. Even Stanton system, like... Someone made a video of circumnavigating one of the planets, and it took them, like, a very long time. And that's just a planet. On a single route. On a very fast vehicle. Yeah, look at that. Dude, look how cool this place looks. That's dope. Very alien. I want to see more of that stuff. I want to see more of the Pandora stuff where it's like, let's inject some crazy properties to these planets and be like, what if some weird magnetic properties existed within this planet and that created all sorts of super weird geometric forms? Showing off with those craters. Yeah, that giant crater and the mountains around it. I mean, like, I probably create mountains that are like just massive. This one here too, I'm sure there's some crazy lore or backstory to it, like with the planet like impacting a massive meteor. Yeah, look at that. Like, what is? Oh no, this is the other moon that they showed us. That's like multi impacts. Those look really cool, man. Pyro's gonna be fun. Also, a lawless system, man. Woof. Gonna change things up. And look at that skybox, man. The Pyro Night Sky. With its flare star. Sending out all kinds of dangerous solar flares and radiation. I'm on board. I'm on board.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he's a game developer, a founder, a CEO. He made his first game when he was like 15. Anyway, he was sitting in my chair, and he's left. I don't know where he went, but he should not be let back in the building. Yeah, black shirt, jeans. Yeah, just keep him out of the building, because he sat in my chair. All right, thanks. When are we live? Hi, welcome back to CitizenCon 2952. I'm your host,
So cheesy,
Jared
man.
Huckabee, and
There's just like
welcome to
the
the
king of
spaceship,
dead humor.
to the only constant. We are joined here by by two CIG luminaries, VP of Development, Mr. Brian Chambers, and Chief Development Officer, Mr. Aaron Roberts.
Hey,
How you
Aaron.
doing, guys?
Not too bad.
You were looking at me, and you thought I was going to forget it because I couldn't remember it.
That's right.
During the thing. I'm not good with titles.
I know.
I've had 6 of my own, and my job hasn't changed. I can't track it. So,
I like your dig.
that's what I was going to be first question. Welcome to the spaceship, guys.
Yeah,
How you doing?
Absolutely.
Good.
You like it? I like it. We have been talking about this, dreaming about this, and just imagining doing this since 2015. Every time we talked about changing the stuff up and whatnot, like what should we do? And it was always like, we should build a spaceship. We should build a spaceship. It's always like, yeah, someday. But we did it. I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. It's way cool.
I'm sorry.
And you're always shooting stuff. You're shooting material constantly. So having a dedicated space that's dialed in that you're cool with, right? It's good.
So we just watched Planetary Pyro. That was the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations that we're showcasing here today during CitizenCon 2952. It's a brief tour throughout some of the planetary locations you saw from the upcoming Pyro system. You two recently took kind of a whirlwind tour of where'd you guys go?
We basically went over to Asia because we really wanted to go and visit some of the community over there. And so it was actually quite a lot of fun for us, and actually a great experience in terms of learning a lot about the community over there and what they would like and all that kind of stuff. And so it's actually one of the better trips I've been on, and really enjoyed it. Got to meet fantastic people in the events everywhere we went, and so it was really good and really educational for me, actually.
Yeah, same. We first went to Korea, had a nice bar citizen out there, hung out with people. Great food, great fun stories. While we were in Korea, we did a live stream into the China Bar Citizen that was happening at the same time. So we had some technical difficulties
eating
streaming
popcorn,
while
guys.
we were
That made
there.
it more interesting.
Yeah.
And there are water
we couldn't
planets
hear
in
them
lore,
and so
which
on. So they were
look
typing
really
out
cool.
questions, but the banter
There's
was
ones
great.
that have
Wow.
cities
And then the
built
next
on
week we jumped
giant
over to
lily
Singapore
pads,
and,
according to lore.
hung out with those guys.
So that could be cool.
I was going to say, we haven't had any technical difficulties so far today. I don't know what. I was going to say, nothing in here is actually wood.
So while we're talking about it, the community actually gave us some cool stuff. So first, this was given to us by the Korean community.
This is Korea. Yeah, we'll have you open this.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This was for you. I don't know the full history behind it, but it is like a replica of an ancient scroll. But the characters are put together as Star Citizen characters.
Which is really cool.
Oh, yeah.
Which is incredibly cool.
That guy's doing the Steve Bender.
So we each got one of those as well, but they specifically wanted us to bring one back for you.
Let me switch to Brian's cam. Let me see if I can move this over here and get it here. Brian, I'm going to hand this to you so I don't get out.
Absolutely.
Hold that and get a little closer to the camera there. There we go. That's very nice.
I got the string in the right. Yeah. Incredibly cool.
All right, now give it back to the
Yeah.
Give it to me.
All right, I forgot what's next in line for the showcase.
Yep.
I think it's the mission system.
Jumped over to Singapore, and while we were there, this is one we'll also have to.
Everybody at the event signed this awesome.
I'm gonna get this strong here. You grab one side.
I'll grab one side. There we go.
Wrong way.
We did not plan this.
No, we didn't.
Clearly.
Bad, but we got everybody's signature, so we're going to put this up in our new offices in Manchester.
Oh, very cool.
It's very cool. So so these things. But anyway.
And then there's other stuff in there. You can pull some about if you want.
That's all for you.
Really cool little coins they made and cards and so on.
And of course, if you're not familiar with what a bar citizen is, you can check out barcitizen.sc. It is a completely community backer-run organization that helps coordinate basically gatherings of Star Citizens all around the world, including most recently Singapore and China and South Korea. I know that I think there was one in San Diego last night, if I was not mistaken. This says Bar Citizen Singapore, and it's made by the community, and it is what is that? Oh, it's a Bar Citizen card.
Yep.
It's metal.
It's proper, yeah.
Nice. Okay, well, I'm going to leave that out. And there's some other challenge coins and stuff. We will go through this on our own time because people are probably like, just get to the next thing.
Exactly.
I know who our viewers are. So before we do move on to the next thing, Brian,
like opening
Aaron,
a goodie bag.
It is our 10th birthday,
Like
our 10th
thousands
anniversary.
of people watching.
10.
10. It's 10 something.
There
was an internal debate whether this was the birthday or the anniversary, because the anniversary is sometimes in November, the birthday is in October. Whatever it is, it's 10. You got any favorite memories? Something? I don't know how long we're going to keep you here, so I want to use you when I got you here. On the spot here.
I've been here about 8 years, just about 8 years, right? So a fair amount of the 10. The first one that comes to my mind, there's a lot, but the most memorable one I would say would be 2016 at CitizenCon in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Very first CitizenCon I'd ever been to. Really hadn't interacted face-to-face with the community that much. We know we put a lot of love and effort into what we were going to show. Chris is on stage. He's about to show everything off. I'm looking for a seat. I couldn't find a seat. I went down basically middle floor in the theater and sat on the floor in between all the rows with all the backers. And as I'm sitting there and the demo's going, I already know the demo and the pacing, and then the sandworm blows out of the ground and everybody blows up. And I'm kind of below everybody because at this point they're jumping
Star
up.
Citizen
and
Jesus.
just to be there and for the people to have the reaction of the thing that you've been working on, right? That's something I'll never forget. It was something you're at that level, you feeling the love from them, the excitement that they have of what they're, and you're going, wait, hold on. I'm used to working at companies where we hold our stuff for 2, 3, 5 years without showing anything. So you have this opportunity to show this off and you get this feedback. And it was my first basically
the feedback was,
interaction
we
with
want the
community
sandworm.
on a face-to-face basis. It was really cool.
When can we have the
I was there
sandworm?
at that time. I'm pretty sure we were sitting on the floor together at one point.
Back in 2016.
Aaron.
I mean, I think a lot of it's what Brian just said. I mean, the thing I always love to do and like to do and you know haven't been able to do in the last couple of years for obvious reasons is actually just whenever the
Jared's like,
on,
don't mention the sandworm.
I hate being backstage.
Don't bring
so
up the
I literally just
sandworm.
go and find. I like to go out amongst everybody and just sit there and watch.
In fact,
the whole,
don't bring up
watch the
2016
event
at
and
all.
watch everybody's
Just don't
reactions to
mention
it,
that year.
which is always a lot of fun. And the other thing about it is just that I've made so many actually good friends, you know, with people in the community and so forth. Meet people. There's a lot of community members now who enjoy going to see again. And all this sort of, you know, all this time. So the last 2 years have been kind of painful because I haven't been able to do that. But the ability just to be there with everybody and to see the reaction and have those conversations is the massive thing for me. It'd be too hard for me to pull, you know, one event. I mean, you know, there's some things that have happened which I probably can't talk about, which could be, you know, but I mean, but you know, but really in terms of the general thing, it's really that ability to be amongst everybody and see that.
I even think of overall just the journey we've been on in making this project, right? When I started in Frankfurt with a handful of other people in Germany, you know, Hassan, IT in the UK, loaded up a van. And I remember this van showed up with our PCs, our monitors. Then they included like some pens and pencils and trash cans and a coat rack.
Oh, that's right.
And then we set everything up, and it was like cool. And we were just like, all right, what is
the
Star
event
Citizen?
after that where he basically was working so late he got locked in Cologne?
Yes.
He couldn't leave. he basically got locked in, and so he basically had to sleep in the sleep in the station, stuff like that. But no, it's just like lots of. I mean, it is all that kind of stuff. There's so many stories. There's so many times I've met people, and just all the events. It's been fantastic.
It's a follow-up to that Hassan story. Hassan is one of my favorite people.
He's good
here at CG. We were at Cologne in 2016. That was a really hard event to manage.
I wonder if they have
sitting
these
with them on that last day.
interviews scheduled to
everybody's off partying.
buy a little time
We've
for
completed the
setting
thing,
up the next
and Hassan and I are
thing. But it
breaking
seems all
stuff down,
pre-recorded in
and there's along
between
a bunch of other
showcases.
crew. He just sits there and he goes, dude, I don't know if I can do this next year. I'm like, there's nobody else to do it except us, dude. He goes, oh, no, I'm going to take PTO next year. I'm like, you are not going to take PTO next year. And the next year, he had 2 weeks, like before and after Gamescom blocked off. And I'm like, you took PTO? He goes, I told you. I'm like, you're my hero. You actually, and again, he set everything up. He had all the backups done. It went off flawlessly and everything. But it's just, there are a lot of stories. I'm interested to see how Ian and Todd are going to answer this question later on. That's enough chit chat at this point. Let's get on to our next presentation, design brief. Investigations. One of the most common requests we get from the community is to talk about things at their earliest states. Tell us what you're just thinking about, not necessarily the next thing or the thing after. Like, share the earliest design stuff for how a thing might work. Everything you're about to see can and will change dramatically from the point of today to the point where it makes the game. But we wanted to open that curtain to the earliest points, and we've got Luke Presley and Elliot Maltby, who are going to discuss an entirely new kind of mission. Not a new mission, an entirely new scope and type and design of missions that move away from combat and transport and go more towards cerebral deduction and investigation. So here we are, Design Brief Investigations, and we'll see you when you come back. Take care.
All right, let's see what these missions are all about.
Hi, my name's Elliot Maltby. I'm a principal systems designer. I work with Luke Presley on the mission feature team. I'm here today to talk about one of the new mission types we're prototyping.
So this is an early look, a new mission type, and usually we don't give you a look this early. It's because we don't have the nice shiny visuals.
But people keep asking to see the design brief, so we thought, what the heck, we'll let you see.
So a mission is built out of objective types. And the mission type really is just the most critical or challenging objective in that mission.
Currently, we have a number of mission types in the game. Some of these are not built in that modular sense. Some of these are very much bespokely built to test out a feature at one time. The original PI Wanted is one of those. The current mission types that do exist is we have deliveries, which are essentially a form of collect and drop off. We have eliminate missions, which is just kill someone, and eliminate ship missions, which is go there and kill destroy a ship that has a person inside of it. And there's many more. The way we see missions is they're comprised of little bits of gameplay. So, for example, we have missions where you're sent to kill a singular person or pick up a box or kill a bunch of enemies. So the way how we build our missions is we combine these together. So we'll have missions where you have to pick up a box, but we'll have enemies there that you have to kill as they're kind of like an obstacle for you to get around.
That isn't to say that you can't build a mission out of a single objective. The assassination mission, for instance, has one objective, assassinate a target. But even the most simplistic mission, like the delivery mission, is actually built out of two objectives. There's the collection of the item and the delivery of the item. And if we made the collection of that item even more difficult, we'd refer to it as a collect mission rather than a deliver mission.
So our objective types, for the time being, have been pretty simple. Kill this person, go here, do this. Until now, we're now looking at doing one of the most complex type of objective and gameplay things we've tackled in MFT. With that said, we're working on a new mission type, and that's investigation.
Try not to be negative, since their
Currently
basic
in the game,
missions barely function.
The player can feel like a bounty hunter,
But this is exciting.
a mercenary, a person who does deliveries, a cargo hauler. We want to make them feel like a detective as a new route. We're expanding constantly. We're building mining, salvage, and detective is going to be our focus in MFT.
The experience we want to give players with the investigation mission is that they feel like a detective, that they feel like they're collecting evidence that will ultimately answer the question that has been posed to them, and that they're able to kind of search through the evidence and find the red herrings and like choose the right answer.
So what we want is we want to build a mission that requires you to have to think, requires you to have to look around, search your environment in detail, look at each individual clue and make sure you fully understand it before you make your decision as the detective.
And there'll also be red herrings thrown in there, so evidence will really have to be like poured over to be able to determine whether it's actually credible or not. We also wanted to create narratives around our locations that we haven't done before, like really dig into like why has this derelict become a derelict? Or why have all the ship's crew come to be dead? Or why has this cargo gone missing?
I'm guessing
At the
because
core
that
of
guy
this
got
mission,
impaled.
We're really asking the player to use their brain rather than their gun or their ship.
So for this mission type, I don't want to breadcrumb players along. I want you to feel like a detective. I will give you a story, I will give you little bits of clues, and you have to make up this full sort of painting and decide exactly what has happened here. And then the rest of the decision is on yours. I might not tell you if it's wrong or right, you might find out. The idea is that you feel like a detective and you're so sure of your decision that you're going with that. So the next stage in this whole process is building a pitch. You know, we have to come up with our ideas, how we want it to work, and then we have to present it to CR, Tony and Todd, and make sure they're all happy with it and all of our visions are aligned. So when we're building the pitch, we start off by going over the ideal experience we want for the player. We start off with the most advanced things, all the gameplay mechanics we could dream of to bring this sort of role to life as a detective. And then we have to start looking at stripping it back to see when we can release it, what's the minimum viable product for this experience.
And in the case of the investigation mission, we came up with two. So the first pitch is extremely simple, and it revolves around being able to find a definite answer, like something that is undisputable. For instance, we came up with a mission where there is a repairman that's gone missing, and you can go to his office and you can find some correspondence that will lead you to another place, which will have his like work itinerary.
Hey Byron,
there.
how you doing, man?
And they're all crossed off until one. And if you're smart, you'll go to that location, and should you go to that location and do a little searching, you'll find his body there, and he's been like electrocuted, fixing the final thing on his list. And there's your definitive ending. Whereas the second pitch, it's more about allowing the player to choose when they're done, like when they think they have solved the mystery. And the way we do this is we scatter evidence around the location and clues that lead you to that evidence. And obviously there can be red herrings in there. You can get your like answer up to a credible state, which might still be the wrong answer but you can complete the mission then. Whereas if you'd have carried on digging a little more, maybe found a few more clues and followed them, you would perhaps find an indisputable piece of evidence, like, you know, I did it kind of thing, that would get you like the bonus for the mission. And
interesting.
Both pitches had their strengths and weaknesses. The simple pitch, we could see like how easy it was to scale, and it involved less complex narrative work. But we ultimately decided to go for the second because we liked the idea of giving the player the agency to decide when they were done.
I do like the concept behind this.
So
that
we're
sounds
in
good.
the prototype phase with the investigation mission, which is more important than ever because it's such a complex mission, and we need to ensure that it's scalable and that other designers can make their own mysteries with it.
With the pitches, we can now prototype and sort of get that gameplay feel and see which one we want to explore more for the player's experience. Some of the hardest points of this are going to be
It'd be interesting to see
scalability of it.
how it
An
scales in
investigation at its core is
difficulty.
a story. So the story should always be at the forefront and the focus.
So the first stage of prototyping was to prove that we could make it like a mystery happen in the most restricted location we have, which was like a derelict. So this kind of interplay between the crew of it. From there, we're going to expand so that it takes into account more locations.
Yeah, of course,
and
combining
all
detective
of the,
missions with combat missions and all that stuff would lead to kind of the ultimate missions, right?
Instance, like
Mega
you
missions.
can kill a guy and get information off him. You can find a corpse, get information off it. You can loot a box, get information off it. And then we'll be prototyping the newer ways of getting information off of things. We're looking into using the med gun to find the name and cause of death of people, and we're looking into being able to find the mobile in an inventory and download data from it.
One of the hardest things that we have to figure out is the story. The investigation will live and die by its story, so we work very closely with the writers to try and figure out what kind of story we want to tell, what kind of clues we want to give, and then after that point we look at sort of what obstacles we want to put in your way, keypad locked doors, enemies, like traversal puzzles, things like that.
The main challenge for creating this mission is ensuring that the player has enough guidance to complete it without putting mission markers on everything. It is supposed to be about them searching, figuring clues out for themselves, and finding the answer themselves.
We want you to still feel like that detective, but ensure that we're giving you enough information in the ways that we can.
And we're working with the UI designer.
That is the biggest challenge, right? You don't want a little arrow or blinky thing to appear after a little while.
So this has been our video design brief on our investigation missions. We're really excited to bring these to you. We wanted to give you an early look to let you know what we're thinking and see what you're thinking about these as well.
And we're really excited about it because it will allow us to inject a lot more story into the persistent universe.
So with everything we do, iteration is a key part of how we build things. So by the time you see this, and maybe by the time it comes out, it might have changed drastically. We don't know yet. We're still working on it and figuring out the fine details. But player experience and player agency is at the focus of what we're trying to achieve.
We're really excited and hope you are too.
And I'm sure we'll be talking about this again in the future.
That sounds awesome. I think that sounds fantastic.
And that was Design Brief Investigation.
It's a good idea.
Joining us here,
and I think combining it with other things down the road could lead to probably some of the most engaging missions
and Star Citizen
you could
Narrative
think
Director,
of.
Mr. Dave Haddock. How you guys doing?
Good. Good.
These missions. We've got combat missions. We've got, calling missions. This is a whole new narratively driven kind of initiative for the Persistent Universe.
Won't the missions get super
what can you
stale?
Add to what's being said?
I think it depends how much you like narratives and mystery and puzzle solving,
What kind
right?
of stories are we looking at here?
I mean, it's again, we're still trying to figure out. It's a really interesting technical challenge because basically, with a mystery, it's tied into the story, and so, but because we need to populate the universe, it's presenting a really interesting challenge of how do we make these modular, but yet still feel specific. So it's a really unique challenge to try and navigate those waters and tell something that's satisfying, and again, kind of a new style of gameplay to engage people in a much more non-combat specific way that lets them kind of take advantage of all of our systems and just kind of explore and get to be these kind of detectives. Right?
Well, and ideally, it's something that you can't always notice or always be like, okay, it's Colonel Mustard with the
lead pipe,
with the lead pipe or the rope. So we want to make sure that it feels unique, to the area and interesting. So like Dave said, I think it is going to be a big challenge for us to figure it out.
And the fun thing about it too is this is a type of mission where it's not just knocking out checkpoints on a list. So part of the fun with it was creating a system where the onus is on the players to feel like they have enough information to have solved the case, but not flat out telling them right out the bat, yes, you have, or no, you haven't. So it's definitely a fun thing that's presenting.
Yeah, having these missions lead you to multi-systems would be super cool.
But there might be a key piece of evidence that you've missed, that completely blows the case open.
I know we often refer to the Precision
Byron,
Universe as
thank
the
you for
sandbox.
40, man.
I think a lot of people will anxiously be looking forward to more storytelling possibilities, more narrative possibilities within the Precision Universe. So like that. So it is our 10th anniversary. So I'm asking everybody who's joining us today for your favorite 10th anniversary stories. Todd, you're looking at me very intently, like what are you thinking right now? Like I can't get lost in your eyes. Not today.
Well, if there was going to be any day, it should be today. For at least for me, it would have to be at least one of the CitizenCons. I know Brian mentions like the Homestead demo, but I think even just getting 3.0 out the door, like that was such a arduous process, and climbing up that hill was a difficult one, but to finally get that out and you see people's reactions. And
Do you remember in the 3.0 launch, I made this unfortunate bet with the community based on Chris Roberts' feedback that we were going to be out by June or whatnot, that I wouldn't shave until 3.0 comes out. It is December. We are in the global go, no-go. To launch a big patch like this is very much like mission control. Everybody's checking in, I'm good. And we get to, and Aaron is on this call, he's leading this call. He goes, well, that seems like everybody. I'm in a bathroom listening to it on a thing with a razor ready to go. And Aaron, I don't know if you remember this, Aaron, but you go, all right, that's everything, we're ready to go? And Chris goes, well, maybe we should check a few more things so Jared doesn't have to shave. and I usually sit in these meetings and I'm muted. I'm not supposed to be talking in these meetings. I'm muted. I'm like, you launched this thing! And then it was Aaron who took pity on me. He's like, all right, launch the patch. Do you recall that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And Dave, we'll get your story before we move on to the next thing. What's your favorite memory in the last 10 years?
I mean, it's tough to lock it down. I mean, I have two kind of distinct areas. There's actually it was the morning of the GDC announcement. Like, I was in LA and woke up early to watch the live stream. So hearing Chris after, at that point, I'd been on it for a couple of months of finally pitching it out and seeing the reactions of people freaking out and crashing the website and all that good stuff was definitely, the kind of the first indicator of what this could be, that this was really tapping into something that people really wanted to see. But for me, one of the big ones was really, actually, it was the 2015, like the PCAP shoot, just to be able to work with that cast. The crew was amazing.
Yeah,
everything
working
about it was
with
just
all
like
those
this real
celebrities.
Engaging,
I'm sure that was
a
awesome.
Three-month shoot, right?
Yeah, I think it was 3. Yeah, that's one that stands out for me huge as well.
It was.
I mean, the
really
cast
fun.
that was there and how you dealt
Henry
with them on a
Cavill,
daily basis and the
Mark
passion
Hamill,
that they had into the script.
Gillian
and
Anderson,
it was so cool.
Gary Oldman.
Yeah, and it was these sort of fun, weird things. There's
so many more.
There was a song that came about during the production that I won't spoil anything. I don't know if it's actually been released, but that became sort of the theme song of the entire shoot, which was amazing. So
Xylo's blowing up my phone saying we need to hurry it up. So I don't know what that means so much, but just letting you know.
Thank you, Xylo.
All right, bring it back to me.
Hurry up.
So thank you so much, Todd and Dave. It's time to move on to our next Journey to 4.0 presentation, the new Underground, where we explore
I'm
what
excited
you think
about this
you
one.
know about underground facilities and
Let's go.
explode them in a whole new way. So check that out.
This is big, maybe. Could be huge. Could be tiny. Could be nothing. But it could be amazing.
Hello, I'm Ian Leyland. I'm the art director for Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk about underground facilities. Now, this was a presentation that we gave Chris internally a little while back, and what we're going to cover is how we're going to take one of the locations we have in the game right now, but actually really design it from the ground up to be the location archetype that we really wanted. Okay, let's get started. Let's talk about the original underground facilities. Now, the problem was we made these originally for the CitizenCon presentation demo, and the time we had wasn't enough to kind of take the location where we wanted it to be. Now, it kind of fits the current purpose. It's fairly small in scale. It gives a a multi-room layout opportunity for FPS combat, but we always knew we wanted it to be able to scale, small, medium, large, to accommodate maybe 60 minutes of gameplay time per location.
It needs to be huge. Exterior, yes.
So how do we go about designing a location archetype from the ground up? So what we do is we split the location into the core areas we want to visually develop. Now for underground facilities, the first thing we're looking at here is what we're calling Zone 1. So this is the presence on the landscape. So what we're looking at here is an example key art shot of what a medium-sized underground facility could look like. So dominant features that we're seeing here is a kind of a key spire. This is instantly where your player, you should be able to navigate
it's an
towards.
opening hangar.
This could be like a corporate wing or an executive landing pad on the top. And then moving down, it's very important to be able to get the landing pads or the landing hangars quite close to the facility, because we wanted that experience as the player lands. They're not far off
a facility
from the
that makes
location.
sense for loading and unloading cargo and just stuff? Yes.
A little FPS area
yes.
where the player lands. Also, what we're seeing here is some visual justification at what might actually be going on. So you're seeing, processing and tanks and supplies actually on the landscape.
An actual facility.
Now, what I was saying before about it being a kind of a much braver visual presence on a landscape. So we designed the silhouette primarily, so you'd be able to recognize these
from further away. Maybe some bright landing lights.
Here is we thought it'd be cool to actually have surface entrances as well. So we're actually thinking about primary, secondary, and tertiary ways for the player to get into these locations, depending on the mission scenario. So like I said before, you've got like executive pads at the top, you've got the main hangars in the middle, and surface entrances down there below. Now moving on to the inside, so after the players landed through the hangars, they'll be brought up into the main corporate reception. Now these are going to be quite interesting because we'll be able to rebrand these depending on the manufacturer or the location. That's where we'll get a lot of the variety. But this is the corporate presence before the player would go down into the bowels of the
no,
facility.
Jason, I don't think these are intended as armistice zones. I think these are intended as mission zones, man.
Now, moving into Zone 2, with it being an underground facility, the physical act of going underground, that's cool, right? So we wanted Zone 2 to be about the logistics of the player going up and down and how we can make that cool visually, but also interesting from a player experience. So this is the elevator network. So we played around with a few different ideas into this, and one of the things that we thought could be quite interesting is the elevator itself could be a mini play space. So what we're looking at here is control room idea quite early, what sort of scale vehicles there could be. Now ultimately we didn't go with this idea. It was, didn't really fit the art style that we wanted.
They didn't do it?
But it had some pretty interesting ideas. So what we landed on here is something that we felt quite comfortable with internally. Now it's worth noting we're designing these as an archetype first in a utilitarian art style. In the future, we'll expand out and do other art style variants. So what we're seeing here is the control room overlooking the main warehouse floor, and then this elevator should be big and clear enough for the player to understand like that's where logistics will go up and down. And for the elevator itself, we wanted it to be its own play space.
Akira.
So on the top level, that's where containers will be shipped up and down. But maybe underneath it, there could be little nooks and crannies. If we wanted to stealth into the location, we'd be able to give opportunities.
The Akira Half-Life
and
elevator.
And down below, this is what the player would kind of see. So now they're really starting to get into the bowels of the facility. So echoing of that control room down below. But also this is where we'll present the player with an opportunity to
oh my god, these facilities are going to be so flippin' cool compared to what we have now.
To the right, or maybe technicals up above. Part of that process of how we design is we look at things from the player's point of view. So what we're seeing here is pretty good indication about how the player would exfiltrate from the location. So a lot of the lines are leading towards the elevator because we want navigation to be as intuitive as possible.
Industrial workplace.
Moving on to zone 3, so this is the bowels of the facility. So these are going to be spaces that we've never really explored before. A lot of the locations in the game tend to be quite residential, but here we're going for something completely industrial. As a player, you want to feel like an ant almost to the location. The primary purpose is not for you to be walking around, so we dedicated spaces towards logistics, and we put kind of personnel walkways almost as a secondary element. So in this image, you're kind of seeing where, you know, big trucks could kind of go.
This is cool. What if you could commandeer vehicles just for transporting yourself through these missions,
now, as
even if they're not military
location
vehicles?
Dedicated towards the moving of logistics, we wanted to explore and have fun with vehicles, right?
Yes.
So here we're seeing the mule kind of coming and going on one of these walkways. You know, maybe there's elevators. So on the right, what we're seeing is a ladder. So with all of these play spaces, as we were having fun and visually exploring, we always kept in mind of different ways for the player to traverse through the scene. Also, as part of that, we wanted to think about verticality, so not just a linear direction of traversal, but also ways in which we could go vertically. So maybe there's the concept of a cargo elevator within the
Do those guys have
corridor.
jetpacks on their
So
back?
kind of similar to how you'd see on a character.
Don't
be
their
a little
harnesses
controller
kind of look
looking
like
at the,
jetpacks a little
flight
bit, like
deck.
jump jets or
Here
something?
you could kind of see something very similar.
And I recognize that
Ties
body
into
armor.
Gameplay puzzles about how you could bring cargo in and out. You know, maybe as a player you're trying to steal some cargo out. There's tons of potential for how we could do puzzles in that regard. So looking at this image, we took loads of inspiration from modern day aircraft carriers about how you see pads on the flight deck go to the underbelly. We thought this would already give tons of opportunity for not only cool visuals, but also ways in which you can reveal extra traversal opportunities. So as that
Dude, this
cargo
looks
deck goes
so
down,
cool.
you'd see other ways to kind of traverse through into the facility. Okay, so what we're looking at here is
If this is coming in
kind of an
4.0.
example corridor. Now, corridors in our game are quite important to us, but they don't necessarily have to be boring. Now, what we're seeing here is an establishment of a radial motif. Now, with this being
This is mostly concept art,
we
though,
wanted
isn't it?
to always imply that there's a weight kind of pushing down. So this radial motif is the best load bearing. So as a design language, instantly was feeling quite right. So in this traversal corridor, what we're seeing is a few different things. Clearly, there's a clear route for logistics. That's cool. But also on top of that, you've got these side routes, which is where personnel would go. Split hierarchy, so it would be pretty cool for FPS combat, you know, for opportunities there. And then leading in, underneath, you're kind of seeing a tertiary route. Now, part of this could be this maybe is stealth route, or maybe this is...
he is talking
the
about
upper
all of
areas
this like
blocked off
it's
so the player has to
concept
go down
stuff,
below.
so I don't know how much
even
of this is
within
built,
something as a
being
concept
built,
of a
anything.
corridor, we want to design many different avenues for the player to traverse.
Yeah, it's all being
okay,
talked
so what
about
we're
is
looking
we
at here
want
is
to do
the
this versus we
underbelly
have
of
done
that
this.
concept we just showed. So up above, dedicated towards logistics, maybe containers going through, shipping containers going through. But underneath here, maybe this is just more towards the processing of it. Maybe hydraulic cylinders for these elevators coming and going. Hierarchically, it's a different mood. So up above, it's cleaner, it's noisier, but down below, darker, more steamy. And again, that presents other opportunities for gameplay. Now, we can't have these corridors going on forever. Performance-wise, we'd never be able to draw it, and it wouldn't be the most entertaining for the player. So we came up with the idea of introducing these bulkheads. So these bulkheads are almost checkpoints. So it enables us to break that draw distance, but it also enables us to break the rhythm of traversal. So from going from a corridor into an ops room or something like that, that's a way in which to kind of checkpoint the progress through the location. So inside these bulkheads, we could maybe array like ops rooms. Maybe these are scanning checkpoints to kind of monitor the movement of cargo to and from. You know, also inside here, you know, there could be tea rooms or break rooms or offices. So again, we're trying to break the rhythm of traversal, so the player's going from a large space to a small space, but also from one theme to another theme. And what that will hopefully do is create a really good rhythm of play space where the player's not getting bored of traversing through the space. So what we're seeing here is a side view to kind of explain how that process. So on the left, we've come in from the corridor. So on the top, we're seeing the primary route through, and we're seeing the bottom route coming in as well. So this is how, again, we're going to try and keep verticality as a traversal motif.
These are going to be massive
now
play
going from
spaces,
a large
man.
corridor set to
David,
what
this
we're
game's
considering
never
here,
coming out.
medium or small. So these are the tertiary networks that will link into the primary traversal route. So these again will be continuing the radial motif that we've been seeing, and these would take the player and connect into the main spaces. Now from traversal networks to theme rooms. Now as the player's traversing through, we wanted to chapter that experience with key theme rooms. Now what we're seeing here is an example of an industrial space. Maybe it's processing. We didn't want to go too specific. Just so in the early development process, we wanted to explore motifs that could work. So here we're seeing an example.
I assume this will be modular, so they can
but there's
start
a few key things that's kind of cool. So right from the
different
bottom
facilities
level,
together.
there's a network of levels which will be dedicated towards processing, pipes, machinery, all of that sort of good stuff. And then
So
as
it's
we
like
get higher up, we're seeing
centrifuges
that
and
very
weird
dominant
chemical
kind of
tanks and stuff.
technical control wing suspended over the play space. As an idea, this creates a plethora of interesting opportunities as a play space to fight the way through or solve puzzles. One of the things early on we wanted is cause and effect. We wanted the player to be interacting, solving puzzles, but seeing that reflect into the space. Another theme room idea we came up with was processing. So bringing in raw materials, processing them through, ready for manufacturing. So we had a bit of fun with ways in which we could kind of create these quite interesting set pieces. So it's not all just industry in the underbelly of these underground facilities. There's also going to be technical areas, areas dedicated towards the control of the location. So what we're seeing here is maybe it's the main map room. So this is where they control the networking of everything. And also on here, you've got the overseeing executive suite. So it's not just technicians here, but also executive wings. And
Now
also
I want to
as a
know
bit
how
of
far
fun,
along
if
they
the
are.
player does get
I'm
access
sold on
to
the
these
concept,
executive
man.
wings, then we're seeing
Now I want
another
it.
type of art style in here as well. So we've seen industrial, we've seen technical. Now we'll be seeing, more like the corporate foyer we saw up above. So meeting rooms, office spaces, that sort of thing.
I like the above
And what we're
ground
seeing here
aspect
is
too.
maybe there's the data processing of the location. So as a quick idea, we thought these data racks are actually submerged for cooling in a base of water.
That's cool.
We thought also it'd be cool if there's a cause and effect. So if the player solves a puzzle, to go from it being below water to above water. So again, ways in which we can kind of spark ideas or conversations with design about interesting opportunities.
Still got to cool those servers even 1,000 years from
And
now,
then
man.
lastly, Zone 4. Now, it wouldn't be a missed opportunity if we didn't go into some sort of organic locations as part of the underground facility. So this could be excavation zones or areas where it'd been abandoned. This could lead into cave networks. This was something we had quite a bit of fun with. So how do we actually take the player from being in this fairly well-established industrial location to a cave? There needs to be some form of transition period. So we came up with ideas about how we'd see excavation equipment or, with the roads kind of peter out. And as part of the roads, maybe we can do some pretty cool layouts for the player to drive through. Something that's a little bit more invested than just a straight line. Now, as part of that transition period between heavy industrial to exposed cave, the equipment needed to create further UGF spaces, maybe there's a large boring machine still there. Again, maybe that comes into some form of gameplay opportunity for the player to traverse over, interact. That's kind of cool.
That's
Also,
pretty cool
as
if they
part
could
of
mix that
another
together
opportunity
with these
to
underground
introduce
missions.
a new element to the space could be, as we're transitioning towards more natural spaces, we can not only introduce different types of geology, but maybe we're introducing some form of liquid. So depending on the location, maybe it's on a certain planet.
Maybe alien creatures.
Like underground rivers, underground lakes.
That'd be
maybe
a cool
it's lava,
mission. Is like
maybe it's acidic.
xenomorphs
And
have
also,
taken
if we're
over the mining
describing,
facility.
These locations as maybe some are more abandoned. We could start
terraforming
to showcase
processing
how
plant.
nature slowly started to take over. This also would introduce some pretty cool opportunities.
That's cool.
So also another process we do during concept development is I like to start taking some of these ideas we're
Behind
developing
the rock monster.
and get them in the engine as soon as possible. And what this affords us is we can sit down with Todd
Okay,
and we can
there's
really
some stuff here. They're
evaluate
building
how
it.
well an idea is working in terms of space, size,
this is gonna be
composition,
cool.
gameplay opportunities right from the early visual development process. And what we're looking at here is very loose concept meshes brought into the engine, quickly lit, just for that exploration process. That's an overview of what we're pushing for the new underground facilities. I'm quite excited about it, and hopefully you are soon.
Me too.
And we look forward to showing you more in the future.
Yes. Yes. Oh, baby. Okay, so mostly gray box on everything, but all of that looks really good. Disappointing that they're not further along with it. I know they've been working on Squadron 42 as the main thing, but this is definitely one area of the game that needs like a huge amount of work done to it. And having these kinds of facilities will just give them massive mission opportunity, right? Where it's like, oh, hey, the facility's being attacked by pirates. Instead of just going under and like kill 10 pirates in this one room, it could now be this massive group-oriented mission where you have to bring enough ammo. You have to have guys with different weapon types, different engagement ranges, different tools, and cutting tools to break through doors, all these different opportunities now that you could do on a singular mission. And they talked about 60 minutes of gameplay in a single facility, so dropping down with a drop ship into one of these hangars. It sounds so much more engaging, so much more interesting than what they currently have. Very exciting. Honestly, it looks cooler than like Siege of Horus and stuff, in my opinion, just aesthetically. I think running these missions seem like more fun, more bite-sized, you know? And I think with these facilities, they probably have enough creative tools within them to offer all different types of missions that feel varied enough, since they have so much space to play around with.
That was the new Underground, starring our very own Star Citizen art director, Mr. Ian Leland.
That's 30 years away, Martin.
Ian, why are we redoing the underground facilities?
Well, kind of as we said in the segment, we always wanted it to be a much bigger, more special location in the game. So it was always on our to-do list.
Matt Fern, I do have a Star Citizen Lego project.
You've been here a while. The last 10 memory drink up, Todd. Last 10 years, what's your favorite memory?
Ooh, favorite memory. It's kind of hard to pick one, but maybe a good one to start would be, I remember joining the company nearly 9 years ago and going on paternity and then realizing we're making Arena Commander, and we had about 6 or 8 weeks to make it, so that was a good fun challenge. Yeah.
That was not originally on your team, and it was just kind of like, here it is.
But it was good. It was a bit like baptism by fire, and we kind of pushed the engine to what it could do at the time, and we were super happy with it. Yeah.
So these new underground facilities, it's not just going to be a big, giant, empty, awesome-looking, playground with nothing to do.
Correct.
What are we going to be doing in these things?
I mean, all of our mission verbs count. It's basically we want them to be a sandbox element, that players can go and explore, but whether it's sabotage or infiltrate or investigate or deliver boxes to, all these elements go into all the design elements.
It's just a giant box delivery facility.
When we're testing out rooms, like all the interaction aspects for it, puzzle elements. So basically, when the team's doing it, we're building it, but also implementing the different design elements into the room at the same time.
And all those different theme rooms that you were talking about, open up all kinds of storytelling possibilities with the different companies and who knows what misadventures are going on.
Exactly.
3 levels underneath the surface of Yila versus 4 levels underneath the surface of Pyro 2 and stuff. Right. And these are coming to both the Stanton system and the Pyro system and wherever else afterwards.
Correct.
I'm not saying because I like my job. All right, so in addition to that, am I this one? I'm this one. Nope, I'm this one. This one. Hi, everybody. We've got a number of promotions going on today.
Promotions?
Everybody that's a member of the Star Citizen community, you've got a registered account on the website, is getting a free digital goodies pack. It's available for all backers. It's got Francis, the party animal plushie, which I believe it's a Finley with a fun hat, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's
Digital
nobody
goodies.
here to answer me. A Falston jumpsuit, the Shubin edition, which is really cool. We don't have a lot of onesies in the clothing-wise for the Precision Universe. And a grenade launcher, because giving everybody in the universe a grenade launcher, that's going to be fun. We've also got a Toby Eye Tracker contest going on. JRDF, our partners at JRDF are giving away Carrick, Freelancer, and Cyclone models. And the Halloween promotion is already live. And there's another Halloween contest where they're giving out some Caterpillars and Buccaneers. You can find out everything you need to know about that up on the robertspaceindustries.com website. And yes, I saw the chat going. I did comb my hair because while Brian was being messaged about one thing, I got messaged by my mom, who didn't like that I hadn't combed my hair. Hi, Mom.
I comb my hair. Good.
All right, what's next, everybody? Up next is, it's one of the segments that I'm looking forward to most. It's our sleeper segment of the day, as far as I'm concerned. The need for multiple speeds.
Here we go.
Rich Towler and Yogi and Jed and Johnny and Dave.
This is
from
for
the
everybody who wants to fly spaceships.
They keep changing their names as much as I do. They're going to talk about one of Star Citizen's oldest and most complex problems and the exciting new solution that they have for it. So check that out. And we'll meet you back here.
Hi, my name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a gameplay programmer in the vehicle feature team. I'm here with Rich Towler, David Colson, Jed Talbot, and Johnny Young. And today we're gonna talk to you about the upcoming changes to the flight systems and the combat systems, which are done specifically for Squadron 42, but which will eventually find their way to the persistent universe. We want to define ship roles for the game because every role in itself and every ship can offer unique gameplay opportunities for individual players.
We want to provide a lot more variety to the gameplay in Star Citizen, a lot more opportunity for different careers, different responsibilities, and different sort of perspectives and views on gameplay where people contribute different types of work and different types of jobs.
Star Citizen is supposed to be a big expansive game with giving the players lots of chances to have a variety of different experiences. It's not just about combat, it's not just about an economy, it's not just about piracy, it's about all of those things happening at the same time. So we need ships that can act and function in different ways to support all of those different goals.
In trying to figure out these roles and define what they are and make the gameplay for them, we started very heavily leaning toward combat, mostly because combat is a mechanic that is very widely applicable throughout the game, and the principles behind it apply to various other roles in the game.
We've been working away in the S42 branch, and this has really allowed us to isolate these ships. So we're kind of broken it down into archetypes, and it's really allowed us to kind of break down what these ships do. And also it's to make sure that when we are defining these roles and balancing these roles, that we're putting the ships in the right place, because we don't want the ships to be like, you play this ship, it means you dominate this part of the game. That there's always got to be plus and minuses so the balance is right. So there's still some crossover between the ships. So just picking one type of ship just isn't just a win.
We have already defined several ship roles, and they're usually known as light, medium, and heavy fighters. Light fighters for us are fighters which are very dominant in the area of 1 versus 1 PvP combat.
But they come with a downside, because obviously the light, which means the materials chosen on the ship, are probably not the strongest. So it's more about the attack. It's more about trying to outposition and get in there and attack and get out of the situation.
Heavy fighters are kind of the opposite. They're not supposed to be really good at 1 versus 1, but they excel at N versus N engagements, so when we have group battles. Medium fighters for us, internally we call multi-role fighters, because they have a lot of hard points, so they have a lot of loadout flexibility. So a player can tune them to the role whatever they want, but they will never reach the performance of dedicated ships.
A lot of the medium fighters sometimes come with a turret as well, so they've got that additional gameplay of the turret, which is aimed to kind of counter the lack of maneuverability that their ships have.
And then additionally to that, we have racing ships, which are basically just really fast at changing the velocity vectors. And interceptors, which we basically just want to go very fast in the forward area, but never reaching really the performance envelope of dedicated dogfighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of catch up to ships and disable them. So they come with kind of advanced kind of hardware on these ships.
Bombers, on the other hand, are, well, they're just slobbing heavy ordnance at larger targets, so you use them to take out bigger ships. But they're not really good at, well, killing small fighters. And then from smaller ships coming to larger ships like Constellation and up, we want to change the gameplay to be less about positional combat, but more going into the naval style of combat, where it's important to show the correct shield and fire arcs and timing your shots over long distances.
So the purpose of ship roles is to really help players understand what ships should be used and when they should be used. And it's really about delivering on those kind of gameplay promises that we've been talking about, over the past, kind of several years.
If every ship is the same, it's not fun. But if we have dedicated ships with dedicated pros and cons, then we can create very exciting combat environments. And the biggest challenge we see in order to get that gameplay we want is the current speed that we have in combat. Mm-hmm.
It's a subject we've talked about many, many times in the past. And it's something we've tried many things with. We've tried limiting things at speed. We've tried adjusting handling at speed. We've tried so many things to kind of manage the negative impact of speed on combat.
When ships are going fast in combat, they usually just end up very far apart, which is not very interesting. And it just devolves into jousting very quickly, which is also not very interesting.
The second you create a longer distance between you and a target, your angular requirements to maneuver to that target are just extremely small. And this is a very obvious math reason why high-speed combat is kind of the opposite of what we want to achieve, meaning meaningful and effective positional maneuvering.
We want the combat to
merging
be closer,
is so hard in this
to be
game.
more turn-oriented, so rotations should matter more than just flat speed.
Having very high speeds that are pretty much the same between all ship classes negates a lot of the opportunity for smaller ships to flex different types of gameplay.
Another big issue with the speeds in combat is it's very hard to keep players engaged in the combat because players can move so far so quickly in such a short space of time. It's quite hard to keep a track on your opponent.
So you might think, oh, why don't we just make the ship slower and call it a day? Well, we can't do that.
The main reason we can't just make everything slower is the size of the Star Citizen world. We've got huge planets where we need to go from the planet's surface up into space. We need to transverse between different systems. So essentially, we can't have just low speeds all of the time.
There's a massive universe out there to explore. There's planets to explore. And the feelings we want to capture with the speed, we still want an element of danger that you can still go too fast in lots of situations.
We have tried an awful lot over the past few years with what are called soft speed caps, where there is no speed cap on ships, but we encourage gameplay to occur at a lower speed. But it doesn't really work because the advantages of flying fast in terms of defense is just better.
So since the last year, the focus of Vehicle Feature Team shifted very heavily towards Squadron 42 and nailing down the flight and space combat experience for it. And I'm very proud to say that we finally found a really good working solution that we're going to show today.
Yes. So much preamble. Let's see it.
So the main idea is to simply not have combat and long-range travel at the same time. So we're splitting these gameplay experiences. This will be done by a thing which is called master modes. A master mode is a thing that is globally applied to your ship. And we have two of them. We have SCM, which is now relabeled as standard control mode, and QCM or QM for quantum mode.
The idea is that between these two modes, we can constrain the speeds in combat and also get all of the maneuvering, like high speed maneuvering and traversal mechanics that we had before, but in these distinct modes that are integrated with lore and integrated with the ship functions, such that there's costs and payoffs for being in each of the two modes.
So let's start with standard control mode and what this means. So this is the mode that we intend to be the functional mode of the ship, whether it's combat or mining or any of these kind of core kind of things the ship does. We want the player to do these things in this mode. And what this does is it reduces the speed of the ship, but it also enables the shield to be turned on. And obviously the intent behind this is where you do your combat.
Okay.
It's where the guns are on.
Shield is on in
missiles can be
SCM.
armed and fired, and all the kind of operational things the ship does operates within this mode.
The speeds that you can reach in SCM are somewhat limited, somewhere between 200 and 300 meters per second, tuning pending. But this is basically the hard cap, which you cannot not really exceed. You can slightly exceed this by using boost, but you cannot maintain any velocity beyond that SCM limit for a longer period of time.
So we're thinking of this as some
Pretty
kind
big
of energy
change.
management system. So you can go a little bit faster with a little bit more accelerations when you need to, but you know that it is a limited resource and you should use it carefully.
Specifically, the boost space is interesting for space combat because that boost space is not spheric as it was before. You can boost the fastest if you're going forward on a straight line, and you have a lot of debuffs when you're trying to boost backwards. That alone gets us a lot of interesting maneuvering space and variation in the day-to-day dogfight maneuvering, so to speak.
Importantly, you don't have your quantum drive available in this mode. The idea is that quantum is restrained to the quantum traversal mode.
The second mode is quantum control mode, or QCM or QM. What this mode does is it unlocks your maximum velocity that your ship can reach. So when you were limited before to 200 to 300 meters per second, now you can go to 1200, 1400 meters per second, whatever your ship allows you.
During the development of the quantum mode, we realized we needed something that was a little bit more kind of about traveling large distances, but not the distances that you need to, speed up your quantum drive and travel across the universe. So we've created this feature called Quantum Boost, which is available in the quantum mode, and you can access it at any point. So at any point you want to kind of boost towards your location that you're kind of looking at, but it's just too far away. And this boost is available for a limited amount of time, and it's purely on a straight line.
Just to give you like a ballpark, quantum boost will allow you to go to a target fast if it's within, let's say, 50,000 kilometers, whereas you will use quantum travel to do very long range jumps between planets. So
I don't understand
quantum
that
mode
UI
allows you
yet.
to go
Gotta figure
very,
it out.
very fast with up to like 1200, 1400 meters per second when you want to zip really fast over a planet. It also allows you to do quantum boost to quickly go between points of interest, which are rather close to you. And it allows you to travel long distances between planets and large-scale stellar objects. But it comes at a cost. Your capacitor systems are non-functional because they interfere with the quantum bubble that is allowing you to go fast. You won't have shields. Your shields will collapse right away when you swap into quantum mode. Your weapons will stop working because anything that's firing outwards of your ship will disintegrate the quantum bubble. Your countermeasures won't work. And you will also not be able to use thruster boost. So basically all your capacitor and combat related systems are turned off instantly.
So if you're
when
trying
you
to
switch between
escape
modes,
during a
there'll be a little
fight,
period of time
this could
where
be
everything
bad.
has to spool up and change. So you will lose your shields during this, you won't have your weapons during this, but you also won't be going fast. So there's a risk-reward element when you need to switch modes.
So
it's
if
going
you
to be a
try
very
and
kind
run,
of conscious choice of what mode you should be in
Yeah.
at any particular point. So
Interesting,
if you feel the
interesting.
threat of someone that's close by, you're not quite sure what their intention is, maybe switch to standard control mode and be safe. Or you can switch into quantum mode and escape. And this is going to kind of bring in an element of danger and an element of risk.
Because going into the two different modes is like a systemic thing within the ship's items, we actually have the opportunity now to define ship roles that can block people from escaping, either using devices that suppress the quantum bubble or devices that can effectively interfere with your ability to transfer between the modes. For example, specific ships like interceptors can be tuned such that they have a higher standard control mode speed, so they're able to catch up with people. Or, for example, make the swap between the modes faster and more efficiently, so that they could catch up with you, go into standard control mode, and attack you more effectively as per the properties of their ship versus another ship which might not be as good at doing something like that.
It's something that's fundamentally changed the gameplay experience for us. And this is working now, and we're playing it every day in the studio. We're refining it. We're tweaking bits here and there. But
This
we're
is
at
going
that
to be
stage now where we're
very
tweaking
big
and balancing.
for how the game plays
But
right
the
now.
core features, it's there in the game playable. And the difference it's made on the game for us is it's basically night and day.
Because the speeds have been limited in standard control mode, suddenly fights are a lot closer. The accelerations of ships similarly have been retuned a little bit, and their afterburner strength has been retuned a little bit to make it so that you can orbit around ships and have a lot more interesting maneuvering. And because the ranges are closer, maneuvers that would be performed by your ship have a much more significant impact because you're closer. So if I thrust up or down, you'll immediately see the difference. So similarly, things like capital ships effectively get a buff to their offensive capabilities with this change, because suddenly you can't orbit a capital ship at high range and high speeds. You have to get a lot closer, which will make the turrets much more effective.
It's going to be harder engaging hammerheads for sure.
More important, and working as a group to attack capital ships is more important than it has been before.
This is going to change up everything, man.
This is a really exciting change because it allows us to keep the combat speeds relatively low, where we know that the gameplay is better for that, while also keeping the point-to-point travel speeds as high as they should be for PU.
Playing with master modes in Squadron 42 has been a lot of fun, simply because it's changed the entire combat experience. Before, you'd find that you were fighting at a huge distance. Now you find that you're in really tight, close combat with the other players.
That sounds
I
good.
think the biggest part of this is going to be when we have the larger ships interacting with the smaller ships. Once we can have battles with big capital ships and smaller ships, we'll have brought something to the Star Citizen world that I don't think has come out before. And I think it'll make a massive improvement to the game.
Having made these changes to implement master modes and rebalancing all of the ship speeds, we'll finally be able to define ship roles in the way that we've always wanted and to bring a lot more variety to the gameplay that we haven't had before.
So it's been a really long journey here, obviously, because you've been a part of this journey. And we've tried many, many different things over the time to try and really create the experience we want. But the reality is, from us, it came down to what it always is in Star Citizen, which is creating choice for the players. It's about giving players the option, and their choices have consequences. So with master modes, it really helps define the player choice in the game. So they're choosing to do combat, they're choosing to travel from A to B in quantum, they're choosing to QT boost somewhere. Just giving players that freedom within the universe we have is just it's a really magical thing, and we try many times to control that as designers to try and get a specific experience at some point, but we always end up coming back to the fact, let's just give the players the choice and let them make the key decisions, and we'll design the balance around that.
We finally have it. So we're now nailing down the space combat experience for Star Citizen, specifically for Squadron 42. We know from internal playtest that the master mode stuff works. We know that it works with our flight retunings, and it's very exciting. It will yet take a while to ship this to the PU because the amount of ships you fly in Squadron 42 is rather limited, whereas in Star Citizen we have about, more than 100 ship records at the moment.
There's so many ships to tune,
the whole hard problem of designing this thing in the first place is over. We just need to get the numbers in now.
Yeah. And all the footage you've seen today is from Squadron. It's all currently playable in the game. That internally, we're playing this every day. We're still making some tweaks, but everything is there right now.
There's my Gladius.
It's all about the foundation and tweaks that we're making, and we can't wait to get it in your hands.
So thanks a lot for listening to us today. We're very, very excited to get the changes to you as soon as possible. And we'll hope to see you fighting in the verse.
That's really exciting. That's probably one of the most substantial bits of info, because all
right, so
if you like blowing up other spaceships, that's going to change
here.
literally everything about how you do
all
it.
the chicks on Nyx, love my Lando fever.
Of course.
What you got, Brian?
Yeah, goodbye, I
Who
mean,
is
it doesn't
most
mean that
likely to
jousting
win
has
in
to
a
be dead.
dogfight?
I imagine they'll probably create some
Orwin.
ships that are
Shout out
like
to Orwin, it's been a
designed
long time.
around
Hey, Orwin.
jousting styles of combat.
My
But
one
like
is, my cargo
that will
hold
be
is always full of
specifically the purpose of
Chris
its.
Roberts.
You know,
Really? Show the camera.
you'll like have to intentionally do it,
Ah.
right? Or it'll be like harder to
That's
joust
Vandal
versus
Against Humanity, a game
the
created by
natural
one of
thing.
our own Star Citizen, one of the original Star Citizens, Mr. Ken Shadow. We still got it. It made the trip to UK, and we are playing it in between the sessions. So thank you again, Ken Shadow. John, oh, I dropped the cards. It's gone. Talk to me about
I
this
don't
set you
imagine
just
we're
watched.
going to see this
Is
for a
BS,
while, though.
or do we actually have it?
I think we've got it. The team's been super hard at work for quite a long period of time on this. We've gone through, I don't know how many versions of this. We've sort of run out of interesting names to call all the development builds. We're on to fish names now. Yeah, it's been a lot of work put into this, a lot of testing internally, like across the company, not just within our team, getting them all on board, getting them playing it, feeding back.
And I know we don't generally do when questions, but this is a pretty big change to the overall flight experience. Folks have been waiting for this fix for a while.
Yeah.
We're not talking about tomorrow or next week or give us why isn't this just going to be put into the PU tomorrow?
Two factors. We started doing this for Squadron because naturally, to have a great flight experience in Squadron, you need it to all work together. So we're focused on Squadron first for that, and Squadron has a much smaller subset of ships than the PU has. It's a lot easier to do a system like this, get the broad strokes in, and then really dial it in for 6 or 7 ships versus the hundreds in the PU. So it's a scale thing that stops it going in the PU straight away. And then the other thing is lots of it ties in together with other systems. So it's not just flight mechanics. It's UI, HUD, radar star map, quantum changes, and you have to get all of that together in one. We can't really piecemeal it. You just won't get a great experience if we go, well, here's one bit of it, here's another bit later. We want to drop it in one big deployment.
Are we going to drip feed ships and like this ship's done and then this ship's done, or do you think more together all at once?
Yeah, what Brian said.
We have to do like a broad tuning across the board for everything.
Yeah.
Day one for when this goes into the PU. Hopefully by then a lot of those will be really where we want them. That, as with game development, then constant is change.
Yeah.
There will be ones that change over time.
Oh, you changed the camera. To my camera.
There'll be ones that keep going, and obviously community feedback's a great thing. It's very hard to get things right out the gate. There's only so much internal testing you can do. We need that feedback at that point.
And I do want to say to folks who are watching, wherever you're watching, the 6 to 7 ships in Squadron was not a confirmation that there are only 6 or 7 ships in Squadron. We'll confirm that stuff much closer. Just if you're already halfway through your Reddit post, just delete a couple times and. All right.
I thought they might address that actually.
Right, so we've been bouncing back and forth between you know really hot visuals with the planets of Pyro, and then gameplay stuff with investigations, then back to the really hot visuals with the underground facility, then back to the solid gameplay stuff with the flight experience. Up next is another really solid visuals thing. Lorville, meet me at camera 1. Lorville, Star Citizen's first landing zone. We've learned a lot since it was first put in. We've built Microtech, New Babbage, we've built Orizon on Crusader, we even went back and redid Area 18 on ArcCorp, but Lorville currently stands as the oldest standing landing zone in Star Citizen, and with our new team at Turbulent and ready to kick butt, and I was going to say kick names and take butt, and I almost messed that up, and then I messed it up trying to explain that I didn't mess it up. They're getting ready, they're already underway building a brand new Lorville Redux. So we'll send it on over to Eric Gagnon and Maxime Guidon. I had it, I was so close.
So close.
And they can tell you all about it. Ooh, and Ian Leland, check it out.
All right, let's check this one out. Not as excited for this, but you know what? I like visual eye candy stuff, so let's go.
Hello, My name's Ian Leyland and I'm the art director for Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk about an internal initiative called Lorville 2.0. Now with Lorville, and specifically the Lorville cityscape, it was probably the first major landing zone we'd ever had to do. It was the first time we put a landing zone on a planet and we had the player fly there with minimal restrictions, although it did have that really big no-fly zone. But when we did subsequent landing zones, we built up a bit more of a knowledge base and experience base about how we can effectively introduce cityscapes. So Area 18, New Babbage, Orison, we all developed more techniques, and we always wanted to go back internally and put that knowledge back into Lorville. To start us off, I'll throw it over to Eric, our principal concept artist, and he can show you some more.
Hi, my name is Eric Gagnon. I'm a principal concept artist for Star Citizen and Turbulent in Montreal, and I'm here to talking about the Lorville 2.0. When I started to work on the concept, initially what I did is to create a variety of sketches, black and white sketches of a different approach of that city. We create a side panel of a silhouette of the building. Mainly the reason we need to work on that is for mainly gameplay issues, because we would like to make a gameplay in the interior buildings, and we need to create a bigger city to let the player have a fun experience to flying through that. Yeah, so after the sketching process and get some approval, I need to know very well the footprint of that city. We build a city from a human scale, you know. We have nothing in that city, they build in a gray zone. So everything is built from that unit, and it's built from the unit of the CBD. So this is mainly the two main units I used to build a city. So we have a kind of a proportion in terms of lengths and distances to respect. So this is why I used the 3D basis to working on that. So I need to make sure that the ratio of everything fits well to approach closely as possible. So mainly the goal is not to dig right away on the details, but it's to stay on the big picture and to see if the skyline makes sense. So this is a good challenge to play with that, and I think I did a nice job on that, because at the end, what the feeling we have, it's like a real city. So I use my 2D background in concept artist to make the best as possible concept art with all the techniques inside of it, 3D, paint over, sketching, painting, and at the
it looks
end,
a lot better.
I was needed to create a very speechless concept to sell the mandate to the people involved in that, and they make sure they believe on that project, and they could say, well, okay, now we are a Lorville 2.0 and we're ready to moving on that.
Thanks, Eric. There's some beautiful images there, and we had a lot of fun internally developing that cityscape. Now, we're not just in concept development. We've actually just passed our white box milestone internally, so we're going to jump over to Max, and he's going to show you where we're at.
Bonjour, mon nom est Maxime Guindon. Je suis chef environnement artiste sur le projet Star Citizen. Mon mandat en ce moment est Lorville 2.0. Premièrement, je voudrais dire bonjour à la communauté francophone de Star Citizen, à toute la communauté en fait. Ce que vous faites, ce que vous partagez m'inspire énormément dans mon travail. From the concepts done, it was time to start it in engine, and we've had to evaluate what was possible to do and to extend or to make it much bigger than the initial Lorville city, up to something that matches the ambition. For instance, we are keeping the L19 area, we are keeping the CBD, we are keeping the spaceport, and we're building upon this and just
It looks
extending
much more appropriate
the
in size.
city. We've done several tests with the transit system, the rails, and we try to extend it out a bit. We're keeping the same number of gates, but we're moving them out. And so throughout these tests, we've built the city as just placeholder, white box, very primitive, to have this layout, this fast iteration of the whole city done, and then that we could see it and get feedback on it. So it will feel more like a believable city. We hope it to be fun to fly around and like to actually do some races in it.
Oh, are they going to give us
arches, bridges,
better fly zones,
like underpasses, and it makes it interesting to be able to fly around. We see the community
That's kinda cool.
of players. They're doing like
there you go, Jason. You're getting what you want.
Gameplay of races, and that inspires us. And then the way that we're building the city. We are starting now the gray box. We have like Montreal's tools teams now that are working on like Houdini tools, and we're chatting with them, see what we could use from the library
Almost
of
hit that
tools.
building.
There will be several areas of like a higher level of detail, especially around landing pads on rooftops and lookout areas. And these are the places where the players will be able to land. These will eventually connect.
I really do like this
the
city.
Interior,
I do hope that they have
spaces that will be built later.
the Total Recall strip
and in
club.
that sense, Lorville will
they
be
need that
ready
for sure.
for those interiors. We started as a
Gotta
team
have
of 2 artists working on Lorville, and now we're 5, and we could even be like more soon. Each artist has slightly different skill sets, and we complete each other. They bring ideas. I let them bring ideas to the table on how to advance what we're doing, make it kick-ass. So that's really important. So I hope you'll like what you see, and we can't wait to show you more. I'm happy about the opportunity of working on this mandate, because it's going to make such a huge difference.
Thanks, Max. That's looking great. And hopefully you guys can kind of see, even in a white boxing format, we're seeing really good scale reads and understanding about how we can make the cityscape of Lorville probably one of our best yet. And we'll be showing more soon. Thanks for letting us showcase that for you today. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Big difference. Looks pretty good, man. It looks like it's kind of being built up like to be on par with New Babbage in terms of its scale and just general design. That's the ship. Hurston is depressing even when it's redone. Yeah, well, it's supposed to be, right? Flying through the city does look cool. You're right about the getting rid of the fly zone thing, Jason. It is a cool thing that you can do at New Babbage, is just flying through the city.
So you've taken the one that had the most egregious no-fly zone, and you're making it so we can just race through the canyons and under the bridges and everything. I want to ask you the same question I asked John Crew. Is this BS, or is this really what we're doing?
No, that's what we're doing, and hopefully you can see in the B-roll that you can actually see it. And, you know, no-fly zones, you know, they were there for a reason at the time, but as we grow, as we learn, we find ways to have a better player experience with that regard. And if you see it, how we got things working with New Babbage,
then we started thinking, okay, there is a slightly different way. Because ultimately, that no-fly zone there is for a reason. It's not because, oh, you know what would be really cool, right? It's like, you know, we want to keep the player experience in, you know, the maximum level. So it's there. But for Lorville, as you've seen, you know, we want that experience to be as low as possible, to get that feeling where you can weave in between the structures, weave in between the buildings. And it was always something like, as we progressed through the landing zones, it was always like, one day we'll get back to Lorville. So I'm super happy that we're seeing this now.
And, you know, we discussed the art pipeline for years. We've been doing, you know, like I said, we're here for celebrating our 10th anniversary this year. We've been talking about how games are developed, and we've gone through the pipeline a number of times, from white box to gray box to stuff like that. Where would you say Lorville is? Obviously, what we were just seeing there is not finished.
Final art, we're in the final art phase. So basically, blockout white box is obviously self-explanatory. Interestingly, grey box phase, I'm thinking more like first pass art. You know, so we're always trying to keep the team on the toes. But grey boxing is terminology that we've used on all art disciplines, and it's kind of. But when you're using kits, and you're in grey boxing, you're not actually traditionally grey boxing, so we'll probably just call it like first pass art. But where Lorville is right now, we just passed the grey box review gate a few weeks back, so it's final art now. So we're on the really interesting part where we're doing, you know, really good engine look dev. I mean, you're seeing hints at the potential in engine, but there's still a few hurdles that we need to get over.
Well, that was a look at Lorville Redux. Just on another step on our journey to 4.0. I do want to clear up some of the misconceptions that we're seeing in the chat here. Our journey to 4.0 is more akin to a journey to 4.x. The things that we're showing you today are not a list of this is what's in 4.0. Some of this will be in 4.0, like the planets and moons of Pyro and stuff like this. Other things will be in 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and we'll know which as we get closer to development. Anybody that's followed the project long enough knows that that's how this works. But everything you're seeing on today's show here is everything that's in the process, in the pipeline, being developed now.
Yeah,
for
those
4,
underground
4.1,
bunkers, man.
4.2,
Those aren't coming
4.3,
until like
and so forth.
4.3 probably.
And before we jump to the next one, I want to shout out a couple of the other promotions that are going on. The digital goodies pack is going out there. You get a Finley plushie. It's not called Finley anymore. It's called Francis. I should look at that beforehand. There's a new jumpsuit that's being given to everybody, and grenade launchers with a cool new skin. That's free to all backers. Just register your account and pick up any one of the pledge packages and whatnot, and that stuff's yours. The Toby Eye Tracker contest is going on right now. Send us your in-game watch party screenshot for a chance to win. I know there are a number of watch parties going on right now. Shout out to the folks down in San Diego who I saw on Twitter earlier. The JRDF contest, our partners at JR Design and Fabrication, create a ship model using only ordinary and random household objects for a chance to win. They make these models that you see here. The wonderful Star Kitten, a dragonfly. Switch to Ian's camera. I'm gonna put this in there like this. Look at that. Oh, it's not in focus. Hold on. Let me get closer to his face. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. No. Stay down there. Look at my Star Kitten dragonfly in focus because I'm holding it near Ian's face. Isn't that great?
Did you just smell it?
What did it smell like?
I thought about tasting it.
JRD Fabrications are the makers of these wonderful Star Citizen models. They have an entire array. You can check it out the website, or you can enter the contest for your chance to win a Carrack, a Freelancer, or a Cyclone. And then
we all feel like Ian right now.
Going on right now with scary helmets and pumpkin carving contest. That's always my favorite. I think every single winner we've ever had has been from Texas. I don't know why that is, but they take their pumpkin carving very seriously down there. All right, so we've rambled on enough. Let's throw it to the next presentation. Now, I'm going to set this one up here. I'm going to put this, I'm going to make the audio guy, I was holding it in my hand because I got up. I'm just going to put it there. It's going to be safe. Resource management. What did I want to say about this? Okay. When I backed the project back in 2013, 2014, before I came here. The thing that excited me most about Star Citizen was the potential for multi-crew gameplay.
This one's going to be good. Resource management's going to be good.
Positional experience of a captain and a navigator and an engineer and a comms person and run down and put out a fire and something's exploding in the cargo hold. You got to go and fix the fuses and stuff like this. That multi-crew experience has been what drew me to the project, first as a backer until I came in to do this on a spaceship. Did I mention I have a spaceship? I have a spaceship. And if you're like me, on our 10-year journey, I've been wondering, when's going to be the day? Where are we at with this stuff? Well, Dan Truffin and Thorsten Lyman are here to talk about the actual working prototypes of the resource management system, the thing that will make true multi-crew gameplay possible, and the last big hurdle to getting those capital ships into the game.
Let's watch it.
Buckle up.
Let's watch it.
Eyes forward.
Let's watch
and
it.
Take it away, Dan and Thorsten.
Hi, my name is Dan Truffin. I'm Assistant Director for PU Content, and with Thorsten Lyman here today, we will be talking to you about something we think it will change the way Star Citizen functions and works and how the players will play the game in the future, and that is resource management.
This could be big, guys. This could be big.
Resource management is the underlying system that allows items to produce, consume, and store resources in the game. It is the digital representation of real-life cables, pipes, tanks, batteries, or anything like this that you can imagine.
It's the foundation of the ships, where you have certain resources like fuel and energy powering certain items on the ship, but it's also the system that will lie below any station or any vehicle, anything that you can imagine in our universe that actually requires a certain type of resource.
Resource management is not just a system that helps ships function. It is a thing that's integral to the functionality of the entire universe. It will be the way surface outposts function, underground facilities, space stations, landing zones, everything in Star Citizen will function using resource management.
So we will start with the smaller vehicles, and the gameplay for those smaller vehicles way more interesting than what we have right now. And from that, we can move on to like bigger ships, and finally the capital ships will have a real purpose in the world, and where it will have a real meaning that you have the multiple roles inside those ships.
It will drastically increase the time to kill for all vehicles in Star Citizen, and it will encourage people to disable ships rather than destroy them. Missions like Siege of Horizon will increase in scope and scale up a lot more with the use of resource management, as players will be able to cripple resources, change the way resources are distributed, cut power, cut certain fuel and critical parts in order to progress further in those missions.
We can suddenly scale a lot bigger than what we have right now. And the reasons
not just
are
ships.
that we have more control over the powers of certain platforms there, and we can introduce some interesting gameplay that facilitates these functionalities.
Resource management is going to open up the possibility of player structures, player-owned outposts on planet or stations in space, where the player will have to manage resources, bring in fuel, do repairs. And this will not be something that only caters towards the engineer. This will be something that is valuable for everyone in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management will finally allow players to build their own bases and their own homesteads and actually keep that loop engaging and fun.
And really, this is the main thing that makes multi-crew gameplay possible. We envision the players taking on roles like engineer, mechanic, tactical officer. And while you have your engineer trying to maintain all the resources functioning and flowing perfectly and all the items in good operation, you will have mechanics running throughout the ship, trying to change fuses, repair various things that have broken down. You will have tactical officers moving shields from one side of the ship to another in order to counter whatever incoming damage you have. Obviously, the pilot is going to be doing his job, trying to move the ship out of harm's way. The gunners are going to be taking out enemy incoming fighters or other ships. This is how we envision this entire ecosystem just coming together and providing what we hope is true multi-crew gameplay.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened?
And for all of you out there that are waiting for the Idrises and Javelins and want to use the ships, this is the system that is going to make using those ships possible. So all that said, this is a really important system for Star Citizen, but let's dig into the details and see what exactly this is. Resource management can be broken down into several key elements. Power, energy, resources, life support, item maintenance, relay handling, access control, and gravity. So let's start with power, energy, and resources. The players can choose to overload items in order to get more efficiency out of them at the risk of burning them out. They can also underload items to save some resources if they don't need the full efficiency of an item. The players will have to pay attention to the balance of resources, power, fuel, coolant, heat generated, in order to maintain a well-oiled and balanced ship. And overall, prioritizing certain items and their resource consumption.
Life support is the most important thing you have to pay attention to in your ships now, since atmosphere is finite in all the spaces that
Just
you
wear a
might,
spacesuit. What's the problem?
discover. And here, the life support system is a key factor. Here, the life support, you have to maintain it, meaning you have to make sure that the consumables inside the life support generator are always there to make sure that it can generate breathable atmosphere for you, or the temperature is actually increased to a human livable factor, so you don't freeze to death, or you are not cooked.
As part of item maintenance, the player will be able to control items throughout the ship, turn them on, turn them off. They will be able to remove broken items and replace them with new items, or sometimes dodgy items, depending on their income. It will be able to control which sub-items are installed in those items, either as fuses or subcomponents that give them various bonuses to that specific item. They will be able to run repair gameplay and replace broken fuses when the item stops working or takes enough damage.
Relay handling.
When your ship doesn't explode every other day, this will be really cool.
The actual management part that you, as the engineer on the ship, you have to do there. It's basically defining the circuits in the most effective way, especially for bigger ships. So a relay is something that defines which items are connected to each other. And what we want to achieve here is allowing you to create the best possible outcome for your ship.
With access control, we're introducing ship roles. The captain will
This
be
is so
able
deep.
to assign certain roles to each of his crewmates. And for example, say one of the player becomes the engineer, which gives them specific access to certain controls, while the person that is the pilot will not have access to those controls. At the same time, a gunner will only have access to a specific gun or all the guns on the ship.
And finally, gravity. So gravity is a concept that you experienced already in every ship. So there's always a ground, there's always a down, there's always an up. And
That's how I board
we
ships.
would like to give you some more control over that. So because it requires some energy, and if you want to run your ship more energy efficient, we want you to allow to switch off gravity. Or there might be other use cases where a zero gravity environment is more useful than another one.
So if it wasn't clear by now, the scope of resource management touches pretty much every aspect of life in Star Citizen. So we're doing a lot of talking, but I bet what everyone would like to know is where are we with all of this right now?
Yes.
Currently, we have working in-engine prototypes of the following systems: power, gravity, life support, and the relay network. With a power system, we can overpower and underpower items. We can set the priorities of item producers and consumers inside the ship, and we can set the path of resources inside the ship through the resource relay network.
And with the power system, we already can distribute the base energy and base fuel throughout the ship. So we can make sure that each item actually gets the resources they need. Creating your own resource path is basically defining the routes, or the most efficient routes.
There better be an engineering panel that just tells you where your broken fuses are. Oh god. Gonna be, oh man, running a big ship is gonna be a pain. I mean, it's cool. You gotta have
We can also
pros and
demonstrate
cons.
many aspects of the life support system, including making new players suffocate.
Yeah. Again, they're assuming that people aren't going to be running around with their spacesuits on at all times. They still haven't given us a reason to take off spacesuits. I haven't seen a single person like running around in a starship without a helmet on. I mean, I like the atmospheric concept and all that stuff. It's fun. And in real life, you'd have the comfort of not having your helmet on. But in game, everybody just wears a spacesuit. So it's like, when are you going to take your helmet off? I do like this. If anyone's ever played FTL. Oh no, Twitch stream, please. Uh-oh. You guys getting it too on the stream? Okay, I think we're... Oh no, is the actual SC stream down? Yeah, everyone in chat is saying F, F, F. Oh no. Oh no. 33,000 people watching it. Oh no. Okay, we're back up. Okay.
Making new players suffocate. Venting and filling rooms with atmosphere.
I mean, that stuff is cool. Again, still need the incentive to not wear a spacesuit. We don't have that in the game yet. We need here's the reason why you won't be wearing your spacesuit and helmet. Oh god. Okay.
And making players suffocate again.
This is how farts travel in SC. Go. This is why they should have streamed it on YouTube. I hope there's a particle effect for atmosphere escaping a room when they open the doors to space, though. Gravity on, low, off. Gravity low. Interesting. That'll be cool. So you can like... I wonder if you needed like extra power and your gravity generator takes a lot of power, so you could like just set it to low. That could be kind of cool, actually. Might actually be more efficient to run your ship with gravity on low. So instead of attacking directly, kind of missed what was happening there. They did that quickly. Moving the second key fuse effectively cuts the ship's power support. Now the shields are down and the mighty Hull A can attack.
In the last year, we've made tremendous progress with the resource management system, but with a system that is this big and complex, we do not want to rush it. We want to just get it right and get it right from the beginning. So let's talk about what's next for the resource management system.
As you can tell, resource management is a huge endeavor for us.
So like everything else, we'll probably not get everything in the initial release, but this is what we're aiming for. Interactable and accessible items on ships, relay gameplay, changing fuses on the relays, resource balancing, defining control groups that will be accessible through the MFDs, allowing people to create presets for your resource network for each ship, an engineering UI with at least a list or schematic view of your ships, external engineering screen for ships, allowing engineers to define the tuning parameters that can be accessed by the pilot with the press of a button, like loading presets and creating presets. And after the initial release, everything else will fall into place with subsequent patches. We started talking about resource management about 2 years ago. It is pretty much the evolution of what used to be the old pipe system. And this has been an interesting journey. And finally, we're starting to see the fruits of our labor. And we're starting to see all the possibilities of gameplay that we can open up to the players in the future. It's exciting to work on something that's so central to the world of Star Citizen and that can impact the gameplay of so many people, irrelevant of what they choose to do in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management is the most exciting feature that I've ever worked with. It's such a groundbreaking feature that will change the entire game from its core. I think
this has a lot of potential in mission design as well.
Into this direction where we are heading right now.
Using it for puzzle solving and stuff could be really cool.
Finally have all the tools in place to actually allow meaningful multi-crew gameplay and meaningful decisions for all the players.
Announcing the address.
Every decision counts.
Launching in 4.0.
This is the stuff that makes me really proud of what we are working on right now.
Thank you for letting us share our progress with you, and we hope you're happy with all this progress, and have a nice CitizenCon.
Well, it's interesting. I think their presentation was a little confusing at the end there, trying to understand the gravity of some of it.
With it for the last 18 minutes. That was.
I do believe it will be
Dan
really
Truppen
cool. I
and
think the
Thorsten Lyman
presentation
talking about
was
the resource management system, and
a
joining
little
us to follow up
confusing
on
at
it
times.
is Todd Pappy, John Crew. Guys, this has been a long time coming. I know we still got a ways to go. I don't make it sound like it's it's done, but I mean, how exciting is this? This is
very this to me brings the interaction that we want in environments, but also in ships. So like you said with the multi-crew stuff, but like again, it's not only going to be in ships. We're also putting it in environments.
Yeah, this is what's necessary to have player homesteading. One of the components. It's not the only thing.
But it's about just bringing the interaction into the environment. So the AI will react, the player reacts. It's having that interaction level that you don't normally get in games. So that's what we're looking for.
Being able to make imagine Siege of Orison, but being able to actually assault the platforms and depower the platforms. Missions that can take place inside the landing zones where you cut power to buildings and stuff like this. I mean, this is what really opens the game.
Yeah.
And John, as they said in the segment, the first place this is going to come is ships.
Yeah.
So what's the first version of this look like?
So first version is going to be a lot of what you saw in that video. So we're working through some of the ships now. Hammerhead, Hull A, Star Runner, just to prove out a few things, because naturally Some ships were built a long time ago. Ones in recent times were built with this sort of level of detail in mind. But yeah, you'll have all these components accessible. You'll be able to get to the relays, do all this management. Something really cool in that video was all the fire and gravity and atmosphere stuff. And like you say, it goes from just being a ship you're on board to like an interactive piece of the puzzle that gives you that multi-crew gameplay. You're not just limited to be, I'm a pilot, I'm a turret gunner, that's about it. Now engineers and support roles are going to have a huge part to play on ships because things will go wrong. And if you don't get on top of it quickly, it's going to be a very bad time for all involved.
Yeah, I said before we set it up, this is the aspect of Star Citizen that first drew me, in. So it has been I feel like I've been very patient and waiting, really wanting to see this go. And as I see everybody on EUPU and everybody that's contributing to this thing, it's just super exciting to see it really beginning to evolve and really beginning to be used tangibly in our prototypes and stuff like that. And it's just, I think people know I don't generally hype very often. I'm usually the guy sitting here, it's like, don't hype, manage your expectations and stuff. And you should still do that. I'm not changing my tune. I'm just, this is the part of the thing that I've been waiting for personally. So I'm excited. All right, so we've ping-ponged from the visuals to the gameplay, to the visuals to the gameplay, to the visuals to the gameplay.
Manage the toilet.
We've only got one more scheduled presentation left. Ship Talk, Talking Ship. Our annual
what's going on with the ships?
Of vehicles, new coming to the pipeline, vehicles coming straight to
I would definitely
flyable
like to
things,
see the
something
whole
in middle.
sea. Let's see some whole
that's gonna
sea.
star John Crew and Ben Curtis and Paul Jones, and I'll let them take it away.
Seems looking a little choppy.
Hi everyone, my name is John Crew. I'm the Vehicle Director here at Cloud Imperium Games. This year I'm once again joined by Ben Curtis, Vehicle Art Director, and Paul Jones, Concept Art Director, and this is our yearly Ship Talk panel. Like previous years, we'll be talking about something coming soon, something being announced today, something coming a bit later, and then the fan favourite, the Pick a Ship or Vehicle concept series. To kick things off this year, we're going to be talking about our new concept ship, which is the Crusader Spirit. This is a series of ships from Crusader Industries that is designed to take on a variety of other manufacturers' ships at the two-person crew level and does a wide variety of tasks depending on which variant you pick. The two standout competitors to this ship are naturally the Cutlass and obviously the Cutlass Blue, Red, Steel.
Yes,
and the
a competitor
series.
to the Cutlass and
Those
Freelancer
are all
from
similar sized ships to this, and they also cover similar sort of roles. Compared to the Cutlass and Freelancer series, the Spirit benefits from not only Crusader Industries' sort of stylish physical appearance, but also their renowned speed and agility over those other variants. We have three variants of the Crusader Spirit. We have the C1, which is the cargo hauler version. We have the A1, which is the light to sort of medium bomber version. And then we have the E1, which is the executive VIP transport version.
One of the really
Am I gonna
nice
have to
features
trade in my
of
cuddy?
the Spirit series as a whole is the front half of the ship is kind of like this shared area, and it's the rear section that swaps out.
So the C1 is the cargo hauler version. This comes with 48 SCU of cargo capacity in the central area, accessible like the other versions via the rear ramp. It's wide enough to allow a variety of ground-based vehicles on board, such as the Cyclone. You won't be fitting larger things in it like the tank. However, with the size of the cargo bay on the C1, you can put a vehicle and still have some cargo capacity left over. The A1 is the bomber version of the Spirit, which sort of splits the difference between the Hercules A2's bomber version, which has both size 10 and size 3 bomb options. This comes with size 5 bombs, and they are arranged in two vertical gravity dropped formations down each side of the central area. So you have a nice little walkway down the middle.
Looks cool. We have no
the two
purpose for bombers
sort of
yet,
lines of
but it looks
bombs
cool.
each side of you, and you'll be able to see them drop out of the bottom of the ship.
It delivers a different role to what the Starlifter does in terms of the bomber. I think it's a much kind of smaller, faster ship, so it's much more agile. You're going to be kind of getting in and out and doing your bombing run and then getting back out of the danger zone quite quickly. So it feels quite familiar in that sense, but it does deliver a unique kind of play style compared to the Starlifter.
So you might be asking yourself which one's better, and it really depends on what you want to wipe off the face of the planet that you're bombing. Obviously the A2 has both heavy hitters and what could be described as carpet bombing, whereas this is sort of for when you don't want to completely annihilate everything on the ground. And lastly, we have the E1 variant, which solely exists to give Jared heartburn over his Starliner. So this is a sort of taste of what the Starliner will get in the future, but on a much smaller scale.
That's cool.
VIP1 is a really interesting module. It's basically split into two levels. And so, we really wanted to sort of have that VIP experience.
That looks cool.
Obviously, you're coming into a sort of multi-role ship, but when you get into the module, you've got lockers, space to put any sort of personal belongings. Essentially, you go into 2 elevators, left or right, and take you up to the top deck.
This is going to be a popular ship.
So it has that sort of first-class feeling.
I think what really makes the E1 stand out compared to some of our other ships is the large panoramic glass roof. So when you're in this kind of shared VIP area, you're going to have great views and be able to kind of like explore the verse.
Is it a rear turret though?
In something that I think is going to be quite unique.
I don't like rear turrets.
I
want
want the Mixmaster,
front-facing.
which
I
is
want
at the front of the
360s.
front of the module, which is basically where players can go and choose whatever the drink it is. So it's cocktails or coffee. Then players will also have super comfy seats. They'll have the widescreen TV in the module.
I'm really excited to see when we start getting our players and our AIs into these ships.
Looks like the turret might be able to shoot forward.
Experience that kind of luxury living that I've not yet to experience.
TIG's about to make some money.
There are a number of shared areas. The sort of core of the ship changes with each variant, but there are some aspects which don't need to change. And starting from the front of the ship, you naturally have the cockpit or the bridge. So like other Crusader ships, you have the side-by-side pilot to co-pilot arrangement. Then you have behind them their living quarters / bunk area and component access. And then you have the variant section, which does change the sort of internal floor plan of the ships between them. Then at the rear of the ship, you naturally have the ramp access area. So that's the Crusader Spirit. We hope you look forward to seeing this and seeing what it can do in the game in the future. From something at the very start of our vehicle production pipeline to something nearing the end of the pipeline, let's talk about the Drake Corsair next. The Drake Corsair is an important ship in their lineup because it fills that multi-crew exploration gap in their lineup. We've seen a lot of Drake ships of various usage and roles, such as the Buccaneer and Cutlass. In this size class, you naturally have the Constellation, the 600i as the competitors, and what Drake brings is its usual rugged, overwhelming amounts of firepower for its size, sort of classification to that entry.
It's Drake's dedicated exploration ship. It's a kind of a medium
exploration ship.
Effectively. It's got a crew for up to 4, or space for up to 4 crew. It's got a sizable cargo hold, and it's kind of got everything that you need to really spend a decent amount of time away from civilization, away from stations, and just kind of being able to chart out those deep areas of space. It brings that sort of no nonsense, no frills approach to the ship, and you know if something's going to go wrong, it's going to be something that you more than likely can fix, and it's not going to be something that you have to cut back to a main dealer to get serviced and fixed. It's something that hopefully you and your crew will be able to.
It looks like a pirate ship, doesn't it? It looks like it's got sails.
Fixed with some duct tape.
So fans, when they see the ship, will immediately see the sort of heritage, the DNA that's running through the spirit. So you can kind of almost imagine how the ship is built. You know, it's got that military, easy fix kind of feel. It's loaded with guns, loaded with turrets. It has some really interesting mechanisms inside it. So I think players will really dig that.
I think what's quite unique to the Corsair is its wings, the way they fold up. You know, this isn't done purely for style. You know, being Drake, it's more there for function. It allows you to get in and out of the hangars much easier. We put quite a lot of effort into keeping that really iconic exterior kind of silhouette and vision that we set, but still making it functional and making sure it works.
Yep,
At the
every
moment,
Drake ship
we're
comes
just
with
kind
a
of
free
finishing
duct
up the
tape in
final art.
WD-40.
Most of the exterior has had, you know, the majority of its core art time spent on it. We've still got lighting to do. We've still got kind of like final finishing to do, tweak some of the materials till we're kind of properly happy. But it's in a good place, so I'm really, really excited to be able to show you.
So let's take a look inside the ship, and once again, we'll go front to back.
On the inside of the ship, we start right at the front on the cockpit. The Corsair has quite a unique
It's got a
feel to
fan.
its cockpit. In the pilot is kind of sat right up front, and then in kind of classic kind of Drake stylings, the co-pilot gets in the seat behind them and actually sinks down into the floor.
That's actually very
transition
cool.
From the main cockpit area into that kind of co-pilot.
I hope you don't lose
section.
power or you're stuck down there.
You know, you move right forward and you're sat pretty much underneath where the pilot is. It gives great visibility for both the pilot and the co-pilot. The other nice thing about this cockpit is, again, you've got these massive guns that are stuck out either side of you.
Yes.
So it should be a nice place to be.
Yes, please.
In the rear of the cockpit, we've got the captain's quarters. So the captain's quarters is actually pretty much identical to the rest of the quarters in the ship in terms of its kind of size and its amenities. As you move back through the ship, there's I guess a small kind of crossroads directly behind the bridge. From here, you can either progress backwards straight into habitation, or to either side, you've got the turret access. So it's right really at the kind of like the neck of the ship, effectively.
The side turrets have changed a little since the concept phase. They now have a greater range of motion in sort of the yaw axis. We're quite limited at concept stage to about 45 degrees. Each way, you're now looking at 90 degrees pretty much each way, so it's a lot more effective, especially forward firing, which again,
it's really not that
has so many guns pointing forwards. Having extra two turrets is very, very Drake.
Of an angle, 90 degrees is kind of shit for a turret. To be honest,
crew quarters.
It's a bit disappointing.
Being Drake, they are no frills. You've got a bed, you've got somewhere to store your gear, and that's pretty much it. The main habitation area, though, is, if anything, quite luxurious for a Drake ship, in that there's a decent sized space. You've got your bathroom, which is no frills. It's got a shower, it's got a toilet, whatever. You've got the kind of chow line for all your food and everything you need to survive. And then right in the heart of the habitation area, there's a large kind of sizable seating area, and that's not just for the crew to have their meals. It's for somewhere that you can plan operations, plan your next move, and really decide where you're taking your adventure. As we move back from habitation, we start to get into like the rear half of the ship. I think if the habitation area is like the heart of the crew in the ship, then the engineering area is the real heart of the ship itself.
It's sort of this octagonal, hexagonal space with a few little rooms coming off it to cram components in. And off one of those,
if something's broken, it's going to be in that room.
Suit lockers and weapon lockers in there for before you go into EVA or docking or coming back out of before you enter the rest of the ship.
And then you've also got the lift, and the lift not only goes down to ground level, but it also takes you up
levers.
To the ship.
Oh,
so
yeah, that's cool.
On a, quick spacewalk, or you need to go and repair something on the exterior.
I think I'm more excited about those levers. Oh, the lift takes you onto the roof.
And finally, at the rear, you have the main cargo hold.
Thank you for making a cool ship, man.
Similar sized vehicles and down.
None of the other ships have elevators that take you onto the roof like that. That's awesome.
Being a Drake ship, there's a huge ramp on the back of it. All the mechanics are exposed. You can really see the workings of how the ship actually operates. If you're a fan of Drake, it certainly ticks all those boxes.
So I think the Corsair is a particularly cool ship. I love the styling of it, love the asymmetric wing arrangement of it. I think it's just going to be a great, fun addition to the game, giving those sort of players who enjoy that Drake experience their slice of the pie.
Yeah.
And you'll be able to
Of course,
experience
there's
that
going to be
yourselves
fun.
at IE this year. And a vehicle coming later today, a vehicle that's at the end of the pipeline, we have the Greycat STV.
Oh, is this the tractor beam, the tugboat?
Racing is a cool and fun aspect of Star Citizen, and it's something that we've seen that backers really enjoy doing and organising themselves.
Sorry.
It's something that we really
Thinking
want
something
to
else.
help support from within CIG.
What is this?
So we wanted to bring a new vehicle to the verse, which is where the STV came from.
So the STV is the Greycat sports terrain vehicle. It builds on what they learned from the PTV, but it brings it out of the hangars, off of the tarmac, and onto much more rugged terrain.
It's a four-wheeler, two-person open-topped, sport styling, everything you need to razz around on the planets. So the STV is actually part of a wider family of vehicles. You may recognise a resemblance in the name to the Greycat PTV, which is also part of that family. And we also have a third vehicle lined up that we want to do in the future called the UTV, which is the utility terrain vehicle. And we've actually reconcepted the PTV.
Golf
and
cart
we have
with
the
a
concept for
shotgun.
the UTV.
Ooh.
And when you see all three side by side, you'll see that family
A
resemblance.
new
The
PTV.
interior again is similar design language, simple layout, easy to clean. That was a big thing for us, even though we don't have like a cleaning mechanic. All this sort of builds into the sort of visuals of the vehicle. So, the floors have got drill holes in them, so it can easily let water through. The seats are easily removable, so you can actually see the bolts where you can just quickly rip them out. And so all of this thinking goes into those kind of vehicles. The wheels are a big feature, large sort of rubber mud guards. Just there's lots of subtleties in terms of the roll cage, the sort of cross section of all these things. Maybe people wouldn't notice, but for us, these are all part of making a manufacturer consistent.
So the STV delivers that gameplay that is you and a buddy out exploring over our planets. We've got these vast ships that you can explore deep space and go off with your big multi-crews. But what this really allows you to do is get down on one of our many planets and go exploring on the ground. It's not just a vehicle for you and a friend. It's also got kind of some cargo space in the back. So if you are out there doing missions, rather than having to fly your ships directly to where the mission is, it allows you to land slightly out there, slightly in a safer
Vehicle's
area.
built with a
You've still got space
purpose.
to load up with weapons, load up with your whatever mission items you need, and get in and out nice and quick.
Compared to the Cyclone RC, which is a sort of racing variant of a non-racing vehicle, the STV was built from the ground up to be a good racing vehicle. It has a good chassis, it has better handling, it has better top speed, and that's what makes it a compelling racing choice.
The best things about Star Citizen as a whole is it kind of brings a lot of gameplay, and it's not all about combat. It's not all about flying these massive ships. And I think one of the things that a lot of us are excited internally about is racing within our game. A lot of us come from a racing background in terms of the games we've developed before. A lot of us are petrol heads at heart. So I think being able to build on that kind of gameplay in Star Citizen is super exciting for us.
And if you stick around to the end of the broadcast, you'll get your first chance at seeing the STV in action in a race organised by Atmo Esports, creators of the Daymar Rally, where you'll see it taking on the terrain for the first time. You'll be able to pick one of these vehicles up today at the end of the broadcast.
Yeah,
And
well,
finally,
racing already
the
happens in
most
game.
important aspect
Racing
of
ships,
these
that is.
inaugural shows,
Star Fox.
the pick a ship concept challenge thing. For those of you that have seen previous years, you will have seen that we've thrown up some silhouettes of potential ship and vehicle options and asked for your feedback on which one we should actually make. And the wise among you have probably realised that we end up making pretty much all of them anyway. So instead of just doing that again and pretending that we're not going to do that, we thought we'd do something slightly different this year and just have a single ship option. And the choice is actually the manufacturer and the styling of that ship. So we want to do a nice, large civilian mining ship that bridges the gap between the Argo Mole and the RSI Orion, because if you know those two ships, there is quite a gulf of space in between them. We wanted to fill that gap with a
bigger than the
intermediary
Mole,
stepping stone
smaller
before you
than the
jump into
Orion.
big RSI Orion, which
The scale of its mining is nothing like any other mining ship in the game.
And who would
the mole
build it?
Is the current mining system, just lots of it. So with this larger ship, we want to increase that and also provide onboard space for our ground mining
I
vehicles.
mean, the
such as
mole
Rock
needs a
and
redesign
Rock
because it
DS,
doesn't really
which allows you the flexibility
function
of
as intended.
taking on any mining situation that you can come across. So with that, we have 3 choices, which are basically the manufacturers. We have RSI as the first choice. So obviously RSI do the Orion, so this would be a smaller vehicle in that family. We have Argo, again, we have the Mole, so naturally it could be a larger step up from that. And then we have MISC, the third option. Obviously MISC do the Prospector, so again, keeping it all within the same family. As you can see from these images, they each have their sort of own unique styling take on that pitch that I've just given you. At the end of this Ship Talk panel, Jared will come on and explain how you get to vote on these 3 options. And that's the end of Talking Ship, so over to you, Jared.
Probably go for an RSI design. I think I like RSI ships the most.
All right,
but
so the Crusader Spirit is available now as a concept promotion on the robertsspaceindustries.com website. The STV is coming to the the universe at the end of the broadcast, just in time for the Atmo Esports racing event that's happening after this. And the Corsair will be making its way to you at this year's Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. And to vote on this year's John Cruise Pick a Ship Challenge thingy, I think he called it. There is a comlink on the robertsspaceindustry.com website where you can go and vote on the manufacturer
they
for
didn't
the next big
show a whole
mining
C.
ship.
Kind of disappointing.
So, John, recently you went through and just nuked all the speeds of all the ground vehicles, and obviously you did that so that the STV could be the fastest.
That's certainly one take on, on what happened. To talk about it a bit more in depth, it was actually planned for quite some time. As we know, game development timelines go all over the place. So we'd actually done this for 318 Evocati, which sadly did not come out before 317.3 went live. So we did that because, quite frankly, a lot of those vehicles were ludicrous speeds, like 55 meters a second is like over 120 miles an hour off-road.
Yeah, off-road. That's
off-road. 120 miles an hour is terrifying, especially on like Star Citizen planets with rocks that would just kill you. So we wanted to bring the cyclones down. We wanted to sort of rebalance everything. Not everything has gone as intended. Like the rocks and the Ursas are not quite where they should be. So we will go back and do more changes. But the idea was people would get to see it in 318. So it wouldn't be such a surprise in 317.3, which unfortunately is how it turned out.
But as far as the new ships go, the Spirit looks amazing.
Yes.
Like, when you say, I gotta ask you, you say this is a small taste of what players can expect for the Starliner, which anybody should know is my favorite ship. That's still not out yet, John.
Here's a little taste. What it could be.
When you say a little taste, what does that mean? I'm asking for me, not for these people. I'm asking for me. What does that mean?
So obviously the Starliner is quite an old concept. We didn't really do a huge amount of interior look development. So the time we spent on the Spirit E1, the E1 Spirit, is really what we're going to build on for that. So you're going to have like that VIP first class pod enclosure. Mixmaster, the most important feature of the Starliner.
I still have no idea how that's going to work.
Ask Tony, it'll be fine. Yeah, that sort of feel, that luxury transport feel is something we haven't really shown in Star Citizen. Every man and their donkey was pestering me for that Horizon shuttle concept, and we'd planned to do like a Crusader Cutlass competitor, which is its like internal working name, and I hated it because it got abbreviated to like the 3 Cs. We just called it the ship the 3 Cs the entire time. And then there was that sort of vocal uprising about, hey, John Crew, give me that Horizon shuttle, and that sort of the two things merged together, and that's where it came from.
And then the Grey Cat STV, which will be our straight-to-drivable vehicle, going live on the website and stuff at the end of this broadcast. that's an exciting, push in the Grey Cat.
Yes.
In the Grey Cat arena. It looks sporty as heck.
Yeah.
And it was neat to see a sneak peek of the UTV as well, which I'm assuming is going to come sometime later on.
Yeah. It's not in active development right now, but when we decided to do the STV, we're like, hey, let's spend the time, let's work out what Grey Cat as a manufacturer looks like and feels like. Because we had the PTV, people have seen the big Spider Minor from back in the day. They're two very different things.
Right.
There wasn't really like a family lineage, so we built that family lineage around that, and we're like, here's the reworked PTV, still looks how everyone recognizes it, but it sort of works with the modern mechanics. Let's do a sporty version, let's do a utility version.
Now I'm curious, are they going to have something secret after this?
You can really see like the family lineup, and they each do slightly different things, which is cool. But yeah, the STV is that beach buggy, dune buggy thing to just razz around.
No, it's really cool. I really like the styling of it. So, we've got one small thing left, and then one rather large surprise left. So we'll do the small thing first, and then buckle up because.
All right.
I'm not going to tell you.
All right, Jared.
I'll tell you in like 5 minutes. But before we get there, during last year's CitizenCon presentation, we explored a lot of the outlaw lifestyle, their outposts, the space stations and stuff. We thought we'd do a little sizzle to follow up on how those things have evolved in the year since. So get ready, we're going to show a quick sizzle, and when we get back, there'll be a neat surprise. So stay tuned.
I have to pee so bad, but I don't want to miss anything. Pyro looks cool, man. I want to go to this settlement, man. Looks cool as shit. Nice, there's an Ursa. Cannibalize the Ursa. Oh boy, cryopods? I'm guessing the red X is not a good sign on the cryopod. Got the cutty taken off. Oh, is this the new station? Is this the big station? That was a javelin. What the hell's a javelin doing in Pyro, man? Ruin station, that's it. Ruin station looks cool, man. I can't wait to go to this system, man. Pirate javelin, question mark? That would be dope. It'd be cool if that was part of Ruin station security. It's just like a javelin that orbits around. Dude, yeah, I want to be a person snatcher. I want that to be like a mission in Pyro. It's like you have to like hijack a cryostasis like transport and like steal people and then ransom them or something. What they did in like that Aliens movie. This looks incredible. So this is I believe this is Ruin Station here. This is the main station in the Pyro system. Dang, that looks cool, man. Mm-hmm. I like it. Pyro cannot come
Lifestyle,
soon
a glimpse
enough.
at how the outposts and the space stations have evolved since we saw them at last year's CitizenCon 2951. Now, if you've been following our program today, you might think this is it. We're near the end, but we've got one more special surprise in store. Joining us on the show today are two people who probably need no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway. Founder and CEO, Mr. Chris Roberts.
Hello, everyone. How you doing?
How you doing?
They brought out Chris.
Welcome to the spaceship.
He's
Welcome
gonna,
back to the spaceship.
He's going to
You
announce
opened the
release
show today.
dates, of course.
And Squadron 42 game director, Mr. Richard Tyrer.
Hello, how's it going?
Good. This is your first time on the spaceship.
It is. It is.
What you think?
I think it's very nice.
Are they going to drop that trailer?
I'm just going to ask everybody how it thinks all day. So Chris, Rich, you're here. Are we going to talk a little bit about Squadron 42? Is that what we're doing right now?
Yes, do it. Do it.
Well, yes and no. So both me and Rich have been heads down working really hard on Squadron as well as helping out on the PU. And one thing that we've thought that would maybe better to reiterate is there's a huge amount of work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive difference to Star Citizen, the PU. And we wanted maybe to talk about some of the things that we're doing, because I know a lot of people say, well, everyone's working on Squadron, no one's working on the PU, and that's not really true, because a huge amount of the core gameplay that we're working on Squadron is specifically being built not just for Squadron, but to benefit the PU. And we're just doing it in sort of the test kitchen of Squadron to allow us to really polish and make sure the features work well without having to be caught up in the sort of quarterly release cycle that you have on the PU, because we were finding it was hard for us to really finish the features out. We'd get a tier 0 out, and then it would just sort of sit around for a while because everyone was rushing on to the next set of features they wanted to do. And for Squadron, obviously, it's shipping as a final polished AAA title, so everything needs to be really put together, working really well, and playing great. And so we're trying in the setup that we're doing now to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure works really well for Squadron, but also will play across into the PU. And so we thought it'd be really useful to come by and tell you all about some of the subtle things and the gameplay aspects that we're working on that maybe you haven't heard from Todd or Tony or everyone else that today and during the ISCs, because we sort of try to keep the Squadron stuff close to our chest to really sort of surprise and impress people when we do it. And so, we thought, why don't we just come by and maybe just talk about little things, maybe show you a sneak peek of something here and there, and not everything, because we're trying to keep it close to our chest until it's really ready to let the baby out of the carriage and it's beautifully dressed and all the rest of it. Hopefully it'll give you guys some insight to what's happening, and also understand that a huge amount of the development resources, even if you think they're working on Squadron, are ultimately working on stuff that will be in the persistent universe.
So let's talk a little bit more about that before we jump into the actual features. This co-development has been part of the process since the project was first introduced 10 years ago. Congratulations on 10 years, by the way. Rich, talk to me a little bit about this co-development. You started with the PU, and then you've now gone over to the Squadron 42. So you've worked in both. You've worked in both environments. You know the struggle of T0 features and the quarterly releases for the PU, and now you're getting to your experience is different on Squadron. Talk to me about how that's changed and how it's still work for one still benefits the other, or will ultimately.
Well, when I worked on the PU, it wasn't really the PU or Squadron. It was always, we were working on features that pushed for both projects. So the focus when we were on the PU, or when we were more PU focused, was that we would make sure that we were getting features up and running, developed to the specifications that we needed them to work in a multiplayer environment, and then getting them out into the audience's hands, on quarterly releases. But the biggest issue, I think, if you've seen me doing talks on SC Live over the years, or even in some of our retrospectives, is that we'd get features, and the way that our, CIG is set up is we have feature teams and we have content teams. So what would happen is we'd develop a feature and then we'd push it to the live audience to get feedback around that feature. But there would almost be a lag with the importance of that feature and turning that from a singular thing into an experience, a gameplay experience that you'd go and enjoy and play as a part of a fun game. So we always had this lag where content teams were then trying to get on top and then use the feature, and we were trying to change the feature. So I think this kind of pulled it back a bit, allowed us to really focus on both the content and the feature at the same time, because it allowed us to bring it as under one umbrella, which is Squadron 42. So we were able to get that feature in the game, not as a T0, but as a fully whole, capable gameplay experience that, you know, myself, Chris, we can play and enjoy it and go, is this right? Do we need to make it better? How does it feel? And also prove that out with the content that we want. So once we then developed that and honed it and, you know, almost cast it in that iron, in the crucible kind of thing, we can then move it into the PU, and ultimately, it's not that they're going to get features later, because they would have had them probably earlier, but just not ready. Or, you know, I can pick a few features right now where you think, well, there's not really a huge purpose for them. Mounted guns is a good example. It's not really a huge purpose for them in the PU right now, but we're making sure that any feature that we work on has that purpose. So when it does go into the PU, you know, into the game, people can use it and experience it how we wanted it to be designed and how we wanted it to be, you know, because we struggle a few times. Say, for example, actor status is a good example. We have this vision of how it sits across this broad spectrum of the game, but we're having to piecemeal it in. And that never really gives you the true intentions of where we want to go. And I think this allows us to do that in Squadron, really hone it down and then give it to the PU audience. And I think, you know, fundamentally it's better for the development of the features, and it's better for the gameplay experience that both players will experience in both products.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. Is that it's before we were developing the sort of features in isolation, and then they sort of went in to try to get used in Squadron and try to get used in the PU, but they weren't really developed iteratively with content, and so that's the reason why we sort of pulled back some of the stuff and are working on Squadron, is because then we can iterate it with actual gameplay content, which is what Rich is talking about, to make sure it feels well and right with the time to bake it in without having to feel like, oh, okay, we've got a quarterly release out. And because, you know, there's a lot that goes on with the quarterly release in terms of it's not just that one feature. There's all these other things that go into it, and there's a whole process of publishing and splitting off the streams, and so there's a huge amount of effort and work every time you do one of these releases. It sort of eats into your development time in terms of doing the feature, and so pulling it out of that sort of loop and saying, okay, we're going to work with it in Squadron to really make it polished, so it's like not a T0 version. We've really got it down. It feels good. We like playing it. This is fun. This is challenging. It feels good. Is the benefit, I think, that's happening with us on Squadron. When we're seeing it on our side, I know it can be a bit frustrating for everyone on the other side, because we're sort of telling you, oh yeah, it's going to be much better than you've got right now. But we are very aware of a lot of, say, usability issues, user experience issues that we are addressing right now in Squadron, specifically for both Squadron and the PU. That's gonna, and we'll show you a couple of little things that will help with that today. But essentially, if you think of core gameplay in terms of, we have some core areas, what we call the sort of the actor system, which would be the FPS, the players moving around on foot, interacting with things, the vehicle stuff, which like John Crew heads up, but the whole vehicle systems, and you've already seen some presentations today on things that are very specific to vehicles, like the sort of need for multiple speeds, and also the resource network, which is going to first roll out in vehicles, but it's going to be universal. All those are sort of core gameplay systems that we have, and so what's happening now is that we're taking some of these systems and really just making them work well for Squadron, and then bam, they're going to come across into the PU. Another good example, which hasn't been talked today very much by the vehicle side of the Need for Speed, but you probably saw, in the different modes, there needs to be more stuff on the HUD, and we've got a whole redesign that's happening on the HUD and the MFDs. That's going to be very different than what you have now. First of all, it's using universal building blocks instead of what's
it's probably one of the most needed features in the entire game, to be honest.
Minimalist, depending on what your context is. It's going to be, depending on what
Whole
equipment you
UI
have, you may be able
redesign.
to cast some stuff to your visor, maybe not. And we're building this system to work well in all the ships used in Squadron, and then it will get rolled out to the PU, which has obviously much wider range ships. But as we're designing it, we're building it with both Squadron and the PU in mind. And so there's a lot of things, people have talked about the star map forever, or, so that has definitely been a major, there's right now, I think, 3 engineers, a couple of visualists on it that we're really sort of working to make, the new star map, which people haven't had. It's been in development yet. We're not quite ready to show you today, but that is going to be a much improved experience. But all of it, so navigation, traversal, combat, the whole feel of it all.
So hard
we're
having
really
these
focusing on
systems
here
just like being
to bring
still
across
a
into
ways
the PU
off because you're like,
we've got it working really well.
it's so
in
core to the
Squadron. And
gameplay
so
experience,
I think,
man.
Ultimately, it's going to be good for the PU, and a lot of things are going to sort of come together over the next couple of years. We're pretty excited. So we wanted to
couple of years.
visit you and talk a little bit about it.
I think there is 2 common themes that I think you'll see throughout the entirety of this talk as well. One is the fact that
Yeah, it's fair. No,
it's,
I'd
it's
rather
how we
than be
develop the
honest.
features. That everybody looks at individual features, has got the microscope of that specific feature, but it's how they all interact together to create the game. So it's about bringing them all together to create that gameplay experience. And number 2 is that none of these are like, oh, we're going to get to this in however time, and we're going to work on that. All of the stuff that we'll talk about today is stuff that we're actively working on, and not in the inception, but we have in our hands. We can play it, we can see it, we're feedbacking on it. So it's something that we're fairly advanced along, and so hopefully we'll be able to pull back the curtain a little bit.
Yeah, that said, some of the things that we're going to talk about, and I think we're about ready to start getting into it here. Some of the things will have aspects to show. Some of the things won't have aspects to show, like the star map. Like
Jeremy Mark Hamill, beard physics.
Some of the things will be presented in test maps because we don't want to give away any Squadron 42 specific locations and stuff like that. That said, I think we can maybe show some stuff in Asiato because people have
We already
seen
showed that at one location.
So you guys ready to this enough preamble?
Yes.
Let's start with
show the stuff.
Rich, you were the AFT guy. Now you're the whole Squadron game guy. But let's start with something that affects everybody. This is a first-person universe, after all. Let's talk about the FPS radar and the player interaction system stuff. What can you tell us about how this has evolved?
It's interesting because we obviously, I think I've given a talk on FPS radar and scanning in the past, and I think the biggest thing that when we look at what Star Citizen is now, what's the first thing that you do? You're in your bed. How do you interact with the game? How do you interact with the environment that's around you? Doors, getting into your ship. How do you interact with kiosks? And a lot of the thing that we realized is that, and it's not something new, it's just something we've always wanted to get to, is how does the player interface with the game? How do they translate their controls and what they want them to do, ultimately in the universe that they're playing? And how does that then translate in the computer game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of use this terminology to understand that's like interact mode, personal inner thought, the player interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of like saga, shall we say. And I think that's one of the things that we really want to improve and make better, because I think it's lacking right now. If you go and walk around the universe, generally having to go into interact mode, having to use the cursor, having to
it sucks ass. Your
things.
UI is terrible.
We spent a lot of time trying to make the world physical and
what's the
feel
solution?
right and immersed, that you're immersed in it.
Well, you can interact with things like the props are interactable.
Exactly.
You can do things. You can push things around. You can move them. I mean, the whole goal is to make it a sort of physically living universe.
Exactly.
That you can interact with to a level that in most FPS games you don't, right? Because most FPS games you run around, you shoot things, maybe you pick up a gun that gets dropped, but you generally, most everything's static. And so our goal definitely for the PU, it's one of the reasons why we're doing the persistent, the whole idea of persistent streaming and later on the server meshing is to have this fully persistent universe that, you can push the chairs around, or that cup I could take off your desk and take to my space.
Cup analogies. Here we go.
and it will be there and it'll persist. So obviously interacting with things is a huge deal. In Squadron, we have a huge amount of physical puzzles, interactions, in a level that I haven't seen in a lot of FPS games. So it's almost like a sort of story game and a puzzle game and a traversal game and a combat game and a stealth game and a flight game all rolled into one. And so we need systems that are easy to use. And currently what we have, ideas were good, but it's pretty clunky. So we've been really focusing on it because also we want you to be able, keyboard, mouse. What if you joystick? What if you have a gamepad? We need to make sure all that stuff works well. So we don't want to have 400 key presses you have to remember to do stuff, and we don't want it to take forever to interact and do stuff. And so we've really been thinking about it. Those are, by the way, have been a bit large complaints on the PU, just getting in, new person getting into the game, like how do I get out of bed? How do I do some basic stuff? How do I understand? Right now it's sort of trial by fire. I mean, I think, there's a lot of people, it's almost like, I don't know whether it's a From Software thing where it's like, oh, I managed to beat the challenge of Star Citizen and I actually got to my ship. But we need to make that better, and so that is actually one of the big things we've been focusing on, and the player interaction system. And by the way, these have been plans that have been around for quite a while. Absolutely. And Rich, back when he was in charge of sort of the core gameplay group, which was the AFT and the weapon teams and the actor tech team and stuff, that was on the list of things to do. It just because of what we talked about, the release cadence in Star Citizen on the alpha, it just didn't get to it yet. Well, we're getting to it now, and we're working on it. So I mean,
part of it is basically removing the barrier. Yeah. So removing the clunkiness, as Chris said, to how to interact with with the environment. So what we've kind of gone to, we've gone to kind of this weighted system. So if you're walking over to a trolley, you shouldn't have to look exactly at the handle to be able to go, oh, I want to use the trolley. You just want to be able to go over there. Yes. And the game, you go, I want to interact with the trolley. You just press F, and the game should know, they want to interact
Opening
with the trolley.
a door.
So if I'm looking at your desk, for example, you've got quite a lot of things that I could pick up and take and do whatever I want. But you want to be able to just walk over there and not have to go into a mouse cursor mode to be able to then select it. And you should just be able to go, I want to look at the green ship. I'm going to pick up the green ship. I want to look at your little mini ship over there, or the book, or your coffee cup, or whatever. And you just want to be able to go and look at those things, press F, and you need confidence that when you're looking at something, and we have the user interface to tell you that yes, this is the thing that you're going to pick up, and you don't want to have to go into this separate mode to be able to do that. So I think that's one of the fundamental things on the player interaction experience, and that's such a pervasive system across the entirety, because it's the same when you're in a cockpit. In a cockpit, or you're walking around, or you're in EVA, or you're crouched, or you're prone, or all the different environments that you're in. You need to be able to just effortlessly interact with the game world, and you want it to just feel natural and immersed, because you want to get involved in what you're doing in the gameplay, not have to fight the controls. And then on the other side of things, which is FPS radar scanning, it's actually kind of being split into kind of a twofold. The first area is kind of what we're calling kind of like a quick scan. This is something that, again, if you think of the Star Citizen universe, it's very detailed. That's one of our strengths, that we're detail at scale. And so you want to be able to go in and understand all the individual pieces, that you can go in and go, I want to move that thing, or I want to go and get in a giant ship. But sometimes it's quite difficult to realize, okay, what is environment, or what is interactive, or which bits are relevant to me. For example, if you look at Uncharted, they have,
I got a piece
painted
super bad.
areas to show you where you need to go and where you need to navigate. But that's not Star Citizen. Star Citizen is built on realism and the reality of the world. So what we want to do is have kind of like the radar and scanning system, where you can do this kind of like quick ping or quick scan wave, single button, and that is kind of just for your local environment, and everything will then be tagged as you look at it. So kind of think, I look at the camera, it'll come out and it'll have a little info box, and it'll say, okay, this is the model of the camera, this is the information. And it's almost like you've done a little mini scan on the camera, but it's happening for everything around you. And you can just quickly look around and be like, oh, there's a cuttable surface there because I want to be able to use my multi-tool cutter. Oh, there's a vent there that I can get access to. Oh, there's a terminal there that I can hack. And I'm getting that information. It's almost like that Blade Runner-esque of like, I go into a space and I can go, okay, what are the ingredients that I have to play with as a player for me to be able to progress to the next area? And then we've got the other side of things, which is radar and scanning, which is what we're calling like a charged scan wave, where it's the same system, you're holding down the scan button, and that's pinging out across wider areas. And that's where you're looking at, individuals. You're getting, okay, there's 2 guys over there. What's their details? Oh, there's an NPC over there. Okay, I can see an objective that I need to complete. And that's a bit more, because that's more gameplay pervasive. That's something that's going to be more of a risk reward. So that's like, okay, I'm giving my location away, but they're also, so they may or may not, know that they've been scanned. If it's a player, they absolutely will be. And that's all underpinned off the signature system that we do for radar scanning of the ships as an FPS. So it's all systemic. It's not, we have to go in and they go, oh, it's this custom setup. So we have this kind of usability aspect for radar and scanning for people to be able to go in and understand. I think there's been plenty of Reddit posts over the years of people go, oh, I wish scanning, radar and scanning would do this and show me little info boxes. And yeah, we have that up and running. So there's that aspect of it which kind of ties in with the player interaction experience of how you play the game and how do you understand what you need to do. And then there's the other side of things, which is then it's a more of a proactive tool of you looking through the environment and finding what you want.
We have a couple of videos. Should we show
video?
Videos of those?
So I understand we have 2 videos. What's this first one we're going to look at?
So the first one is more kind of showing what I described with radar scanning, that first aspect. So you're going into a space, you're doing a quick scan wave, and then it's quickly showing you up the little bits that you can interact with.
All right, let's take a look at FPS radar and Pi 1.
So you can see here, this is in Asiado, which we've already showcased. But this is obviously going in and utilizing some of our new building blocks UI for the doors. And then here's a scan wave, and you can see that I'm looking at that data pad, and then you can move around, and it's giving me that information. So right now, it's just giving you the basic high-level information in terms of the names and things. But you will also have more detailed information depending on, contextually what the item is. And what you're seeing here is part of the player interaction system. So you can just, even though that's kind of a complex area, there's lots of little things that you can interact with, but you're getting confidence of, oh, cool, I can grab that, or I can use the data pad. And you're not having to go into interact mode. You're not having to be driven by the cursor. You can go in and just
way better.
press
Holy
F or interact
crap.
with it. And, you've probably seen this in plenty of AAA games, but they don't have the detail and scale that we do. So we want to make sure that system is
so
really
much
robust.
better.
But hopefully it gives you kind of an idea of.
It's so much better.
That, part of the idea is that there's the default action, which in this case is what you see when you're on it when it says grab or I think there's a few other ones that you can use as default action. But the icon, if you just had a single disk with that wasn't broken, then that would mean there's only one thing you can do with it.
Thank God for that UI.
Cases,
FPS scanning too.
A broken disk in 4 pieces, please. Which was basically saying that's a multi-action. So as you look at it, if, for instance, in that case, if you hit F, it does the default action. If you held F, it would bring up the modular wheel that would show you the other actions. So you could maybe equip it versus grab it or whatever
that's very
you do.
cool.
And so the idea is just like you can do in Rich was talking about a lot of other sort of AAA, even console games. You walk around, you look around, oh, look, I can extra do something with it, right? So there's a bit of that's happening here. So you can just look around and I can interact without having to hold F, move your mouse around and all the rest of stuff. I mean, we'll still have the overall interact mode that you can go into if you want, but the idea is I just play around if I'm used to playing games a certain way. So there is a certain language of, I think, FPS or even third-person games that exist right now, and we don't want to do something totally different to it because people are used to playing games a certain way. It's like why in an FPS game you run around with WASD and use the mouse because so many people are used to it. And so we're leaning a little bit onto that, but trying to make it much more usable and work with inside a much more powerful system than you typically get in games. And so even there, you saw there's a lot of interactables. You look at them, you can move them around, do all these different things with it, and hopefully it'll be much more intuitive for players in Squadron or Star Citizen.
And that default item actions is a good point, because that's also something we've gone to and we're changing in the fact that we want everything to have a default action that essentially you go over, you press F, it always does that default action. But let's say you're harvesting harvestables and you want, the default action is that it picks it up and puts it into your hand, but you want it to always be to store into your backpack. You'll actually be able to go in there, right click on the item, when you're in interact mode, bring up the wheel, or like Chris says, hold F and it will bring up the wheel. And that will replace that list that we have currently right now. And you'll actually be able to remap that in the game.
That's super cool.
3 clicks.
Change your default.
I don't want it to be pick up into my hand. I want it to go straight into my backpack because that's what you're doing right there. So then you can go and have it, it allows us to give the interaction system how we want it to be by default, but then it puts the onus on the player. If they want it to go, they want a weapon to always go to their backpack because they're happy with the weapons they've already got and they're going looting, they just want it all to be stored, they can do that out of the gate so it doesn't always go into their hands. And they have that customizability to be able to interact with the environment and the objects that they're looking at.
That's fantastic.
Before we move on, we have a second video.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't seen this one. You want to set it up, or you want to just go into playing it?
Sure. Yeah, play it. So I mean, the second one, essentially, what we're about to see is kind of what I talked about. This is the second half of radon scanning. So this is where they're still getting the environmental information, like whether you've got a vent or a terminal or a hacking area, but you're also now getting information about the enemies and the AI and what's out there. So it's a wider and broader.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you basically, it's almost like whether it's X-ray vision or you can hear it through the wall, but you could track someone on the other side of a wall, but you're doing the charge scan, which is much more risky because it's noisy, and if people go, oh, someone's scanning, maybe there's someone over there and they can track you down.
That'll be
but
interesting.
It'd be useful in like when you're stealthing around, it's like you're going to go around a corner, you don't know if there's some enemies around the corner, and you want to find out. You use this.
It's very useful.
Yeah,
having played lots of levels.
Definitely, because in Squadron, we're trying to have a certain amount of realism. So you're not just going to go and gun down 400 people. So we want you, when you're in situations, you're outnumbered, and you have to. It's more of a stealth game in the FPS than it is a straight out run and gun shooter.
Bring it to the point of realism, then bring it back to the point of fun, as you said.
Well, there's a lot of fun stealth games.
All right, so I want to see this clip. I haven't seen it yet. Let's roll FPS 2.
So what you're seeing here is that he's going to do a scan wave in a moment. Essentially what you'll see is that it's now penetrating through the walls, and now you can start to see the slavers that are in this environment. Now these slavers don't necessarily have a radon scanner, so they're not able to pick you up. So what will happen is when you do a scan wave or a charged scan wave, your signatures will basically skyrocket. So that's what will give you away to other people. So in the PvP environment, you're only getting, it's a big risk. If you want to do it, but you're giving away your location. So if you're willing to do that, then so be it. But in a more of a PvE environment, what we're going to do is we're going to have tailored. Some enemies will have radon scanning and some won't. So if they do, then they'll be like, hey, I've just been pinged, and they'll get your location, and then they'll go and investigate. So what you're seeing here, on that video is kind of a more wider, broader area and seeing through the walls, whereas the first one is.
I'm curious if they have counters to this in PvP.
To choose which one they want to do.
Or like maybe a bounty hunter could have something to avoid detection.
We want to encourage the player to go into an environment and go, okay, cool, I'm in this room. What things do I have to interact with? And then the second one is more of a wide escape, like Chris said. When we're playing our stealth levels, you need to have kind of a good understanding of where they are, and it's only temporary. And you will have a cooldown on that charge scan wave, so you're not just going to be able to spam it there forever. It's like you get a temporary picture, and you go, "Cool, I've got a good snapshot. Now I'm going to make my move and go forward."
So while we're still here on the first-person experience, the player experience, let's stick to a couple more topics that are related just to the player before we move into ships and bigger stuff. Ledges and ladders. Everybody knows the struggles of elevators in the persistent universe, but that's not the only way to, traverse the universe to get around and stuff. I understand that you guys have made a number of improvements to mantling over ledges and how to use ladders.
I mean, Legends and Ladders is kind of
best game I ever played.
It's like a board game. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. It's kind of two features that we're focusing on, but I mean, as Chris said, in terms of Squadron development, we're looking at improving the entirety of the traversal experience. How does the player move, and just from general locomotion and how that feels, and then in terms of the traversal moves, so vaulting, mantling, ladders, and so on and so forth. So one of the two areas that we've identified that we wanted to push for was for ledges, which is we wanted you to be able to, I've slightly misjudged my jump because I'm in first person, I can't see my feet. And it's, it's kind of frustrating. You're like, it's just right there. If this was real life, I'd just put my hands out and grab it, right? So that's the first part, that we can actually grab onto ledges now that you're falling past, so that you can actually then pull yourself up, which adds it's to be honest, it's huge. Like we've built traversal levels now, and it's the difference is night and day, because when you're in a first person, it's very difficult to judge like right on the edge. So we can add a bit more challenge to the traversal so that you're actually moving around with ledges and grabbing and pulling yourself up. And then the other side of things, which doesn't necessarily sound that interesting in terms of, oh, it's improved ladders. But again, is if you play the Star Citizen right now, you get onto a ladder, you're looking bolt straight forward at the wall, you're locked, you can't look around, you have no spatial awareness. It's just, that's it. You're locked in, you can't get off halfway, you can't jump off, you're kind of very locked. So what we've done...
Jump on halfway too.
No, exactly. So what we did is we kind of leveraged how we did body dragging, and that, you know, even though you're attached to this thing, you want to be able to look around. So you can attach to the ladder, you can jump onto a ladder directly, you can run and jump onto a ladder, you can look around full 360 degrees, you can look around 90 degrees as you're going up. You know, and it's just a lot more fluid and a lot more, you know, it doesn't feel like, oh, now I'm locked in. It just feels like you're more of a human being on the ladder and you can look around. And then, obviously, if you can look behind you on a ladder, that opens up environment, you know, opens up scope to jumping from that onto something
Shooting
else.
a pistol?
Yeah, because you can jump off the ladder halfway up it, or
I think you're supposed to be able to shoot a pistol.
There's a huge amount of, I mean, in Squadron, we're putting a lot of traversal gameplay in, which will make its way into the PU when all these sort of systems settle, and I think you'll see a lot more. I mean, you already see a little bit where, you know, you could use a tractor gun to put a crate over or push something to get up and look at stuff in derelicts right now, for instance, in the PU. But imagine a whole level above that, which is kind of what's in Squadron. I mean, even that in the derelicts was really inspired by some of the early work we were doing in Squadron. But there's a lot of like physical and traversal gameplay and puzzles in Squadron, and we're building the systems to also work well with that. And then again, with a systemic world like we have in Star Citizen, where you can move things around and they can persist, there should be multiple ways to solve the problem you're trying to deal with, which is how we've approached the Squadron design. Is like in most of the areas that you go through, there's more than one way to get to the end to solve the problem.
Yeah, Michael, video demoing this would have been much better than talking
start
about
shooting, or here's a way that you can, you know, do it without seeing anyone because you've just, you know, taken this difficult traversal path. So those are all things that are important, and so it's little things like this, and I would say, I mean, we've got a video to show, but we're still, you know, like some of the finesse of the animation detail is still to come. So a lot of it is
this is a lot
is the block out. But we have this beautiful motion capture stage here that we will show you guys at some point when the Manchester Goods Yards and the stage are fully finished, and then Jared will do a updated version of the 2013 tour that I did with Erin, but it will be in a much bigger environment. Anyway, but I would say definitely that, I mean, we could show it, but we got details to come, like, for instance, if you jump and you just make it, you know, you're going to, you know, catch your balance and do that sort of stuff. So that's not in here, but that's sort of the details, the finesse that we're adding to really have that sense of you in first person, feeling your body and your inertia when you're going up and down on it. I mean, if you cut out to the third person when you see some of the stuff, you sort of see some of it even in the block out animations, but there'll be much more in the final version. But we probably should run the video if we can.
All right, ladders.
So obviously this, as you can see, this is final art.
Absolutely.
So this is taken directly from Squadron 42. No, it's obviously a test map. But you can see here that, as Chris said, the level of inertia is still block out phase, but you can see that we're actually starting to get that you can grab on, you can go straight into a mantle or a vault, you can go straight into the pull-ups. And the thing is that what you're seeing here is, you know, while this is just an test map, a lot of these are providing design ethos to then feed into the PU. So if we've got derelicts and we've got environments that we want the player to go and do missions in, we don't just necessarily just have to rely on you've only got jump, or you only can do vault and mantle.
And right there, we did a jump onto halfway onto a ladder, and here we're looking around.
Nice.
To the left, to the right.
Yeah,
and you
that's
can jump
good.
Off the
That
ladder
gives
at any
players a
point,
lot
you
of
can
freedom.
slide down it,
That'll
you
be
can do
good.
All sorts of things.
Wow.
We've got a bit of a sneak peek at the end.
Yeah, so
we're gonna fight an elevator.
The true boss.
And we jump across to get on the ladder there. And again, these are all the block out animations.
What's this?
I wonder what that is.
What is
Someone
that?
accidentally put that in there.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But the other thing as
Back
well,
to our spaceship.
Yeah, I mean the other thing to say about the traversal is while we're highlighting ladders and the ledge grabs and things here, the other thing is that we're also, we've taken a deep dive on things like the control input. So for example, we've got action queuing coming up. So, for example, if you're sprinting and you were shooting just before you're sprinting, you might be holding down shift and left mouse button. And then now, what happens now if you then release shift, you've stopped shooting. But sometimes you want it to continue shooting because I'm still holding the input that I want to do, and what we're kind of terminology in terms of this action queuing. And that's something that we've got a whole matrix of all the different controls, all the different methods from Crone to
Might have been one of the new
transitions,
bunkers.
Weapon swapping, and so that just using the controls is a lot more fluid, a lot more intuitive. So it's something that we're really putting a really magnifying glass on to making sure that you're not fighting the controls. The controls are working for you. It's doing what you want it to do. So if you are using a gamepad or you are using a joystick or you are using mouse and keyboard, it's easy to use and easy to interact with the world so that you can immerse yourself in the environments and the missions and the gameplay. So it's something that we're really pushing forward to make
in
better.
all aspects, right? Because prone's one of the things that we're set to be working on here, right? The crouching, the various transitions between all the stuff. So some of the stuff right now in the PU's clunkier than it should be. And so we've really taken a deep dive on all of it.
Yeah.
And to make everything a lot more fluid, looking around on the ladder is a good example. But also, like on a bigger level, right, we've done a complete rework on EVA, what we call sort of
You think that was a hanger leak? That didn't look like a hanger to me.
Physical interaction. We should probably talk a little bit about that. We have a video to show of that, but it's a complete redo of the current EVA system, and it has a lot more of what you would expect when you're in space, in vacuum, pushing yourself off. For instance, you have momentum now, so if you push off in a direction, you will just keep moving in a direction. The use of it's far more easy.
Yeah.
Handling weapons and looking around, and some of the tech that we've developed for the push-pull is the same stuff that we're going to be using for prone and a bunch of other stuff. And really, the looking around on the ladders is kind of based on some of the
to be honest, a lot of those systems are, and when Chris says push-pull, he means 0G push-pull, not trolley push-pull. But
Although we'll talk about that too.
Yes, we will. But when we talk about EVA T2 and 0G, the biggest thing, again, it's just be an EVA right now in the star system and just look left. You don't have a stability of if you're a human being, you look left, your horizon doesn't change because you move your head and it's the same. Our camera tilts and moves, and then you get into a scenario where you're you can't really understand the perspective of where you were in. It's oh, I'm now upside down. So EVA T2, which again you'll be able to see a clip of it working, it's night and day. It is a fun.
I'm actually excited about
threw
this.
the old one away.
I think they're going to
to
keep your momentum
change in terms of how we work in EVA.
Should be
First off,
decoupled.
you're not upright. You're in more of what we call the Iron Man pose, so you're leaning forward. We still retain the upright pose for certain circumstances, but it means that you've got a better sense of your actual volume when you're traversing forward. So you're not got these legs that are beneath you. But you can totally look around 360 degrees. Your camera is stable, as you get a good orientation. When you look back, you see your body. It's fully decoupled, so you're not just pushing forward and you're flying like a spaceship.
Thank you.
You push forward, and that gives you an initial inertia in that direction, and you will keep going in that direction until you change. But then when you want to change, you just need to look at another direction and you push that way. And the way we've implemented it, it's almost like your suit's kind of similar to the IFCS on the ships, that it kind of counters the forces and then allows you to go in that way.
So it's
we originally tried it where you would drift
it switches to coupled
actually do the curve,
and
but it just
then
made
back in a
traversing more
decoupled.
intricate
So it's like
spaces,
a
which is what
coupled
we wanna do.
decoupled combo.
Eventually we want to be able to take
Love it.
gravity off in ships, and that
Smart.
you can take those down. And
it's definitely. That's part of the plan. We
Absolutely.
even in the resource network segment, that's one of the things.
So all of those tight, intricate areas that we've built over the last 7, 8, well, 10 years now.
I love that head first EVA.
That you can go into those tight
also, that makes so much
areas.
more sense, especially if you were like shooting
in a position where you can turn on a
really.
dial, you can
You'd want to be a
upside
smaller
down.
target.
You get a
wouldn't
good
want to
sense
be
of what,
profile.
your orientation. And I think that's something that we've really pushed ahead on EVA2 and to be honest, the engineering team have done a really fantastic job. I find it a lot of fun flying around in EVA.
And then I'd also say the other thing that we should point out in the longer term for the PU, not so much in Squadron because you're in a sort of pilot suit that has EVA as part of its setup, is not every spacesuit is EVA capable. So we're going to separate it where you have to have like basically an EVA pack, a rocket pack for you to sort of propel around. If you don't have one, then it's the physical push-pull. So you can move along surfaces, you can push off against them, you come close to something, you can grab it. If you're in close things and there's handholds, you can grab them and move them around. So we have this physicalized interaction that happens, and you don't actually need to have your EVA pack or jetpack. And then the EVA jetpack is if you go out in open space, that's how obviously you can.
That's actually really interesting. So you could end up in space without an EVA suit and just be like, well,
long term in the
screwed.
PU, there's going to be some pretty interesting gameplay. So if you do, I don't know, a boarding action or something, maybe you need a space suit that has the EVA pack, or you're doing repairs out in space and your space suit with EVA pack. Yes, you will not be able to repair the ship in that outfit right now, Jerry. But I think it gives a really good. It's just going to give more options, more context, because like longer term, what we want to do in the PU is what you wear is important, right? So right now, everybody just runs around in a big suit of armor, a big space. And we haven't really turned on some of the features we've actually put in there that says, for instance, you shouldn't be able to sit in a seat of a space fighter in heavy armor. You shouldn't be there with your gun on the back. You should have a flight suit on, or you come into a city, you shouldn't be wandering around in heavy armor because that's antisocial. Maybe they don't let you go in there. So we want people to have reasons to wear different things, have storage. That's the whole point
boots
of the
would be
physical,
nice. That would be cool.
Inventory system. And as we're starting to roll out, more of it's coming in Squadron, and then in the PU, that's definitely coming online. And things that we're doing like that with the the physicalized cargo and everything else. And if you look at all the new ships, there's always locker and storage. There's we have a whole system for outfits now that was first going to be in Squadron, but then coming to the PU, it's designed so there'll be a nice sort of locker, almost like a wardrobe system that you can go in and hang up your outfit and switch quickly into another outfit, or switch into this
clothes,
space suit,
armor, everything.
Yeah, so we want it to be your virtual second life, and we want to make it as easy as possible for you to manage all these different things that you can wear for different roles. And EVA is one of the minor parts of that, where, like I said, you either have an EVA suit with a pack or not, but you still will be able to move around. And we should probably run the video so we can.
Good job bringing it back around to EVA at the end like that. Let's take a look at the EVA video.
Play the damn video.
Well, and as Chris says, in terms of
oh man, this looks so much cooler.
What you're seeing here is that you'll probably see some of it in the third person. The thrusters are not firing because
it's
decoupled.
the old VFX, but it's also the old VFX code. So we haven't part of the proper. This is a current PU suit versus what we'll have is a new one with a proper pack that has the thrusters in the right position, and when you go forward, the thrusters going from the back.
So what you're actually seeing here is you've actually connected to this surface. So now it's almost like you're in a prone situation, but this is going to be what more our new prone will be. Again, you've got full 360 degrees. You can just move your mouse and you look all the way behind you.
So you're kind of like moving
right now
your
we're
person
moving along
along
here, not because we're thrusting, because we're using our hands
to
move ourselves along, and we're looking around as we're doing that. If we went out to
you're kind of like
person
Spider-Man
here, you would
crawling.
see us moving our hands around. I think we'll see it a little later on. There we go. Here we go. So
that's
we're
actually
just sort
kind of
pulling
cool.
Ourselves along. And if we wanted to at this point, we could stop and we could push off against it, and then we would just go floating out into space. So that's the sort of idea of what we call push-pull.
And so what you're seeing here,
he just pushed himself off.
So what you're seeing here, that's actually kind of you're just floating alongside the actual this fin of this Asiata station, and this is actually keeping you in this orbit. And then if you did, and that's just, you just push forward and go, where you can actually jump off into space. But then this becomes one of the, if you look at physical traversal where you've got jumping and mantling and vaulting, this is where we have
This is a cool
zero G
station.
push pull. We have the tractor beam that kind of pulls you around in EVA, and then we have your EVA pack, which is limited by your resource of EVA fuel. So this allows you to kind of manipulate and go in EVA, and allows us as developers
Ooh, I
to
like
build
EVA fuel
traversal
and tractor
spaces,
beam for
both
pulling you around.
wide ranging and
Gonna
both
be
small
cool.
scale.
So yeah, here's. I mean, we were before in first person looking around, but here's us cutting out to third person to actually show you what your character and body's doing. And so there's a lot of, I mean, and these are still block out animations actually, but so there'll be a lot more like nuance or fidelity to it. But yeah, you have a lot more control, directional sense, ability to look around, ability to stop yourself. So I think, in this one, we're going to come up close to the glass above it.
Yes.
And you're actually going to see us, like if you fly into something, you sort of arrest yourself, again, block out animation, but you're going to, as we get down close to it, I think we're going to come down, you'll see.
That looks super cool. You can see the guy walking around in
down
there.
here, player comes down here, yep. Put our hands out to brace ourselves to stop ourselves on the glass here. So all of that's like systemic.
Yeah, why are you cutting
that's
to Chris? Let us
not
see the
marked
damn
up or
gameplay.
anything. It's all ray casting, seeing of things. You brace yourself when you come up against, hold on, arrest your thing. You can push.
That's
off
cool.
against things.
You could have a
So
dude
we've
up there
spent
like
a fair amount
scouting,
of
like calling
time
out
and
positions
engineering
and
on all
stuff.
this. But it's not just for Squadron. It's going to be, it's obviously useful in some of the environments of Squadron. This is one of them, obviously, the Asiata station. You're going to look down on the slavers that you saw in the earlier scan. But, the use of this in the PU is going to be massive.
And also the big thing that Chris said there is it's systemic. There's no markup. If you want to go and climb all over a ship, you can do. If you want to climb over a space station, you can do. If you want to climb over anything that's in EVA, it has a surface, you can put your hands on it. It's got a big enough space to put your hands on it. It will work. So there's no like, oh, it only works in this scenario, or it only works in this scenario. It is what you see here. And then as what we've not been able to show today, which is we do have working or partially working, is that when you go into very tight environments, if there are handholds, you will be able to grab onto that handhold, or whether it's a terminal or whether it's a hatch to get into a ship, you'll grab onto the handhold, and then instead of putting your hands out and landing, you'll grab on, and then you go, cool, I can use the terminal, or I can look around. And again, you're not locked in. You can look all 360 degrees. You'll switch hands as you look around, and you can get a sense of, okay, where do I want to go next? I want to go over there, cool, or I want to go through this door.
Sounds really cool.
And it works in tight environments.
Can't wait for
wide
ship
scale
boarding,
environments.
man.
And fundamentally,
Probably going to be one of the coolest
it's
parts of this game.
A lot nicer to play than our current version, which is just
No, I mean it's massive for the game. So I think there'll be a lot more sort of EVA external action.
Yeah.
The combat's better. It's much more stable. I think we'll see a lot of puzzles and traversal in the PU that can be built from that, because we don't really, we have a lot of stuff down on planets, but it would also be nice to have more like exploring more the sort of derelict asteroid bases kind of things. And EVA, I think we all love science fiction, obviously. We're making these kind of games. That's sort of a lot of classic sci-fi that you see. So we spent, that's an example of us being able to spend the time to really think about how we want the system to work, how best it's going to work, and bed it in on Squadron, and then it'll be something.
Because we did 2 or 3 iterations. We did, we did 2 or 3 iterations of how we wanted to do. Did we want to have this Iron Man pose? Did we want to have it upright? Did it blend between them? And we were playing it. And it's like, it doesn't feel right. And now you can just, you know it when you get it right, because you can just go, and you're like, oh, this feels really nice, and you just end up flying around the level and connecting things. And so
it's cool. I mean, that's how astronauts.
That's
how astronauts move around the space station.
Absolutely. I mean, I purposely didn't watch the videos. I wanted to be able to react as honestly while we were recording these as possible. And I know you said those were blockout animations, but as somebody who's been with Steve Bender on a Friday night at the Oust House, like that looks just like
Steve Bender.
Yeah, it looks just like Steve Bender crawling around. Sorry, Steve. But no, it looks great, and I think everybody who saw that now is going to see the potential the absolute gameplay potential for all kinds of zero-G gameplay possibilities. That is really, really
No,
cool.
that
looks
great. I mean,
super cool.
Now
I want more EVA combat opportunities like sieging stations and pirate bases.
As big as a system as, like, say, the EVA replacement, but like the hover trolley that we've got. I know that I saw.
I really like the hover trolley.
Yeah, no, I like it
really
a lot.
like
I
it.
saw the Reddit thread saying, "Why didn't someone do a hover trolley?" Well, actually, that was something we've been working on for quite a while. But the thing we can show you here in a few minutes. But the thing that's really good about this, because obviously the physical trolleys, the wheels get caught. I mean, just like in the real world, right? And you've got problems of going upstairs and all the rest of the stuff, just like you would in the real world. Is that it sort of opens up the potential, and this really plays into the PU. We use it in Squadron for certain things, like you'll see in what we show here. But for the PU, it's actually much more interesting because now you have the ability. We always had this design for our like bigger cargo containers, right? Ones that you can't just pick up yourself. We originally had this design where there was sort of a grav-lev system where you stuck in this thing and the grav-lev it would come up, and then now you can push around a huge container. And we're moving for physicalized cargo. It's going to be in 318. I think Tony's trying to squeeze a few things in. We'll see if he manages to get everything in. But this isn't necessarily going to be in 318, but it will come in probably not too far in the near future. But this allows you to not just have your little tractor beam and pick up something and move it around, but okay, let's have a bigger container. And what happens if you turn it on, up it goes, and then you just push it into your cargo hold, turn it off, locks into the cargo grid. And now that cargo container, imagine a bigger one. Well, what happens, like right now in the inventory system, you can put things in your local inventory of your ship or other various inventories. Well, imagine your container, say one of these bigger, like maybe a 16 SCU one or whatever, that's sitting there, and now I can place, I don't know, large vehicle items in it. I can place all sorts of stuff in it. So I could load up this container.
I want to see it.
I could push it into my ship, then I could fly it off to some remote planet and put it next to, where I'm camping out, or longer term where you say maybe a player base or some group of players with persistent decide to take over a derelict or something. And I can basically load up a bunch of supplies in a container, like bigger supplies or weapons or armor suits or whatever, and put it in there just by doing this. I think the underlying sort of hover tech for the trolley stuff is really good because it will really play into the cargo and the logistics that are going to come with that. Because longer term with persistence and what we're doing, I think there's going to be a whole bunch of gameplay that will be revolved around the logistics of living, right? Like how do I have my food? How do I have my drinks? How do I have my raw materials? How do I have my weapons? If two orgs are fighting a war over a patch of land, someone's got to show up with extra, ammo and missiles and all that kind of stuff, or weapon replacement, especially as we get repairing and the salvaging and stuff. Okay, well, rather than have to fly it to a place that can do your repair, maybe there's an on-field repair that's happening right there, and someone's changing out a broken weapon for another weapon because you've loaded it up and stored it in your container. So there's the possibilities in the PU is huge, and this is an example of just little bits of tech that we're putting into Squadron that we're planning on bringing it across into the PU. But in the PU, they just have a lot more potential, like the EVA. So.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about trolleys is when we approached trolleys with the physical trolleys, was that we wanted them to serve two purposes. One, we wanted them to serve a purpose that is more traditional games, which is, I can move things around, and that allows me to create, traversal opportunities for me. If I'm blocked, I can move a box over here, and I can get up higher now, which is kind of what the more physical trolleys are kind of better suited for. And this is another example where we kind of put trolleys into the PU, but there wasn't really a use case or a best use case. So that at the moment they're just used as enemies, or I've seen people fly them as missiles out of ships, but they're not really utilised for what we want them to use. And then you've got the other side of trolleys, which is we want them to be used for cargo loading. Now, again, we've got a lot of ships, we've got a lot of different ramps, the scales of those ramps is larger, and with hover trolleys, when you see the video, you can push them downstairs. You can push them up any ramp. The weight that you're having to physically push a physical trolley, which is taken into account. Hover trolleys, you don't have to worry about that because, let's play the video.
Let's see the video.
Let's see the video.
Thank you.
We've hyped this up now. Hover trailers are the most amazing thing in the world. Here we go.
So you can see here, this is actually a slaver pod. So
it closes down, it's on the floor. We're going to activate it. Levitates up now, grav levs on. You get hold of it, bam. And by the way, the new interaction system's not working in this demo here. This is a separate build. But we're, as you can see, it's getting pushed over
bulkheads.
Cool.
But this is essentially a really big improvement for us because
what station is this? It looks cool.
Cargo, and we want physical cargo to be a big deal in the PU, that you have to move that cargo, you have to make decisions about how long it's going to take to load it up, not just buy it from a kiosk and it appear in your ship. So this gives us the ability to do that and, like Chris says, move much larger things than what you'd normally be able to push as a human being.
Yeah, I mean, this happens to be just a slaver pod, but obviously you'd be pushing, as long as it's grav lev equipped and has the sort of hover device, then like I said, you could have large shipping containers and stuff like that.
And this is all underpinned by our grav leg technology, so the same, as a dragonfly, or eventually
you run with it though. This guy's moving pretty slow.
You need to rearrange them all.
Or can you go down the stairs
around on your homestead or whatever we do eventually? And we've actually had this working on a planet, so you can just push this over planet terrain. You don't let go. You stay stable because it doesn't actually undulate unless there's something actually physically touching it. So it allows it to be much more stable. And what we want to do for your cargo loading is that we'll use a system similar to the cargo grid that you'll be able to snap things on top of it. So if you have a flat platform, you'll be able to snap cargo boxes onto it so they won't fall off. Then you'll be able to reliably move them without frustration. And again, you can see some of our design ethos coming through.
That's actually really cool.
The barrier to entry, we're trying to remove
they can have
the control
more cargo that can just self-levitate like that.
Kind of make
super
that
cool.
A lot simpler.
I see this and all I can think about is Spock and the photon torpedo tube.
That's true.
Cool. So we've talked about a number of things now that are related to the player, to the first person and stuff like this. And we got a couple more we're going to come back to later. But let's move up into spaceships.
Yep.
Because spaceships are a big part of the experience.
Our heroes.
We just had earlier in the day, we had our flight experience a segment where they talked about master modes and quantum boosts and stuff like this. But at a higher level and stuff, let's talk about how the flight experience is changing a bit through the work in Squadron 42. And anything you want to share with us on that?
I think the biggest thing for me, and I think it's what Chris and I have talked about, is the difficulty of developing a game over a period of time when it's a live product is that you're developing things in isolation and you're putting them out. So you're going, okay, this is our T0, this is MFDs. And okay, now we want to do the flight HUD. And we put the flight HUD. And now we want to do this section. And what happens is maybe it's a different designer over the years, or maybe it's someone else, or maybe they've learned from what's happened or gone out previously. And lots of things come together, but they don't necessarily feel right because they've not been approached where you've gone, we're going to do it all at once. Because you can never do it all at once if you've got to hit quarterly releases. Right. So with Squadron development, what's it allowed us to do is allowed us to look at the HUD and the MFDs and everything together and go, well, actually, we don't need all that information on the HUD if we've got it on the MFDs. Or we don't need all the information here if we've got physical switches. And it's allowed us to approach the design of the cockpit experience holistically so that we can go, okay, let's pull all this noise away because we've tried to fit everything onto the HUD. We've tried to put everything on there. You need to know your G-forces and your heading direction and I need to know my ammo and master modes is a good way of going down that road is kind of going, okay, we want to have traversal and we want to have combat. So if you've got SCM, combat, if you're in QCM, you're in quantum mode.
The two different UIs for this.
And then we've taken that approach and gone, okay, well, do you always need an altimeter? Well, no, maybe not if you're in space. Maybe you only need an altimeter when you go down to atmosphere. Your MFDs, if you're in SCM, what do you really care about? Well, you care about your health, your weapons, your target's health, how they're doing. But as a default experience, we're only giving you the information that is needed to you at that point in time. And what we actually saw is that you're flying around. We've got gorgeous space environments. I want to be able to look at them. I don't want to.
You want to see the ship that you're fighting. You want to see the environment you're flying around in. I mean, one of the big things that we're the big initiative on the vehicle side for Squadron is the sort of complete redo of the HUD and the MFD systems, and basically the display where we're first of all we have to refactor it to move away from some of the old flash that's been around forever, which is what the MFD displays. And on the HUD, we sort of took a look at where we were going and felt like Rich said, it's just too much stuff's there all the time. We want to be more contextual. So, and we're doing this in a overall holistic way that would be probably almost impossible if we were trying to fit it into quarterly releases in the PU. So, most of the vehicle team is working on this as a sort of group. In the need for multiple speeds that we saw earlier, you sort of saw some aspects of it, which is the different modes you can be in depending on what you're trying to do. But a lot of that's also reflected on the HUD and the information of what you're targeting, and whether you can, whether you want to be able to cast up, say, your target status or your ship status to your visor. Now, that won't be the case for everything. Every suit, like for instance, if you have a more combat-oriented ship or suit that you would wear, a Gladius or a Hornet, and you've got the appropriate equipment, then you should be able to cast. If you're just flying an old rust bucket like an Aurora.
Well, what was the Drake ship we saw the other day when we were looking at it, saying all the HUD was on there? We're like, well, it's kind of the equivalent of a lorry.
Oh yeah, it's a Caterpillar. Yeah. So you wouldn't have the Caterpillar. You wouldn't cast it up to your visor like you would as a fighter pilot. It would be sitting down on the MFDs. But in the cases that you have the ability to cast it and do stuff, in all the ships are also building in the ability, like there's not just a game config screen in your ship. You go in, you have your settings screen, and the settings will be remembered on a per ship basis. And you can set up okay, I want this display to be this, or this display this, I want this to cast here. And so it's all been built about building blocks and being in a very sort of top-down, system, clean approach. So we're pretty excited about that. We're not ready to show it yet because we're still in the sort of
remembering UI settings in ships. The MFD stuff is big though.
Polished, ready to show, but it's going to be, I think, a
ships
pretty
need to save all that
sea
stuff.
change in terms of how it feels as you're flying around. Besides the different modes of combat and traversal and all the rest of the stuff, it's how you
I'll
get
probably do a recap on Monday.
And how it's relayed to you is going to be much more contextual, much better. And think
it's huge in combat.
It's going to be big, yeah.
It's huge in combat because in combat right now, you're either, we're obviously trying to bring the combat closer, which is obviously what Yogi and the guys and Dave talked about in their talk. But you don't want to have a little clutter on there, and you want to have that spatial awareness of, okay, who's my target? And the other aspect is that on that level of, again, a holistic approach is your player information is only on there if it's relevant, and also the targeting we've talked about redoing in terms of right now, if you go into the PU or when you play Squadron level,
with 100 players in
you just get
100 player
billions of markers, and it's like it's just massive information overload. And some players.
It was definitely a problem in Squadron.
Yeah,
we have
absolutely.
Quite a few areas of the game where there's massive amounts of ships.
Yeah, and some players can deal with it, but it's just so much information. It's just it's unnecessary. So what we've done is that we want to strip back the targeting so that again you're only targeting the things that are important to you. So we're relying less on all these markers, and we want to put more of a focus on your radar in the cockpit, because you have a radar in the cockpit. Fighter pilots in real life have a radar. They don't have in-world AR markers. There's 20 guys coming over there. We want to make sure that you've got the information that you need, but also we want to basically make sure that you're using the tools that we provide. Because what's happening right now is that everybody's just reliant on the HUD, because the HUD has everything on there. But you've got MFDs, you've got a cockpit radar. They're there for a reason. So what's happened over the years is that we've redone them at separate times, and the MFDs are still in Flash, and they've done the building blocks. So we've kind of got into this cycle of trying to, oh no, this is it, this is where the player should be. And what we want to do is we go back to kind of what Chris's original vision in terms of, well, there's an in-cockpit radar. You should use that. There's in-cockpit MFDs. You should use those. okay, now I'm in this specific combat mode. Okay, they're cast, so I can see that information. But the radar doesn't become redundant. That should be what the noise is on. That's where all the information should be. Okay, I should be able to go in there and select targets. That information should be clean and delivered to me. But out in the world, I want to look what's there. I want to look at my target. I want to look what I'm saying. Oh, there's a space station. Oh, there's another guy coming in. So we want to have less reliance
I hope they have an epic trailer to
AR
end cap this,
markers
man.
for everything, and only reliance on marking the things.
This is
that
good to
are
hear.
you, or
We kind of know, we've known it's coming for a while.
I think when you
They're just
fight
sort of
combat experiences where you're
getting into
fighting
it a bit.
15, 20 ships, it's just a lot. It's a lot more fun because you're not having to deal with all the extra noise. You can just focus.
Sad
on
that they're
being the
not
best
showing
pilot.
us any examples though, and just
it's really
blabbing
important.
about it.
And
It'd be
I
nice
would
to
say
see some
that definitely,
examples.
we're putting a bunch of work into the radar, which is really radar / star map. So like what you've never had in the PU. The original design was that that radar that you would see would also scale up, or you would scale out basically, to be a nav map, your star map, right? Your nav map. And what happened when we were getting the first iteration of the PU out, the baby PU, we didn't get that working yet, so we just said, well, we'll use your Mobi-Glass version, and we're still using the Mobi-Glass version all these years later, and it's still mostly the code that was done all those years ago. And that's when I mentioned at the top of our talk that the star map. Well, the star map's really star map and radar, because you can zoom in and zoom out, and you can zoom all the way to the radar level or zoom all the way out to the
So
star
you might
map.
need
And
your
we've put a
ship
huge
to
amount of
access
work
the
into
star map then
making
in the
that
future?
much more
Could be kind of cool,
fluid,
actually.
much more usable, much visually better, and also having the information there and the interactability. So like you can be zoomed in and you can be looking at your radar and you can mouse over contacts and you can get the information from it. You can click them and then that will now select it as your target and do a lot of things that haven't really been there. So I think a lot of players, because we haven't delivered, and this is sort of at the top of the talk that Rich was talking about, was because we haven't delivered all the things. We've just delivered some of the things. Sometimes people just are focusing on certain things, and if they could do things like select their targets easily from the radar, they may not be wanting to see 400 AR markers when they're flying around. And so those are all, that's an example on the vehicle side where we're sort of really trying to bring that all in, as well as, there's other things that we're doing that will come across the PU in terms of physical buttons, like when you activate something, that's in process right now, but yeah, you'll click a button and you'll see your character, click, here's for the landing gear, or here's to turn the lights on, or here's to activate my quantum drive, just to make it sort of feel physical. But we're going to give you modes and ease of use so that information's presenting to you well, and you can have fun being lost in the world, which is the most important thing.
And a certain level of customization, as we're talking about, because some ships have better MFDs and more usable places than others and stuff like that. So,
well, the other aspect as well, in terms of just the radar and scanning, which is a really good example of a feature that we've put onto the PU into Star Citizen that isn't hit what we envisaged it to be, because right now you're kind of limited to 20 kilometers. Now, really, I think you've seen Quantum Boost in some of the earlier videos. The premise that we want you to be is, we've got this vast universe. So we want radar and scanning. We actually, we have this smaller radar and scanning on the FPS. You have the smaller one that's giving you information in the room, and then the larger charged one that's giving you information about maybe the floor that you're on. It's the same principles in the ship side. It's that we want a smaller one that is fairly instantaneous, and that's kind of giving you information about the people you're fighting, or your local environment. And when I say smaller, I'm talking, say, sub 100 kilometers. That's just giving me information around this area. But then we've got the charged scan wave, and that should be giving me information about things that are 10, 15, 20,000 kilometers away. And then that's where Q-Boost comes in the fact that you're Q-boosting to these locations. You're not having to go, okay, there's a quantum travel marker there that's 1 million kilometers away. That's like, okay, I'm making a conscious decision to go there. But for Q-Boost, it's like, okay, I am there. I want to boost around the environment, but I want to have things spread around so that, we're not just cramped in. Because radar and scanning is fundamentally, it has two purposes. One purpose is to give you information about the things in your environment. And the second purpose is to help you explore. It's to help you find things that are not necessarily apparent, because space is a big, dark place. So we need that. We want to be able to take advantage of that. So when you have this ability to detect things that are much further away, all of a sudden you start to feel like you are that pilot.
You got to fly to them to investigate them. I think that's a good example of something on Squadron that we were also looking at, like how do we solve the problem of your patrolling an area, right? And it's not very much fun if you patrol an area and then it's like, space is big. I go to this area and then I look around and my radar covers 10 kilometers in front of me, and that's it. That doesn't feel like I was patrolling, a large area of space. And so we sort of were thinking about, well, how, really if we think about it, there's like short range, which is, what you would call the standard control mode, like slower exploration. I come up to a derelict, or there's a cluster of asteroids that I'm going to fly around to see what's happening. And then there's the medium range, which hasn't really existed in both the PU and is something that we really wanted to have in Squadron, and we really should be in the PU, which is, well, what's that over there that's 10,000 kilometers away? The equivalent of being on a planet and going, there's a mountain over there, I can see it, I don't know what's on it, but I'm going to drive over there or walk over to that mountain. And so the idea with sort of the scanning is like the wave goes out and you'll pick up things 10, 20, 30,000 kilometers away. So you definitely won't be able to understand what's there, but you'll say, there's something
There's a point of interest.
There's a point of interest. And so you'll be able to map things, and then we need to get there. But, the quantum travel, spooling
Is
up,
Twitch
spooling
chat
down.
freaking out right now?
And so this is the whole the idea of quantum
Are they
boost
upset
is
that
your
Chris
sort
is
of,
talking too much?
Mid-level traversal speed, where it allows you, it's probably about 10th the speed of full quantum travel. Sort of,
PhD
not
dissertation.
using all the quantum juice, if you want to think of it that way.
Ramble.
But it allows you to sort of get there pretty quickly, and also appreciate the environment you're going through.
That's enough Twitch chat for me.
Go over there. Oh, I go up to the mountain. Okay, no, I can see what's. Oh, there's trees here. Oh, that's really cool, and that opens up a whole bunch of gameplay. Definitely helps out in Squadron, but in the PU it's massive, because in the PU, when this rolls into the PU. Now you can have exploration gameplay in space. So, for instance, you could
Which we've never had.
Yeah, we've never had.
So
you could be in, a big nebula gas cloud, and you scan, and I got a contact 20K away. Okay, I'm going to boost.
They are going on a bit too long about it.
It's a derelict, or there's a
this is the nice thing about
this group of rocks over here, or I go over here, and
these
we can even in the
pre-edited,
PU
pre-recorded
be in a case where you can sort of almost
presentations,
sort of procedurally generate some points of interest when you start to scan that you can go.
They can write out a concise explanation
the
and
whole
why
idea
it's
of
cool,
sort of these
and then
three
be done with it.
These three sort of levels of traversal. One is you sort of
regular,
non-quantum one, where you're just using your regular thrusters, which is much more sort of limited and works for combat and stuff like that. Then there's the quantum boost, which is sort of to fast run over to a place, and then there's the quantum travel, which is the really long. Okay, I'm going to go to this planet that's 500,000 kilometers away, and I'm going to be in quantum for 5 minutes to get there. And I think that's going to open up a huge amount in the PU. It makes a big difference to the gameplay. It makes the exploring in Squadron in space feel much bigger, because that was the thing we were trying to follow. And I think it's a problem in the PU right now is when you're in space, it's sort of like, most of it is
point to point.
It's empty for you, right? It's like you spend your time around the space stations or some asteroids here around the planet, but we want to open it up a bit more and have that idea of, I can detect something, I want to investigate it. So the whole sort of exploration.
This is the surprise
that can happen in space now because of these different modes of travel, and the scanning is going to be a huge deal.
So I know we have a clip for this for
Jared's
folks who
dying.
maybe joined the program late and didn't see the flight experience segment earlier, or if you're watching this separately on YouTube and you don't know what this looks like. Let's take a look at the quantum boost clip that we have, so we can see it one more time here.
So just to call out,
they had a clip the whole time?
Yeah, that is the old HUD. That's too busy.
Right,
that's the next old HUD.
Yeah.
Earlier we were showing the old HUD.
So we've done a scan here. That's also the old point of interest, because the point of interest will be just points.
Yeah.
But basically, we've done a scan. We've got some points of interest that are multiple 10Ks away.
And you can see the distance there. It says 13,000 kilometers on the right-hand side. So this is obviously just placeholder UI for the quantum boost. But again, you can just boost over there, and it obviously has this interactive gameplay, which obviously went into.
Yeah, and this, by the way, is that's all programmer work in progress from Yogi.
How come this pilot can't stay on course, man?
Quantum boost.
Get a faster PC, don't crash!
Stay in the zone
God.
to keep in boost, otherwise you'll fall out of boost. But we've gone over to the planet here. So what it's allowing you to do is sort of have that mid-level traversal and investigate things without having to, spend forever at 1,200 meters per second or quantum traveling over it. It's over too quickly.
So just to clarify again for folks, if you watched the flight experience segment earlier in the day, that's the old UI, which is probably closer to what you're familiar with in the PU today. What we just showed now is the new old UI, the one that was intermediate now, but we're now moving away from. And the
basically it's the same as it's the styled Squadron UI that was from the UI you have in the PU.
Right.
So what you have in the PU is these generic version that Zane did. This was the one that we had, the style that we did for the Aegis style, but it was still based on the idea of all this information being present. And we've decided that we wanted to really scale that back to be more contextual to switch.
There's going to be a trailer.
Didn't
Lando, didn't Jared say it was going to be like 5 minutes?
We're in the process of
like an hour
the
ago or
change. So
something.
it's, a lot of programmer art, and you even saw it in the Need for Speed segment, whereas a lot of that, like the mode stuff and everything, they've just sort of hacked in the modes to the current HUD stuff. But when the new one comes online, it should be much cleaner and easier to go. And I don't know if it was too clear on the video that we were seeing, but on the video we say we were originally in SCM mode, standard control mode, and then we switched to quantum mode. So the spool up wasn't really the spool up for the quantum boost. The spool up was just, there's a spool up as you go into quantum mode, your shield's powered down. So you there is some risk when you're in the fast traversal mode, and the quantum drive powers up. But once it's spooled up and you look at a place, you can boost towards it.
And it's just, you press shift and it's instant.
Yeah. And so for people that want to, go, oh, what's that over there? People have been wanting to, I just want to like free quantum, right? There's people who want to do that for quite a while.
It's like getting on your horse.
I'm in it. Don't worry, guys. I'm here for the long haul.
So we've been talking about these flight experience stuff, the ship related stuff, the new UI stuff, the contextual changes and everything. We'll obviously show those as we get closer to being ready to show those. We talked a little bit about the star map. Again, not quite ready to show today's stuff. As far as those mapping things and getting around stuff, there's also the mini map. There's also the mini map, which has always been this promise of being able to find your way through either a really large ship or a space station or stuff like that. What can you tell us about the work on the mini map?
So radar, as we call it, is essentially, it encapsulates the star map, it encapsulates what's in your cockpit, and it also encapsulates when you're in FPS, you have an FPS radar and scanner. And the mini-map is essentially a way for you to be able to, and you can access it both from your Mobi or it'll be on your HUD, a way for you to get the spatial awareness in, when you're in a 3D environment in FPS. So I think what we have in terms of the mini-map, it gives you that 3D isometric view that you can move around, and all the information in there is underpinned.
They're not going to show the star map,
the FPS radar and scanner. So the information that you're scanning in the environment is the information that you'll see on the minimap. So if you go into, say, a known
show the
location,
minimap.
so
That
let's
would be
say
cool.
you go to Microtech, that landing zone, essentially, that will be pushed to your mobiGlass. So you'll be able to then load up the minimap and go, okay, how do I get out of here? I mean, I've seen so many different new players play Star Citizen. They're like,
that's going to be great that they're going to have that in the game.
It'd be nice for us to be able to go, here's the spaceport. Here's
I
where
just
you
want
go and
that
buy
B-roll.
food and drink.
I just want to
Here's
see
where you
it.
go and
I
buy
like
weapons.
visuals, man.
And you can just go, cool. I open up my map. And it's like, oh, that's where I am. Oh, that's where I can go. And it gives you a map at your fingertips. But then when you're at an environment that is not, say, let's say you go to a derelict outpost, you'll be mapping that environment as you go, or you may be able to find a terminal that has the map on there that you can download, and then you have it to you. So it really allows us, again, Star Citizen, one of its strengths is that it's scale, but that's a challenge for us as developers.
It is cool
to be able
that
to
you'll
give
be
it to
mapping
players and for them to be
areas
able to
as you
understand
explore
and,
them.
navigate where they need to go. Because the first thing is, how do I play the game? Where do I need to go? What do I need to do? So, how do you play the game is about making the barrier to entry, the controls smooth and intuitive, what you understand.
I wonder if that'll
and
be
then it's like,
permanent map
where do I
info.
need to go?
Like if you
Okay, well,
run the
this
same
allows you- we
bunker,
have
if
a
you'll
mini-map
keep
here,
the
and this
same
allows you
old
to go,
map.
oh, cool, there's the spaceport, there's the shuttle, or there's the train, or this is how I get to this area. And we can provide, missions that allow people to then navigate to those places, so that then they understand, okay, this is how I get to a certain place. Because everybody, if somebody says to me tomorrow, come round to my house or go here, just give them a postcode and you put it in GPS. Everybody's so
put it in Google Maps.
Exactly.
You need the street level version of it.
Yeah.
And so we've long wanted this. It's very critical for Squadron, but it's also I think important for the PU. And the concept is that some of the maps are sort of readily available. You just walk into a
Get Prometheus map drone. That would be cool. I've been asking for something like that too.
Your Mobi or whatever, and
they could definitely use drones and
some
that kind of stuff
you may
in this
have to
game.
explore something, and then as you explore it, you map it.
They talked about them early on, but they haven't really done much
There'll
with
be some cases like
or anything
we have
with
some
them.
stuff in Squadron which I think would play perfectly well in PU, where like you don't have the map initially, but if you hack in or you can download it into a system, like Asiado is an example.
Okay, that's cool. You could download a map
showed it,
from a
while
station or
back
something.
as a location. It's just one of the very it's a
Still,
minor
that's
location
pretty.
in terms of
That's
Squadron,
pretty
but,
standard gameplay
since we
stuff
showed
for the
it, we
most
thought,
part.
that's a good-
It is
good
neat,
backdrop.
but it
great
is
backdrop,
standard.
rather than just
Looks
grey
really
boxes. But that would be an example. Is you don't load the
Mapping
layout
the
of that
caves
place,
would be
but you
neat.
have
That's
to
going to be so
go
much
and
better
hook
for cave
into their
gameplay.
system, download the map, and then now you would have it in your mini map. So what we have is we have some footage here,
Yay!
which is showing how the visuals, the mini map, in terms of sort of an isometric render
In engine.
in the engine, in the UI, that will essentially become your mini map. But you'll
Show
have a
us,
more
show
sort
us,
of
show us.
reduced version with you in the middle as you're moving around. But
Yep.
if we run it,
Let's play it.
you'll see kind of what the
So that's
tech
an
is. So first,
Idris.
this is in the editor, but it's essentially what it does is it's taking our existing layouts, levels, ships, so we don't have to build this custom, but it's a way of applying certain shaders and marking up certain objects to be displayed, like the floor gets displayed but the walls don't. So we can just take the existing geometry you already have streamed in that you're walking around already, and then use it to be rendered for our mini-map. So this is essentially in the engine using the
cool.
Idris ship itself and the various parts of its interior to create the mini-map without any
That's
special.
dope. Imagine
this
planning
doesn't
like
have
a raid
any
on the Idris, and
specific
you're like
custom, like UI art
telling
for it,
where
other
your
than
boarding parties
some
to
of the,
go.
like level things that say, ground level or whatever.
It's one of the advantages of having high detailed ships,
Yeah.
because the environment's already in a good state to show straight out the gate.
And so the idea of this being systemic is that when the feature is ready to go, ready for prime time and everything, we can just apply it to space station.
Yeah, because a lot of
landing
traditional
zones.
game development, you have to make custom mini-maps.
Yeah.
So you look at an environment and you go, we have to make a custom environment mini-map. So if we want to support lots, tens, hundreds and thousands of locations...
Yeah, you're for sure going to get lost on an
absolutely,
Idris.
it's
The
just,
ship
it's
is
just not
huge.
viable. So we wanted to come up with a solution that we can use, with minimal effort on the side of content creation, but gives us all of the information that we want. And this mini-map, it's not just, that's where I am. It can show you objectives, it can show you other people, it can show you information about those things. And again, it's all underpinned by the radar and scanner. So when we call it the mini-map, this is just a kind of how you view your radar information in FPS. And your radar and scanner gives you so much more information than just, that's the name of the door. It tells you what's the state, does it have power, can I hack it? If it's a person, what's their active status, are they injured? So if you're coming into here and going, I'm trying to do
His mic's
a
going
medical
out.
mission, I've got a marker, I can go, cool, I can get a scan of the local live.
Switch to the boom mic.
This person's injured. His body's injured too. He's got a tier 1 injury. I'm going to go and help him before he bleeds out because I can see his health. And you'll be able to see that via this information.
it allows you to detect saboteurs or intruders.
Absolutely.
But then using like the relay network and where those saboteurs and intruders can start pulling fuses and start hiding themselves from
Well,
scanning.
this will also underpin resource network.
Yeah, so exactly that the same visuals and tech is planned to drop into the
I'll take it.
So the resource. So if you're looking at like your schematic for the ship to where your relays are going to be, or security reasons,
bulkheads,
which doors are open or closed, basically it will pull up your holographic view of your ship like that using the
Ross,
same tech.
yeah, the battery probably
idea
did die.
Those two things work well together.
All right, so we've been talking about the FPS stuff, the stuff that affects the player specifically, and we're going to touch a few more of those things before we leave today. We've moved up into space and talked about our flight experience and the scanning and the mini-map and stuff. Now, from ourselves and our ships, let's talk about our enemies, our opponents, the entities we're going to encounter, and talk about some of the AI improvements that have been coming because of work on Squadron. What can you tell us?
So the AI systems that we have, we basically threw them away. So we found out
AI
we wanted to understand
threw
where
away
we wanted
their
to
AI?
go,
Oh,
what we wanted
God.
to achieve, and
We
over
started
the years
over.
as I've worked in games, and I think probably Chris would attest to as
I'm
well.
gonna
is
eat a
that
burger, guys.
The best
I'm gonna
AI
mute
are
my
kind of
mic
some
for
of
a
the
sec.
simpler AI that you have a really good solid foundation, then you build on top of it. And I think our AI over the period of time that has been there, I think it's kind of had lots of different iterations, and it kind of lost its way a little bit.
Kythera, and then
Yeah, it's kind of lost. So what we've done, and
Well,
when we
they've also no one's the AI that's in the PU has never really had tuning time.
No, exactly, the focus.
And it was a basic implementation at the beginning, and then it's been rolled out, and there's so many other things going on that they really haven't had time to focus on it, because you're playing, and with the servers running at 6 frames a second, there's a whole bunch of problems that come with this that doesn't help the AI out at all. So this is actually a really good example of where Squadron really helps, because we're saying, okay, don't worry about that. I mean, I'm sorry that the AI is kind of brain dead a lot of the times in the PU. It's a combination of its older logic and behaviors haven't been well developed, but also it's because of poor performance of the servers, and what's going to happen with server meshing is going to make a big difference for that. And there's other things that are happening in the background that will also make it better. But the advantage of taking it onto the Squadron side is that we can really just focus on the AI, the behaviors, iterating on it, adding sort of interest and complexity, and making them feel like real humans fighting you, or in the case of Vandal, real aliens fighting you, and not
or creatures.
Well, hey, let's be quiet about that. But not get tied up in some other problems that come with multiplayer, come with online servers, and make that work really good as a single player, having fun, feeling challenged, feeling like I'm not just shooting dummies that jump up and I can easily blast. And when that all works, then comes across into the PU, especially when some of the later stuff's going to trigger in the PU, I think it'll be a whole different experience. And I won't argue it's been like a long, hard slog on the AI side. It's partly because we wanted to become really systemic, and we have a massive, especially in the PU, a massive world that can have all these different situations. So it's not, like if you're doing a standard FPS game, a Call of Duty, like the narrative parts of it, you know exactly where everyone's going to be, and you can sort of script actions for the AI to make them seem intelligent, but really they're kind of following scripts. Whereas with us, all the different planets, all the different, can be, locations on the planets, or up in a spaceship, or all these different situations the AI could be in, there's no way you could script it all. So you need to make it systemic. It needs to understand the environment. It needs to have perception of what's happening around it, and be able to communicate with the other AI it's fighting alongside to seem like they're working as a team. And so that takes time to work. The AI team is been working on it for a long time, led by Francesco Riccucci, who's been doing a great job. And we absolutely have turned a corner this
100%.
year,
because
because I've
both me and Rich actually, we were playing it when some of the blast systems came in, and it was challenging to say the least.
Yes.
And challenging in a good way, in like the fact that we were like, okay, we want to clear everyone out. Like we were running Asiato as a test level. Okay, let's see if we can just run and gun and take all the slavers out.
No.
And I mean, Rich is a much better FPS player than me. I think I'm kind of okay, but Rich is much better. But no, we weren't all managed to get it. But I was like, I'm going home. I downloaded the build and home. I'm like, damn it, I'm gonna finish this level. I'm like, I almost managed to do it. I mean, it was it was like Elden Ring from software. Like I want to do it one more time. And it wasn't just that you were getting like a headshot or anything where it was like, okay, the AI is just supernatural and they can instantly shoot you. It was like they were moving around, they were anticipating where you were doing, they're trying to flank your areas, and they were behaving intelligently. And those are all behaviors and systems
this is super good to hear.
Working on in terms of like realistic perception, like they can hear a sound around a corner, but if you were 3-4 doors away or whatever, maybe they wouldn't hear you if you dropped something. And see where you were. And
sounds like Far Cry AI from the OG Far Cry games.
Ways of approaching, searching for you or fighting you. Whether they're more aggressive and they're pushing up towards you, or they're defensive and they're staying behind cover, or they're trying to flank you. So there's a whole bunch of work that's done. And so on the AI side, I'm actually feeling like it's going to be some pretty great stuff. And so that is going to be stuff that will ultimately be coming to the PU, and it'll be really cool. But I don't know if Rich wants to add a bit to it.
Well, I need to ask something, because I've spent more than a single day on the internet before. When you say we've thrown everything away.
Well, actually, I was about to come back to that. So
because that's going to be the title of the Kotaku article.
Well, it's interesting because what we talked about is we identified everything that was there. So when I came on, I wanted to understand where we're talking years now. So what is there? How do we want to change it, and how do we want to manipulate it? So we're not throwing away the more technical underpinnings of the AI.
Subsumption's still there.
No, like subsumption, or like how they navigate and pathfind around the world. It's more about the bits that you go and you tune, and the bits you tweak, and we call them behaviors, like AI behaviors.
Or Jared,
what we did is
he's trying to save the devs from creating a PR disaster.
3 base behaviors. Essentially, defender, so I want to stay back and cover and defend a location. A strafer, who kind of wants to get, siege you and wants to go behind you, and then pushers that kind of want to put pressure onto you. So we wanted to create these 3 core behaviors that the AI can choose to go, they can choose combat behaviors. This is. So once you've engaged in combat, they can then select one of these behaviors to engage you, so that you get a mixture of combat when you're fighting them, and obviously you might get 3 defenders, or you might get 1 strafer and 2 pushers. And we've got a video to show some of the behaviors. But then what we have is we have a trait system that sits on top of that, and that's where designers can go in and go, okay, I want this defender to be to always defend. He can never re-roll as another behavior, or I want him to be like a turret, so he never moves from cover to cover. Or I want pushers to be, I want always to be a pusher. I want them to, be aggressive. I want them to be reckless. I want them to have friendly fire. So we can go in and essentially we've got 3 base behaviors that just by themselves play well. You can play that and go, okay, do these 3, is that a fun experience? Then you can start adding in all the other things on top. You go, okay, I want this trait and this trait. So you're crafting combat experiences. So in a PU mission, if you've got a ship coming in bringing AI reinforcements, we can say, okay, we can weight the behavior. So you're not getting the same thing every time, but you can go, okay, you get these guys who push, they're quite aggressive because that's their faction, whether it's Ninetales, or these guys are quite defensive, they're more military. And what we have is these traits that multiply the behavior. So now we've got multiple different things. And then you add different weapons in there. So you've got sniper rifles, so the different engagement ranges. And all of a sudden you have this matrix of individual behaviors that is multiplied into the hundreds that allows us to have a really strong combat experience that is not the same. It's not, Star Citizen game that you're going to be playing for thousands of hours. You don't want to just be having the same combat experience over and over again, and vice versa.
I mean, this all sounds great, but I'll believe it when I see it. There's very few AI models that impress me in video games.
The game. And when we looked at the AI combat behavior, that's something we identified. But then we also looked at perception and basically tweaked that and readed that in a way that allows us that, you know, you come around the corner, it's not just instant headshot. Because to be honest, AI, it's very easy to make AI that are amazing because they're just computer. They know where you are. They know exactly what, they don't have to mouse aim. It's just instant headshot. It's very easy to make them too hard.
It's not human.
No,
right?
exactly. What we want to do is we want to make it challenging but fair. And that is, well, you know, when Chris was talking about playing through Asiado, even though it was very challenging, when we died, it was because we made a mistake. It was like, okay, I didn't check my left when I came out here, and I'm like, oh, I got taken out. And we've also looked at accuracy. So we've looked at accuracy as that, you know, even a human, you know, even a soldier, they don't immediately have a bead on a target and they pull the trigger. They take a time to adjust to it. So, you know, as soon as you pop out of cover, they're like, oh, someone's there. It's not instantly on you. They've got a bit of time. And then what we wanted to do is that we don't want AI to be 100% accurate, you know, but we want you to still feel pressure. So we have a silhouette-based accuracy model now, so that if they do miss, kind of you getting that sense of like, pew, pew, you know, it's kind of going past your head, and you're like, okay, I'm under pressure. And we want the AI to pressure you, but pressure you in a way that you feel like, oh, what? How did he shot me through a box? Like, or, you know, oh, he's pushing that way, and you're hearing him, and you're like, okay, they're coming this way, and I'm being pincered. And I think that's where we've put our real focus on terms of how they perceive you in the environment when they're socially active, how do they perceive you in combat. And then we have pretty much 90% of what I've talked about there is in the game. We've had balanced passes, we've played it, it's a lot of fun. And then what we have on top of that is future things that we're going to be adding even more. So, you know, we've got versions of them doing medic behavior and reviving allies and ammo management and all the other advanced combat behaviors that we can pull on top, which we're already working on, but they're underpinned by an absolute solid foundation. So if you strip all of it back just to those 3 base behaviors, the defender, pusher, strafer, is it fun? Because if it's not fun there, it's not going to be fun here. You can't just keep relying on putting stuff on top and going, oh, it's going to get fun when we do this. It's going to get fun when we do this. So we pulled it back.
Hopefully they have a clip of some of this. I'd like to see some video.
You feel like you're being pushed, that you feel like you're under pressure. Because especially in Squadron, you know, you're not a commando, you're a fighter pilot. You know, fighter pilots.
Again, there's only a handful of games where I found the AI, FPS games, where I found the AI challenging and fun to play against.
You might want to do something else. You might want to be doing just a homestead, so you want to do trading. And so when you get into FPS, we need to have the AI reflect the level of difficulty that we want to push into a persistent universe.
I would say, you know, throwing it away was, you know,
it's disingenuous.
But basically, but you know, game development is iteration, right? So you have V1, then you have V2, and then V3. And you know, V1 was the very first basic combat behavior, and it was the beginning, and there's a lot more systems now that underpin it. That's why we threw the base one away, because we have more ones that are underpinned by, you know, a lot more of the things we talked about.
Halo had
like
very competent AI for sure.
Accuracy and all this other stuff that happens.
And within the context, you were speaking specifically of the FPS combat behaviors.
Correct.
Like the 7 segments I did about the bartenders, those are all still accurate.
No, social AI and combat behaviors. There is
we've redone the chow line yet again.
Social AI is staying the same.
More mess hall.
Yeah.
Mess hall, the mess hall will never end. Right.
But we'll also be using some of these tenets and ethos to push into the flight AI. So the flight AI, which I think, you know, was talked about in the earlier talk in terms of the jousting and how we want to have more close combat. Things like accuracy and the behaviors and how they can roll different traits and how that's something that we'll have holistically across AI, across Star Citizen as a whole. You know, we're showing it as the FPS, but it's very similar. So it's something that, I mean, we can show the clip of...
We've got
show the clip.
To do their race. So let's look at some videos.
Yeah. So what I'd suggest, I think we'd probably show the investigation first before we go into the combat.
Because the other things outside of, you just talked about combat,
yeah,
there's a whole bunch of other behavior in terms of, because, you know, like I said, stealth game plays a lot.
Yes.
So, you know, Squadron is the test
I think
bed
Jared's
for
trying to
that.
keep him on a timeline. He's like, what are you guys doing?
Noise, what's that? Let's
You're
go
killing
check
me.
it out. they radio their, back to base or their buddy, hey, I heard something here, or if they get in a gunfight, they could actually call back, hey, I need reinforcements, and they'll come in. That's all behaviors that's working right now in Squadron. And then on top of that, you're making the joke about the bartender and all the rest of stuff, but really the main cooking bed for what we call social AI, i.e. non-combat AI, is Squadron. There's a lot more stuff happening in Squadron that will come into the PU. So it's not just the bartender or even people eating at the chow line. It's engineers going about their daily business, or a janitor cleaning up messes that people leave systemically, or for instance
flight attendants or hangar personnel.
Yeah, the hangar basically operating on the hangar, and then when they're not fixing something, they're having a conversation on the side. For instance, there's a whole dynamic conversation system that Francesco's been working on that allows our AI, say, aboard the Stanton, which is the Idris that you're based in.
And it's huge. Conversation, when you're playing through a level and you can hear them talking to each other and reacting to what's happening, it all of a sudden brings that space to life.
So but the dynamic conversation system.
Show the clip.
So we have some that are sort of more story scripted conversations, like if you eavesdrop on some people patrolling, and we've got some stuff we want to let you hear so you know where to go and stuff like that. But
We'll
also
be here all day.
There's dynamic conversations, so people can just sort of, whether it's in a mess hall, they sit down and they just start up a conversation talking about the most recent vid show they saw, or talking about what they think the best, ship thruster is. And there's a system in for that, and we're creating a recording. But that's also a system that's going to come into the PU that's going to create a huge amount of life. So when you go into a bar in the PU, or you're wandering around the big point of interest, the cities, people will be having conversations, gossiping, talking about, I heard there was something went on, the Ninetales attacked someone in Ryerson.
I should write it on Twitch chat. Great idea, Jason.
Systemic and dynamic, which is really cool.
And it just adds so much. It just adds so much.
So let's look at some of this in action. We don't have the conversation
Jared's
system
so defeated.
Today, let's look at some of the investigation stuff, and then we'll look at some of the combat stuff you were talking about afterwards.
So we've actually got it as 2 videos. So there's the investigation in the test map, and what you're seeing here, in some respects, you might think that this is scripted, that this is something that we just put on a track. This is purely systemic. So if we captured this 20 different times, it would be 20. It would play out 20 different ways.
So those individual there is going away to hide behind that orangey boxy, whatever we want to call that color.
Is this
the player?
that's
this
a
is
player.
Essentially a stand for the player. The other 2 AI are searching for him at the moment. The white spheres you see are basically hiding or cover spots. And so as AI, this is a sort of debug mode, as the AI goes around and they search, the spheres go away, indicating that, okay, they've checked that place, so no one's actually there hiding out in cover. So, and they're both kind of working together. So their logic is they need to clear these rooms first, and then once the rooms are cleared, they can sort of go on.
So they share this information. So as they're clearing the cover points, and the cover points are basically all the nooks and crannies in the room, they're clearing the cover points and they're sharing together. So you'd see here that they're going, okay, this guy's coming in and go, okay, there's an open vent. Again, this is systemic. He's just coming to investigate this vent, but he's not cleared this entire room yet, so he's not going to progress. And he's just going to go and check the rest of the room.
That's actually kind of cool that he decides not to go through the vent.
Then progress.
Until
again,
he's cleared the room.
You'd hear them talking to each other. I've not found him yet. Where is he?
That's pretty cool.
Again,
that's very
we've got vents
military.
Checking another vent there.
Yeah, so we also have other usables. So it might be there's something you can hide in, or they're going through systemically, checking the usables, checking the cover points. And you can see there's only a few balls left now. The ones at the bottom right, and then the ones at the back that he's clearing. And then one of these enemies will then go, okay, we've checked everything in here. I'm now going to progress to the next space because that's where, they're not in here. I think they're going to go this way.
So you come back, there's only one set of ones left. He's going to check it. He's going to come through here. Cleared those, so now he's coming around here. And
fire away! And what you're seeing here with the bar, which starts off, is something that we added for the perception. So they start off in green, and then it goes to yellow, then amber, then red. So once it goes to red, that's into full combat. Yeah. But the previous states are kind of levels of, they go up based on levels of different perception. So a green they just might have seen you. That's the equivalent of going, huh? Did I see something? No.
By the way, in the game, you don't see that. That's our
no,
debug.
that's our debug.
That's
Yes,
just
we
indicating
know.
The
We
level
know.
and the level in
We
the
understand.
game. will
But
be
we'll
like
have audio and visual
Yeah, exactly.
representation for those levels. So the initial green one would just be like a head turn, maybe a verbal cue. Then you're getting into the yellow and amber. That's where they're turning to face the noise and going, I think I'm going to go check it out. And then, maybe they'll walk over there to investigate. Or if there's two of them, one of them would go, hey, you go check it out. And then he goes and checks it out. And then we have obviously the red where it's like, there's a definite threat here. And once they've been threatened, like in most games, what happens is if you wait a long enough time, they will then de-escalate to the green. And it's like their minds have been, it's like MIB, they flash through memory and it's gone. In our game, what they do is they go to a threatened state. And in that threatened state, they'll still do their social activities and their functions, but they're more perceptive. So as soon as they see, if like he's there again, they'll get into it. So it makes a difference that if you've gone loud at the start and then tried to hide, you can't just go, oh no, they'll forget about me. It has memory, and that will be the case in the PU as it is in Squadron. So,
and so that was on a test map.
Yes.
But we do have an example of it working.
Yep. So
in
I
real
would
life.
roll the clip.
Let's,
Roll the
take
clip.
A look at the real deal.
So here's in Asiado in the decommissioned area. You can see the two AI in the distance catch you. And then this is kind of just a representation of it doing the same thing in a real environment. But obviously we wanted to show you the kind of the thing behind the curtain. What are they actually doing? They're checking cover points. They're checking the usables that are there. And then, in a lot of the cases when we actually captured this video, if we actually failed because they pincered the player and they actually found you before we were able to show you, what was happening. So it's really good to see how this transition from social into combat so that you can actually play through the game.
Better check that out.
So here he's checking a usable, which we've set up where he's just kind of like looking and checking, okay, is there anything there? Nothing there. And again, he's sharing that information with his buddy. So if you've got 2, 3, 4 AI that are searching, then obviously they're sharing and talking to each other and letting them know that nobody's found you.
You may not be able to see them, but you're going to know they're out there looking for you. And if you stay in the same place for too long, they will find you.
Yeah, so you can see the one in the background is actually looking over one of the vents, one of the railings, should I say, and then
It is cool. It does look like they're
Ross,
much more
who did all-
actively
captured all
searching.
these
Like the
videos.
AI don't look like they're
takes
just
a bit
kind of
of
like
revenge.
standing
And again,
around,
not scripted.
running dumb paths.
It's systemic. They understand all the hiding places. This is their station. They understand the hiding places. They understand where to look, and they just go through.
Yeah, so you can drop these enemies in any environment, and they will play out like
900
this.
years in the
but
future, and we still have
obviously
cardboard boxes?
the choices that they make at runtime will
Hard
be
to beat a cardboard box, man.
And this is where we have to make sure
It's
that the AI
space
that
cardboard.
we're working on, even though we're working on it in Squadron, it has to work for the entirety of Star Citizen in all the different environments, in all the different scenarios that you're put in. So it's a major improvement.
So that's hiding from the AI, but let's look at some of the combat tactics now. So let's do combat tactics 1.
So again, what you're seeing here is in a test map. We wanted to kind of show you a bird's eye view. So we've just turned God mode on so you can see it. And you can see the labels here. So we've got the defenders that kind of push to cover points. Then we've got the pusher who's kind of pushing towards you. And then we've got the strafer who is kind of like taking more of a wider angle. Now, there are some similarities between all the behaviors, but it depends on what happens. So whether they go to cover, a pusher, for example, can still go from cover to cover. A defender can still go to cover. So it's not like you've got these binary choices. It's about weighting the different choices throughout the behavior so that the AI provides something different, but also applies pressure to you as a player so that you're having to react to the AI. Right now, our current AI, you basically get the jump on them and you can just take them all out. But in reality, what we want is we want you to react to the AI because they're pushing you and challenging you. And we want that challenge to be fair so that you feel like you've made the mistake when you eventually, or if you do, get taken out.
I want to get some of that God mode. And then we have one more video showing the tactics situation. Let's take a look at that.
So this is just a short version but again, it's the same AI that have been dropped in. And,
This station
they
does
roll
look
the
really
dice
cool.
they don't always become defenders or always become pushers or strafers.
Pretty good
You ran
reaction
many
time
times, so
there,
the combat
I gotta
experience is
say,
different.
from the AI
And you
perspective.
might all be pushers and they might all be defenders, but the way it works is if one of them rolls a defender, then the weight for them to roll another defender is lower. So essentially here you can see here that he's getting tagged a lot just because we want to show you the behaviours themselves rather than get taken out. So he's being a bit more aggressive than you probably would be able to.
That's going to make the eventual speed runs a lot harder because they're not just Goombas that do the same thing every time. You can't memorize the patterns.
And the other thing you might have noticed as well is that we're starting to have traversal opportunities for the AI. So they're not always just on the base nav.
They can mantle over, in fact, I'm not sure we
crouch, mantle, climb ladders.
They can jump over railings and push you, or they can climb up onto things and shoot down on you. They can use ladders, they can do all sorts of stuff. So
I think it still seems slow. Yeah, I think they're going to have to find a balance between
understand the environment and how
what a really good player can do and what a basic player can do, right?
And of course,
the difficulty will probably have to scale with the numbers of AI and the armor and weaponry that they carry, would be my guess.
Because like Rich says, it's very easy to make AI aim perfectly all the time because they know exactly where you are.
Yeah.
They've got all the numbers, but that's not any fun. So the fun is making them feel real, like you're playing against another real player or a human.
All right, well, we are just about out of time. I think we got 2 more talking points we want to cover before we let you go. Let's start with one that might be surprising to some. Most people maybe not, they won't know about it. We haven't done a lot of talking about it in the past. Skills. There's what can you tell us about skills in Squadron 42?
So skills, it's not just Squadron 42, it will be Star Citizen as well. So we've split them up into kind of 2 areas.
2
One
more
is
talking
physical
points?
attributes.
We're
So we
5
have 4
hours in?
physical attributes such as strength, agility, endurance, and fitness. And then we have techniques, which is kind of like whether it's takedowns or traversal. So if you look at the physical attributes, what we have, essentially we're going to have a skill system that you can go, and the way that you play the game will dictate how you level up these particular skills. So if you're constantly carrying boxes, you may get stronger, so you can actually lift stronger things. But getting stronger doesn't just allow you to lift heavier boxes, but it also means that your equip load that you can carry in your inventory is higher. That weight doesn't affect you as much, so you can sprint further because it's not affecting your stamina as much. Your force reactions, you're more resistant to that because you're stronger in yourself.
Interesting.
Agility in terms of like weapon swapping or going to ADS. We have endurance, so that's, for example, like how resistant you are to the environment. If you look at, say, Navy SEAL training or
here we go.
SES training in Britain, essentially, they have cold weather training. They have, you can survive in harsher climates. You can go longer without sustenance. And then that's what essentially endurance gives you. And also, for example, like G-force and readout, so that pilots train for that so they can actually modulate their breathing so they're actually able to sustain higher Gs than a normal person would be. And then you have fitness. So fitness, for example, you can have a higher stamina. So when we have swimming, you can swim longer, you can hold your breath longer, you can sprint longer. So we have these physical attributes and we have multiple different ways for how you improve them. And those physical attributes will denote how effective you are at certain things in the game. So, and that will come to obviously for flying as well as in FPS. But we're not going to be removing any of the skill elements. So there's nothing that we're going in there going, oh, you've got 10% more damage. Or, we're going to make you fly the plane better. It's like, no, that's always relying on your skill. This is the things that you can't necessarily improve. So, like I said, how fast you can sprint or how far you can sprint. All of those different things that are tied into your physical attributes.
Well, it's like real life, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, you've got to spend some time if you want to increase your strength. Yes, you could naturally be born strong, but if you go to the gym and you start lifting weights, okay, I can do whatever. I can like bench press 100 pounds. Now I can do 120. Now I can do 140. Now I can do 160. Now I can do 180.
I don't know, man. This seems like
right from the beginning. You had to work the same if you're like running.
Unnecessary.
And so that's kind of
at
the
this
idea
point.
is there are things that you do during the gameplay that your game.
I'm trying to imagine how this is going to make it cooler.
And do some squats.
I'm having a hard time imagining how it's going to make it cooler.
Again, that's part of like making that the living world. So if you want to invest in your character that way, in a sort of more realistic way, the way the world works, because like Rich says, we still want all the skill in terms of being able to aim and shoot and do all the rest of the stuff. Then you can do that if that's something that makes sense for what your character is going to be. I mean, in Squadron's one thing, but in the PU, I'm a cargo hauler. I probably don't really need to be all buff and everything because I'm sitting there in the cab of my Caterpillar hauling a bunch of cargo. But if I want to be a bounty hunter, maybe I want to invest some time. So if I'm in a foot race trying to take someone down, I can outrun them,
Yeah, because if you're wearing the same armor, if you're wearing heavy armor and they're wearing heavy armor, and you've put effort into, skilling up your.
The question is do these stats reset when you die and respawn?
You can run further than them.
That's the big question, right?
Carry things, that are heavier than they can. You can equip things onto you, and it doesn't affect you as much. So all of those different physical attributes, it allows you to progress your character in those ways. And then we have the technique side of things. So we're going to have multiple different techniques for lots of different skills across the star system. But a good one to how to explain it is it's almost like the 10,000 hours. If you do 10,000 hours kind of thing, you're better at something. So takedowns is a good example. So the first time you do a takedown, that's going to be quite sloppy. It's going to take quite a long time. You might struggle and eventually you take them down and it's like, oh, okay, the guy over there heard me. It's not very good. And after a certain amount of time that you practice at them,
more takedowns you do, the better
you'll get better. So then they'll change different animations. So now you'll unlock a different animation where it's smoother.
Steve Bender is very looking forward to getting all the versions of takedown from sloppy to super killer pro.
Yeah, and at the end ones, it'd be like, straight in, straight out. Sloppy. You lower him down onto the floor. It takes, it's much faster. But you've put in the effort to level that skill to a level that you want to achieve. And I think that's what skills is about. It's about giving players goals that they want to do.
We'll have the same for like, melee, like fist fighting,
combat,
or knife fighting. Longer term, we want to sort of, this is more PU, not Squadron, but introduce, say, more moves you could do in fights, say martial arts or whatever. You have to go somewhere.
Or traversal as well.
And learn them from someone and then do it a bit more and then you would get better. So these are all things you could gain. And that's kind of, like you said, the idea of sort of, the skills and techniques that we want to introduce because again, it's this is going to be a really huge, deep world, and it's sort of up to you how you want to essentially build your character.
If you look at fighter pilots nowadays or Formula One car races, they're absolutely extreme athletes. They don't just go get in the car and like the car does everything.
It's not the 70s. It's not the 70s.
No, anymore. Exactly. You don't.
They have a pint of beer before they go to try to race a Formula One or they play a football match.
Absolutely. So that's what it gives you. It gives us that ability for you to specialize your character in areas that if you really enjoy FPS, then you can push it there. If you all
this will be interesting.
Flying ships because you want to be a fighter pilot, then you can.
It is hard hearing about
agility,
a new
or
feature set,
endurance, because endurance
when everything
allows me
else
to,
is
hold
still
more
just
Gs.
kind of
so
waiting
that
on
guy
it,
was going to black out. I'm not going to black out because I'm.
Sounds interesting. I'm curious to see how it
slight 1% differences
ties into the life death system.
Put some effort into do, and you will be able to level them as you just play the game organically. So you're not going to have to go out and level them. Like Chris said, squats. If you do squats, like
I can't say the system really excites me in general.
We will allow you to do things like that, and if you want to go and kind of like level them yourself, but you'll also just be able to level them by naturally playing what you like in the game.
That's Pilates area and Microtech.
Well, we went all the info, and then
this isn't something that I feel like the game really needs. It's like the last thing on the list of like.
Sort of track this is the same way as I've got.
I guess you could throw this into Star Citizen.
Health app that will tell me kind of how unfit I am, right? Or how fit I am, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just exactly. It feels like another basic mechanic that they're just throwing into the game.
Essentially, one of the apps in the Moby class. And
games have that. It doesn't feel like Star Citizen level of innovation, really.
Squadron is there's a complete redo of the mobiGlas, and the first iteration is in Squadron. There's a sort of cut down set of apps in Squadron because it's the military mobiGlas, and you don't need all the cargo trading and all that kind of stuff that you would want in the PU. But it's a framework that we're building almost like our own
operating
MobiOS.
system, yeah.
And it's all in building blocks, so all Flash stuff's gone away. It's been built to be extensible. There's been some tech and thought into how it looks and rendered, which is much nicer and transitions much better between the modes. And in Squadron, it's where you'll sort of be able to see, this is who I am, this is how I'm doing in terms of like my health and stats, but also like, okay, here's my personal log of what's been going on in my life, which is basically sort of how I've been playing the game. Here's my mission assignments. Here's the ship chat channel. And
the ship WhatsApp.
Yeah, the ship WhatsApp basically. Obviously your nav map, star map, and all that will be in there.
And Galactopedia.
The Galactopedia, so you can look up, and then in the PU, it's going to just get expanded and maybe potentially have a slight UI difference to be not the military version, but be the civilian version. But it will all go in the same framework using the same base work. So one of the things that we've been really trying, not just on the Mobi, but on the HUDs and the MFDs, is they're all using a common building block framework, and we're trying to share the same base code stuff so it's easier to support and maintain. Because one of the problems right now in the PU is because there's a hodgepodge of the old system, which is the old sort of Flash scale form system, and the new building blocks, it's really hard to extend stuff right now. And so one of our big obstacles to doing features is actually the UI. And so Squadron's one of the ways that we're really going to sort of just, clean the house and make it easier. So then in the PU, extending things will be easier and simpler. I don't know if you want to say anything more on the mobiGlas.
Well, I'd roll the clip that we have.
Roll the clip.
Roll the mobiGlas. Let's take a look.
Show the damn clip of Moby.
So the first page that you'll see that's coming up right now, kind of like the overview. So it's the overview of your player, it's the overview of your ship, and then it's like your primary objective. So and all of these widgets that we call them are kind of shortcuts to the kind of the main focus areas.
See alerts as you go to the other page.
So you can see here we've got your messages. So this is kind of like the email client, and then on the right we've got kind of like the ship chat that's coming in with general ship chat from the AI, which again is kind of just making it believe that you're in this believable environment or a real life environment rather than just you alone.
So responsive compared to the old one.
Yeah, and it's just a lot cleaner, and the information, it's something that we've tried to be consistent across the HUD and the Mobi, is that we want to make sure that we're giving you clean information.
And you can see like the alerts. So the alerts are now cleared from the messaging app because we've read the messages, so it's gone. But there was an alert down.
But this is for Squadron now. It doesn't really look like it's set up for the PU.
So that's the system. It's a framework. So like inside the, you'll get notifications or alerts. Oh, look, I got a new message over here.
Yeah, it does look pretty laggy. You're right.
Now we're back.
And the biggest thing as well is it's like
how's it
in everyday life, everybody pretty much interfacing with computers. You're interfacing with emails and Google Chrome or search engines, and everybody does it every day. So when we come to things like the mobiGlas, we have to have a level of familiarity that people understand. It's like, okay, this is intuitive to use, and it comes back to really the original message that we started this talk with. We want to make sure that the game that you're playing, we're removing the barrier to the entry, we're removing the complexity.
It's hard to. It was kind of hard to absorb that mobiGlas without seeing the mission log and stuff. Because the mission tree is the most important part of mobiGlas right now.
Loot or join up with your friends. And I think a lot of the things when we look at this, where you go from player interaction experience to improve traversal to improve HUD, star map. Mobi is a combination of that, where we want to provide all this different information, but we want to provide it in a way that you're familiar with, that you can go, we don't need to reinvent how you read emails, or we don't need to reinvent how you understand a mission, or, and you want to have the information on your Mobi, like, okay, tell me is my environment outside? Is it breathable? Yeah. Do I need a helmet? Is it hot? is it cold? You know, if you look at an Apple Watch, or my wife has an Apple Watch, so she's got a Fitbit, and it's like, okay, this is your heart rate, and this is your oxygen. You know, you need to have that information at your fingertips so you can go, okay, I can now plan for what I'm about to do. And coming back to what Chris said earlier in terms of, you know, you're not just going to be all wearing heavy armor going into the ships, and you might not have an EVA pack, and you've got to, you know, you've got to decide what you need to take out with you on specific missions. It comes back to bringing all these things together as a unified experience playing the game, and then you start to understand like why we've got an eating and drinking system, or actor status, or injuries, or readouts, and you know, inventory, and hover trolleys, and the physicalized nature of the world. And when you put it, or start putting it all together, which is kind of, we're seeing that glimpse in Squadron 42, because we're able to focus on that experience, not just individual features. You know, we're starting to not just see it, we're playing it. And I think that's what's really exciting to look at, to show you the progress that we're showing here today, is that nothing we've talked about is like, oh, we're going to start this in 6 months, or we're going to do this in 2 years, or we're going to do this. A lot of it we've already done, and we're in the position where we can go in there and play it and understand it and go, okay, let's tweak this, and let's start building on top of it of systems that we're really, you know, confident in, technically and from a design point of view, so that we can build on top. And we've got a very clear idea how they can scale in Star Citizen, because we've got the mini environment of Squadron, like the test bed of proving it out. And I think it's going to be a real benefit to the PU for when we push these features over, because also for the developers who are just specifically PU content, they've got an example of how to use these systems, and they understand how you know, other developers have already gone through the mix of putting it into the game, and now they go, cool, there's documentation, I know how to go to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big thing, because, you know, as building the feature with the content means that, okay, you're doing the, you know, some of the traversal stuff we talked about. Well, here's where you're using it in Squadron, and here's how we use these different physical elements to make an interesting game experience. And that means that the PU team that's now going, oh, we want to do 10 of those or 100 of those, has good examples of how to use it, rather than here's a feature, you figure it out. Because again, that was a lot of things that went in were that, you know. It's
oh man,
trolleys,
yeah, it is a lot of
mounted guns are just features that didn't really have gameplay or use.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
So
I want to hear about
I mean,
all these systems and stuff, but
in Squadron than just this. But we thought,
this is just a snapshot.
It would be very good to talk about.
It's hard after a 5-hour long presentation to
saying, hey, we'd like these
hear them talk in circles about stuff.
Smoother or more responsive, and that's absolutely we know, and we're working on it. And the plan is it's definitely going to be in the PU as well as Squadron, and Squadron is working on the PU too, everybody.
All right, so that was our version of a short conversation about Squadron 42 and the benefits to the persistent universe. Before we let you go and get on to wrapping up our full day of activities, Chris, any final words you want to share with the Star Citizen community about Squadron 42?
Final words?
The co-development of 2 projects, how it'll affect Star Citizen. What do you got?
Well, I mean, I'd say that it's incredibly challenging trying to have develop 2 games side by side, also while you're building the tech as well.
Final 10,000 words.
It's also incredibly rewarding. I have to say that the feedback, especially on the PU side that we see all the time, really helps.
I know, James.
Inform
we're getting what we asked for
all the time, and it informs what we do on the Squadron 42 side too, in terms of some of the base mechanics, some of the areas that we go, okay, well, you know, we want to work on this thing and improve it. It's all the stuff we've really talked about this time. But you know, for me, it's an incredible privilege to be building something of the level of ambition that we're doing on both Squadron but also Star Citizen. Because, you know, ultimately, I think that Star Citizen itself, in terms of an experience, in terms of how you can seamlessly go from sitting inside your ship, looking at your interior here, look at this constellation Phoenix, and walking outside onto a planet and looking at the foliage and the trees and seeing them out in the distance and walking over and being able to actually go there rather than it just be a background that you can never reach. The scope and scale, the sense of being able to go anywhere, do anything, that is something that most game engines and games generally just can't do and don't do. They're limited to more limited spaces, and we're utilizing in Squadron to give you a sort of single player experience that sort of feels like you're in a huge play environment and system that you traverse around. I mean, we talked about the various types of quantum travel you're using, and
all just have a camera of Jared's
down
face
to the detail
this whole
mechanics
time,
of picking up
just
something off a
watch him
desk and moving it over,
slowly going mad,
and being able to build a system that can do that for the detail and fidelity that we're telling a really good story
just
in
like,
Squadron, but also a huge universe that you can exist in as a sandbox for everyone to play it is a complete. I mean, from a developer's standpoint, it's a dream. I mean, it's a dream I've had, my whole life. Being able to do it because we're supported by the community out there is something I'm always eternally grateful for, and it's the best job in the world. So, as much as it can be difficult sometimes, as much as it can be frustrating when you see everyone bitching about something or something's not working, or what kind of idiot did this? Or
sorry, Chris, I don't mean to contribute.
Know how to run a project and all the rest of the stuff.
Keep doing what you're doing,
it's
man.
It's still the best job in the world.
So you've read the feedback.
Well, of course, we all read the feedback. Every developer reads everything, but you need a thick skin. I mean, at the end of the day, you have a vision in your mind, and we're lucky enough to be able to really fulfill that. I mean, it's a bit of a Pandora's box that got opened when we realized we had the level of support to really go all the way, because it's a completely different scope of game now than 10 years ago when I got on stage and I was pitching a much more limited, sort of privateer, freelancer online, and a next generation wing commander. What we're building now is a completely different experience in terms of a lot more just fidelity and scope and possibility, and the idea that you can do and be anything in it, and if you can think it or imagine it or see it, you can go there, do it, do all those things. That is, like I said, I think there's almost nobody out there in the industry that has got the opportunity to do that. We're getting to do that here at CAG. It's thanks to everyone that's supporting the project, so like I said, it's hard work. No one slacks off. We're working really hard. We all wish we were doing stuff quicker and faster than we end up doing it, but it's not because we're just sitting here, eating bonbons. So we are working really hard, and it's exciting. I mean, for me, I look at things we have in development and how far we've come. How far the game itself, even Star Citizen. I mean, this year there's more people playing it. There's more, spending more time in the game than there was last year, than the year before. I mean, we're accelerating. I think that's partly a testimony to the game itself. Over the last few years has become more stable. It's become more performant. There's been more features and content added. So even though we still have a lot of things to go, and we talked about a lot of things we want to improve, it's more of a, yes, it's rough around the edges, but there is something there that keeps people coming back, despite the frustrations, right? And I think it's that sense of you being able to go and do anything and be anything in the universe. And we're really committed to finishing that off and making that a really great experience that's frictionless. So, while it is challenging doing these two games together, it's also a hell of a lot of fun, and I'm, looking forward, over the next few years, because we got a whole bunch of really cool stuff coming down the pike, beyond what we already have here. It's a good time to be making games.
It is a lot of fun. It's I think video games, strangely, video games get this reputation of because it's hard work and because it's so difficult. It's like it's a job and it's like pain and whatever. But But no, video games are fun. They're creative. They're expansive. They're collaborative. They're definitely iterative. And there's nothing else like it. No other industry in the world would have a weekly behind the scenes documentary series that I now get to do from a spaceship landed on one of Pyro's planets. Rich, you want to try to follow that?
No.
So the only one thing I would say is that even though we are focused on Squadron 42, we still read all of the feedback in Spectrum, online, the comments or Reddit. So a lot of that feedback that's come to the game over the years, we've taken that on board, and we're starting to execute on that feedback with some of the systems that are not as forefront in people's minds, such as like the interaction system and how you interface with the game and controls and the action queuing and traversal. And I think the biggest takeaway for me when we start to look at all these features is that don't think of it as feature. We're making the game. The biggest thing is that we're starting to put that game together and we can sit down and play it. And while Star Citizen, there already is a game there, this is about, making what's there even better and making sure that all the things that new players and existing players have had frustrations with, that we're smoothing them over and removing the friction. And then about injecting that new features on top that's going to just enhance it even further. So I think it's, in the next few years, it's going to be really exciting times. As Chris said, there's lots of things in the pipe. And I think some of the things that come online will be real game changers to not necessarily what you do, because that's going to be delivered by the content and the features and ships, but how you do it and how you interface with the game. And I think that's going to be a huge improvement. And I think that will, I think if you're a developer, it's something that's really important, because you've got to make sure that your game is, if they're not talking about that aspect of the game, then you've done it right. And I think that's where we're getting close on at least on Squadron 42, so that we can then map that over to the game.
And then, of course, the only thing I want to add is that everything you've seen here today is work in progress. We've removed some of the locations and aspects where you've seen them to protect for spoilers and story elements of the game. But all this stuff is coming to the persistent universe at one point. The stuff we've been able to show you, the stuff we haven't been able to show you today. And if you were surprised by the skills part in particular, like we just kind of snuck that in there before the Mobi-Glass, rest assured we will be following up on the skills conversation with visuals and a more in-depth discussion of how that'll work and how you'll interact with that and stuff as we get closer to being able to do so. So if you've already gone to Spectrum or Reddit or your YouTube thumbnail and added
the skill combos are going to be off the charts,
that part's okay, but everything else, we just ask that you hang tight. And
I actually don't even care about them, to be honest. As long as the rest of the game progresses.
So yeah, so thank you.
I don't care.
Chris, thank you, Rich, for taking the time to talk a little bit of Squadron 42 with us and how it'll affect the PU. We are just about to wrap up our entire CitizenCon day here. But before we do, I want to throw it back to a video that we opened today's show with. It was a bunch of our developers and staff at our 5 studios around the world talking about their favorite things of the Star Citizen community. So we'd like to play that for you one more time. And when we come back, we'll put this whole baby to bed. So take a look.
Did he not
what my favorite thing about the
insinuate some
community
sort of secret video or something? I thought there was like a trailer or something, man.
They believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us. It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
they're right there with us throughout the whole process.
It's unlike anything that I've ever worked on.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and I find that
they're always happy to show people the ropes.
I found it very wholesome.
When I first did the CitizenCon, where I got to fly the carriage, everyone was so supportive, and the cheers I got when we were flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
Our thoughts on everything?
Their effort they put into like their creativity,
such as building a simulator inside of an entire RV or
machinimas. I love watching them on my lunch breaks.
I enjoy watching the videos on the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looks really grand.
I love all the memes.
Some of the incredible fan art and passionate drive that you see come out of them is fantastic.
How they come up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
I can't cuss, can I?
the new and exciting ways they find to
play. Will I stay live for that, or will I be
just
on
the random stuff
channel?
that you do? It's not like
I'll be live for a little bit after this, and I'll
crazy
stunts
in
their
ships.
I'm from the character team. That's why I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community around events.
Going to Bar Citizen.
It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person. Even if they're like really frustrated, you can tell it's just, they have so much love for it.
I really like it when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
How much inspiration we get from them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
The quick turnaround on feedback. I love that.
And how they're always interested in what's coming up. I especially appreciate the people who are able to keep track of dates.
They, call us out.
It really impacts our decision-making process for, what did we do right? What did we do wrong?
It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone. We're making it with the community.
Still keep fighting us.
Yeah, this is a replay of a
really
video
do make all this possible. I'm living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one. And if somebody said you had to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
And the community is at the heart of everything that Star Citizen is. So we've got one final addition before we wrap this up. The Community Hub was first introduced way back when, in 2015, 2016. I thought I had it, but I'm realizing I don't remember. It's needed some love, some TLC, some extra handling for some time. And finally, we're about to roll out Community Hub 2.0. So I'll throw it to Tyler and our friends at Turbulent to tell you more.
Community Hub? What?
Hi everyone, my name is Tyler Whitkin and I'm the Director of Community at Cloud Imperium Games. Each and every day we're taken aback by the tremendous amount of creative community content coming from all of you. From a small 3D printed MSR that fits in the palm of your hand, to a full-size replica sandcastle of a 300i. No joke, someone actually did that. In fact, maybe they can pop it up right here. Wow. On the community side, we've always felt that if our developers were going to push the boundaries of what's possible with technology, that we needed to match that level of ambition with the engagement and tools that we provide to help the community thrive. With the incredible amount of creative content flowing from our community, it was a no-brainer that we needed to find a better way to support that. So, we've teamed up with our good friends at Turbulent to completely rebuild the Community Hub, and we're very excited to show it to you today. The team has been hard at work and focused on building out a completely new platform that will make both sharing and browsing content easier than ever before.
To build this community hub, we really try to keep the Star Citizen identity, see what was good for the community and what they would like.
This is where most people will go when they want to search for new content or discover new people who play Star Citizen and make posts in the community hub. So it's a very good place to engage with others.
We want the community of Star Citizen to have this space that they deserve outside of the game, to keep talking and creating about the game, share and comment with each others.
Now, I know I'm a little biased, but for these reasons and for many others, I believe that the Star Citizen community is the best and the most creative community in all of gaming. In fact, if you agree, go ahead and drop an 07 in chat. Go ahead. By the way, this bit is pre-recorded, so I'm going to assume that you are spamming chat like crazy right now. Thank you. Don't let me down.
When creating a new post, you'll be able to choose between 3 post options. So that would be an audio, a video, and an image type of post. Inside of them, you'll be able to obviously put a title and description
Check out
in
our
there.
New forums. Forum technology.
But also to pick and choose from a variety of different categories your post relates to.
You guys thought the internet was cool when it was text.
Play into
now
the
we've
Discover
got
page.
images.
On the Discover page, you can browse Over all the content, you can also filter content with your preferences. For example, if I want to see only video that are about cosplay, I can now filter that and find only videos about cosplay. And I can also sort them by popularity or by date.
When you first arrive on the Community Hub, you arrive on the homepage, which features top trending content as well as posts from people you follow. Because yes, you can now follow people on the new Community Hub. You have a live stream section, which you can see the top players who play Star Citizen right now. You have a tutorial section also on the front page,
does seem like
and
a nicely
there's also the sidebar.
And it's not just all about screenshots, videos, and crafts. It's also about the human connection we make with like-minded spacefarers that we've met along the way. It's about friendship.
I do mean to.
Personally, for me,
it's true.
I've made countless meaningful connections with so many people that I otherwise never would have met outside of this community.
They put this presentation
and many of those connections I know I will cherish and carry with me for the rest of my life. And I'm confident that many of you have similar stories, which is exactly why it was vital to us to find better ways to keep you all connected with one another.
The Community Hub is a place of creativity and exchange between all the Star Citizen players.
The team has put a lot of work in it. We're working on it since quite a long time. We really put a lot of love and care in this, and we really hope the community will enjoy as much as us.
So you can head over to our website, dive in, check out all the new features, break the new features. It's okay. It's part of the process. And as always, we want to hear your thoughts. So make sure to head over to our dedicated feedback thread on Spectrum and let us know what you think.
Now, Jason,
and this is just the beginning. We've got so many cool things planned for the months ahead, such as site-wide notifications, a massive shared content calendar where you can sort between official CIG events and community-created and organized events, and so much more. And the best part about the new Community Hub? It's live right now.
And if I'm not mistaken, that new version of the Community Hub should be pushing live right about now. Or now. I don't know what time my watch is saying. It says it's like 12:30 in the morning. One last thing before we let you go, because we got more endings than a Lord of the Rings movie. Atmo Esports is running our 10th anniversary racing event, the new Babbage Bash, or the Babbage Bash, or something like that. That's immediately following this stream. We got a short video just telling you a little bit about who they are and what they do. So let's throw it to Atmo.
I mean, it's kind of overish. Just gonna check in.
Atmo Esports operates a little differently. Born from emergent community events like the Demo Rally, the natural progression was to create esports events within an emergent environment.
Interesting that they're trying to
provide tournaments for esports teams in a unique way.
All right, here we go. The game's even remotely close to esport ready, but it's cool that they're doing it. You can follow.
Whoa! Oh, baby! Let's get this race started, guys! Atmo volunteers create events within massive sandbox gaming environments, and we work with talented community gamers to supply supporting roles such as camera crew, shoutcasters, event organizers, and so much more. Our team is a group of passionate professionals from all over the world, all with gaming in their veins. We operate purely online, and everything we do is created collaboratively.
It's gonna change the way we play the game.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
And well, that's it. Another CitizenCon in the bag. The debut of our new home for our evergreen, recurring weekly video content.
It would be very cool if they create an esports scene around something
There's
in SC.
a ton of information that I'm sure
Racing might be neat, to be honest.
Our content creators in the community for months and months to come. But the last
Probably
word
the
on things
easiest
shouldn't
to
come from me.
watch.
Let's throw it over to the peanut gallery, to our esteemed group of guests and visitors. Chris, hold on, let me get in here. There we go.
Get in here, get in here.
Hey, what do you want to say?
I think I've said quite a lot already. I don't really need to see that much more.
You can do like 10, 15 minutes more.
Well, let me start with back in 2012. All I'm going to say is that we wouldn't be here without all of you out there that have supported us over these years and believed in the project and the world and the universe that we're doing. I know everyone that meets everyone from the community out here really
just FYI, guys, I'm going to be jumping into Captain Burks' stream
from your side.
It's twitch.tv/Captain Burks.
We really appreciate that. You know, this year's CitizenCon didn't quite have the big flashy demos
linking it actually
that we've had in the past. But that's mostly because we've got a huge amount of people heads down working on getting Persistent and streaming out, and 318, which hopefully we're going to go to Evocati this coming week, right, Aaron? We think maybe.
We're absolutely working on it.
All right. So we'll see Guillaume over here. He's not Mike, so he can't really say much, but he's our director of development on Star Citizen Live, so we're working hard on that for this year, and that's going to be a massive patch with a lot of really cool features and gameplay in it, and of course we're working very hard on Squadron 2. But
all right, guys, that's the link that I'll be showing up at in a few minutes after this stream. Do a recap with them.
And thank you very much. Happy birthday, Star Citizen. Happy birthday, the community.
Happy birthday,
Happy birthday.
Star Citizen.
Cheers.
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 All right.
Let's throw it to Atmo. Bye, everybody.
Goodbye. Bye. See you next year.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Cheers.
All right, guys. We did it. We made it. Thank you all for dropping by the stream. A lot of good info there. I think my highlight was definitely the bunker thing. It seems that it's a bit further back than I wanted it to be, but most of that was a lot cooler than I thought it was going to be. Definitely Chris and I forgot the other guy's name, but Squadron 42 design guy dragged. Their info was cool. It was just dragged out over a very long period of time. I thought all the info was cool. The new ship looked pretty cool. Yeah, the presentations were solid, I thought. Through and through presentations were solid. I know people are going to be bitching about the skill system. I don't really care about the skill system that much. It feels unnecessary, but as long as the rest of the game is sort of progressing and whatever, then the skill system just sort of feels like, whatever, fine. If it works, fine. If it doesn't work, then they'll pull it, you know. Doesn't seem to really bother me that much. But yeah, I'm going to head over to Captain Burks' Twitch channel. Check him out. After that, I'm going to hop on with him, Morphologist, and Salty Mike. We'll be discussing it. I'm going to get some water and some Advil. And then we will be discussing this. So once again, guys, thanks for dropping by the stream. I very much appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoyed watching that. Lot of info there. And yeah, if you want to hear more on my thoughts, join the Captain Burks stream. Otherwise, I'll probably have some sort of summary review of all that info around Monday-ish for you guys. All right, everyone. Peace out. Hit the link in the comments to twitch.tv/Captain Burks if you want to check out that stream. And I'll see you later.